At this moment on the city walls, soldiers were setting up cannons. Seeing the huge metal tube beside her, Chen Wanrong finally couldn't help but ask directly, "What is this?" Lu Chen replied with a smile, "You'll know once the war starts." Seeing that Lu Chen didn't answer directly and instead put on an air of mystery, Chen Wanrong felt a bit emotional. She was already his woman, and yet he was still so guarded against her. She would be by his side for the time to come, and when these things were used, she would be there to see them, so what was there to hide? Telling her now would be no different. Just then, Mu Chengtian and other military generals arrived on the watchtower, Mu Chengtian holding a map in his hands. A soldier immediately brought over a table, and Mu Chengtian laid the map on it. "Prince, the scouts report that the Tianqi king has not divided his forces. Their main army is following behind the vanguard cavalry. And their cavalry are heading straight for Ningbei City. They could reach Ningbei City in just a few days at most. As for the main army, it won't take half a month for a high likelihood of their arrival at Ningbei City." Hearing this, Lu Chen approached the map, glanced at it, and the current positions of the Tianqi king's army were already roughly marked on the map. Lu Chen said with a laugh, "I thought the Tianqi king's army would reach Ningbei City before us. It looks like I have overestimated their marching speed." Hearing this, Mu Chengtian replied, "Prince, the marching speed of the barbarian tribe is already not slow. It's just that they need to find water sources for supplies in the grasslands, hence their delay in arriving." Lu Chen said, "That is true, water sources indeed pose a problem." At this, Lu Chen fell into deep thought. Initially, he was considering whether they should pursue the Tianqi king's army should they retreat after being defeated. Mu Chengtian's words suddenly calmed Lu Chen down. In the grasslands, the situation was complicated, and supplies were hard to come by. It was better not to rashly give chase. Just then, a Jinyue guard came before Lu Chen. "Prince, intelligence from Yan County." Lu Chen took the envelope from the Jinyue guard, opened it, and after scanning the intelligence in his hands, he said, "It seems that after the civil war within Great Sum is over, the North Country will face a true test." Curious, Mu Chengtian asked, "Prince, is there some movement from the court?" Lu Chen said indifferently, the court has dispatched troops to the north, to be stationed in Qi country." At this, everyone was momentarily stunned before Mu Chengtian said, "The Qi prince surely won't allow it, right?" When they were heading north, the envoys from the aristocratic families of the south were still in the Qi prince's territory, hoping to persuade Qi country to send troops south and flank the imperial army in a pincer move with the southern rebels. And now, in such a short time, the court was actually planning to send troops north and be stationed in Qi country. If the troops were stationed there, would the Qi prince still consider rebellion? Moreover, the court now has to deal with the southern rebels. How could it spare the forces to be stationed in Qi country? Continuing, Lu Chen said, "This matter has not been settled yet. However, the court has already issued an imperial edict, requesting Qi country to cooperate with the stationing of the army." At this point, Xiao Pengtian spoke from the side, "Prince, in your view, will the Qi prince rebel this time? With North country having dispatched troops northward to resist the barbarian tribe, Qi country has no need to worry that North country will march south to support the king in time. At this juncture, they certainly could march south to attack the capital city. Moreover, if one seigneur begins to rebel, it is highly probable to trigger a chain reaction, and the other seigneurs itching for a revolt will likely follow suit." Lu Chen said, "It's hard to say. The Qi prince has shown no signs of movement yet, and it's unclear whether he will rebel. If he doesn't rebel, he will certainly agree to the court's request and allow the troops to be stationed in Qi country. Now, we can't worry about so much. Let's first drive the Tianqi king out of the North land." Lu Chen was curious in his heart. The court wanted to station troops in Qi country at this time. Was it to guard against North country, or to probe Qi country? If it was to guard against North country, he was now leading an army of 200,000 to the North land to fight the barbarian tribe, posing no immediate threat to the court. Moreover, the court was at a critical moment in quelling the southern rebellion, and there was no need to dispatch a large force to station in Qi country at this point. So Lu Chen had an inkling that the Sum Emperor was testing Qi country, wanting to see whether the Qi prince harbored rebellious intentions. If Qi country rejected the stationing of troops, it would mean the Qi prince had agreed to the southern rebels' proposition and intended to rebel. However, if Qi country accepted the court's stationing of troops, it would prove Qi country did not intend to rebel, at least not yet. Of course, all these matters were not of great significance to him for now, as their immediate primary task was to resist the eastward advance of the barbarian tribe. Meanwhile, in the grasslands of Northland, a gigantic eagle was circling in the sky, and beneath the clear blue, there were countless military tents. In a short while, the eagle descended, landing on the shoulder of a robust man who then removed the fur tied around the eagle's leg and proceeded towards the main commander's tent. Inside the main commander's tent, the Tianqi king and his men were drinking and feasting, not seeming to be in any particular rush. In their view, the wealth and women of North Country were already within their grasp, merely waiting for them to come and take possession. Thus, their lack of urgency. Great King, a missive from the scouts up front. The robust man handed the fur that was just untied from the eagle to the Tianqi king. After receiving it, the Tianqi king opened the fur and scanned the content written on the inside. Then, bursting into laughter, he declared, "A mere 200,000 soldiers, aspiring to halt the advance of this king, are utterly delusional." While Lu Chen and his men were gathering intelligence on the barbarian tribe too was collecting information about North Country. The news of North Country's military review had spread throughout the region, and the spies of the barbarian tribe naturally learned about Lu Chen leading an army of 200,000 northward. To the Tianqi king, that posed no significant threat. In his eyes, the people of Great Sum had always been weak. Before the establishment of the Dayu dynasty, their barbarian tribe had directly attacked Great Sum, even occupying many of its cities. The Great Sum people had paid a hefty price to redeem their lands back. However, that was before the division of the barbarian tribe. Afterward, the barbarian tribe's royal court declined and split into several factions, with the Northland falling under the dominion of the Sky Wolf King, which prevented the Tianqi king's tribe from moving eastward. Even though the barbarian tribe had fragmented, the impression of Great Sum's people being weak was still entrenched in the Tianqi king's mind, so he didn't consider North Country a serious threat. A mere 200,000 soldiers, nothing to be afraid of. Although every major dynasty had its internal issues to varying degrees, they were all more or less focused on the situation in the North Country. Ever since the North Country's military parade ended, people had been eager to know just how much combat power this 200,000 strong army really possessed and whether it could withstand the Tianqi king's forces. The Tianqi king was not like the Sky Wolf King, nor the North Free King. The Tianqi king was a true Grand Master, and he had quite a few Grand Masters under his command, not to mention a large number of high-quality warriors. Though the Tianqi king had suffered defeat within the Dayu dynasty, this did not mean that his strength was weak. The heavy cavalry of the North Country were indeed formidable, but they seemed somewhat insufficient when faced with the Tianqi king's 400,000 strong army. For the time being, the only ones not focusing on the North Country were the rebels of the south from Great Sha, who, led by Lu Shuyun, had been under tremendous pressure lately. Their forces were simply no match for the imperial army, and upon entering the battlefield, they were generally crushed by the imperial forces. The southern rebels were constantly being pushed back, losing key cities they once held, and now they were forced by the imperial army to keep shrinking their defensive line. Even the use of the piercing cloud bow had not given them much advantage on the battlefield, causing great concern for Lu Shuyun. It was now clear to him why his royal father had not been worried at all about his rebellion, even forcing him to come to the south and lead these aristocratic families in revolt. These aristocratic families were reluctant to give up their own interests, and even when united, they formed a loose alliance. Fighting each for their own, with endless scheming and rivalry, they were fundamentally impossible to lead. Lu Shuyun was beginning to regret coming to the south to rebel. Had he not, at worst he would have been stripped of his title as the crown prince. Now he had put himself in a situation where retreat was impossible. Once the bow was drawn, there was no turning back. He had no choice but to face the imperial army head-on. The Wang family. The council hall. Sitting in the Wang family head's seat, Lu Shuyun looked down at the family heads of the southern aristocratic families and asked, "Has there still been no sign of the Dongfang family?" Upon hearing this question, not a single person in the council hall spoke up. The disappearance of the Dongfang family was so abrupt that they did not even know when the Dongfangs had vanished. Perhaps others had already fled, and they were simply unaware. At this moment, the head of the Qin clan spoke up. Crown Prince, it's likely that the Dongfang family has already defected to the imperial court. The Dongfangs have been a mercantile family for generations, with not much land in the south to begin with. For them, it makes no difference where they are. They had no need to take such a great risk. Upon hearing this, the Wang family head snorted coldly. Do they really think that by defecting to His Majesty they will be spared? His Majesty has long wanted to eradicate all ancient aristocratic families within the Great Sha territory. Though the Dongfang family doesn't have as much land as we do, with their commercial operations spread across Great Sha, manipulating prices would be effortless for them. I don't believe His Majesty would let them off in the end. It was then that Chu Liang said, the Dongfang family likely left by sea. Their merchant ships are so large that they could have transported all the Dongfangs away in a short time without any issue. The mention of merchant ships gave Lu Shuyun a bad feeling. If the Dongfangs could transport their own people away so quickly, they could just as easily sneak imperial soldiers behind their lines without anyone noticing. If the Dongfang family had indeed betrayed them and defected to the court, they would certainly look to demonstrate loyalty to his royal father by aiding the imperial army in attacking them. Thinking this, Lu Shuyun's face turned dark in an instant, looking quite displeased. Just then, a soldier rushed in, flustered, Crown Prince, something terrible has happened. Imperial troops have been spotted to the southeast. Lu Shuyun's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. His premonition had come true. He knew that if the Dongfang family had betrayed them, they would definitely help the imperial court transport soldiers to their rear. Several days later. Ningbei City. The vanguard cavalry of the Tianqi King's forces had finally arrived at Ningbei City. However, they were only there to scout the way, and upon reaching the outskirts of Ningbei City, they did not launch an attack but simply surveyed the surrounding area. Ningbei City was relatively isolated because it was surrounded by prairies and lacked any geographical advantages, not even a moat. Such an isolated city, if besieged, would likely leave its soldiers trapped and doomed. After scouting out the situation at Ningbei City, the barbarian tribe's vanguard immediately relayed the information to the Tianqi king. Hearing that the North Country's 200,000-strong army was mostly stationed in Ningbei City, the Tianqi king was overjoyed. It was perfect that the North Country's forces were all in one place. Their barbarian army could defeat the North Country in one decisive battle, and after the collapse of the 200,000-strong North Country army, they could enter and plunder the North Country without hindrance, which was an excellent opportunity for them. To prevent the North Country's 200,000-strong army from dividing their forces at this time, the Tianqi king quickly ordered his soldiers to hasten their march, fearing that if the North Country split up their forces, they would have to siege city after city. Lu Chen stood on the city walls, gazing into the distance at the camp of the barbarian tribe's vanguard cavalry, a slight smirk on his lips. In a few days, the North Country Army's premier show of firepower would begin. At that moment, Xiao Pengtian approached Lu Chen and said, Prince, should I take some men and wipe out the barbarian tribe's vanguard? Xiao Pengtian was extremely eager for military achievements. After all, he was from the barbarian tribe, and to earn Lu Chen's trust, he had to be even more proactive and work harder. Xiao Pengtian's barbarian cavalrymen shared the same thought. Lu Chen indifferently replied, there's no need to be so hasty. If we destroy the barbarian tribe's vanguard so quickly and scare off the Tianqi king's army, what then? The firearms they were using were too powerful. If they didn't annihilate all the cavalry, the escaping barbarian soldiers would certainly report what happened here to the Tianqi king. If the Tianqi king were scared off by the firearms and simply didn't come, how would they fight this battle? How would they test the combat capability of their army? Seeing that Lu Chen wanted to wait longer, Xiao Pengtian could only respond, you're right, Prince. I was too impatient. Lu Chen said with a smile, General Xiao, there's no need to rush. Your time to achieve great merit will come. You command the light cavalry. If the barbarian tribe is routed, I will need you and your cavalry to pursue them. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Xiao Pengtian felt invigorated once again. Last time they defended against the North Free King's army, their light cavalry didn't play a significant role, mainly because they lured the barbarian soldiers into Tianguang City, and a cannonade had the barbarians surrendering in terror. But this time was different. There were an entire 400,000 soldiers in the barbarian army, and it wouldn't be so easy to use the same tactic of inviting the enemy into the pot. With the vast grasslands, the light cavalry of North Country would certainly be needed to pursue the enemy if the barbarian army were defeated in open field, giving Xiao Pengtian and his light cavalry a chance to shine. At that moment, Mu Chengtian arrived at Lu Chen's tower. "Prince, everything is ready. We are now just waiting for the Tianqi King's army to arrive." Lu Chen, looking at the distant barbarian tents, said with a smile, "I hope our friends from afar will appreciate the gift we have for them." Hearing this, Chen Wanrong watched Lu Chen with puzzlement from a distance. For some reason, she always felt that in recent days Lu Chen seemed to be especially looking forward to the barbarian army attacking North Country. War meant the loss of life, and this time North Country had brought only 200,000 troops to march north, while the Tianqi King had an army of 400,000. In terms of numbers, North Country was at a disadvantage. The formidable force of North Country was its black cavalry, but no one could be certain whether the Tianqi King's army also contained heavy cavalry with strength comparable to the black cavalry. The Tianqi King was a mainline successor of the barbarian king's lineage, and their power far surpassed that of the Sky Wolf King tribe and the North Free King tribe. North Country may have defeated the Sky Wolf King and the North Free King tribes, but it wasn't certain they could overcome the Tianqi King. Yet Lu Chen could still smile so cheerfully at this moment. It was also uncertain whether the person behind Lu Chen would appear this time. Chen Wanrong had almost confirmed that Lu Chen was not an ordinary person. Undoubtedly, there was a Grand Master behind him. If North Country lost this battle, it was unlikely that the person behind Lu Chen would just stand by and watch. Chen Wanrong was very curious to see who exactly was behind Lu Chen, who could allow Lu Chen to advance to the Grand Master realm in such a short time and bring about earth-shattering changes to North Country. Time flew by rapidly. Finally, 10 days later, the horns of the barbarian army sounded outside Ningbei City. Hearing the barbarian horns, Lu Chen immediately went up the city tower, gazing into the distance at the dark mass of troops. The soldiers of North Country were boiling with excitement. They had prepared for so long just for this moment. Advanced firearms filled them with confidence, and they were no longer able to suppress the impulse in their hearts to unleash cannon fire upon the barbarians. When the Tianqi King reached the outskirts of Ningbei City, he glanced at the flag of the North Prince Mansion atop the city wall, then said with a laugh, "These people of Great Sum do indeed have some backbone. I remember when I was a child, accompanying my father on raids down south, those Sum soldiers would abandon the common people and flee without even defending their cities. I did not expect these North Country people not only to lead an army of 200,000 north but also to wait for me here in Ningbei City. Good. I want to see just what abilities North Prince of Great Sum has to be able to eradicate the Sky Wolf King's tribe. Form up. Prepare to attack." As the Tianqi King's words fell, the horns of the barbarian tribe sounded once more. Seeing that the barbarians were ready to attack, Lu Chen also directly ordered his soldiers, "Beat the drums. Load the cannons." The next moment, thunderous drumbeats reverberated through the sky above Ningbei City, and all the cannons on the city walls were ready to fire. Witnessing this, Chen Wanrong couldn't help but speculate that those iron balls were probably similar to the ones used for defending cities, but it seemed doubtful that they could stop the barbarian advance with just those. The first assault by the barbarian tribe would mean who knows how many North Country soldiers would die. Chen Wanrong had experienced the brutality and bloodshed of the battlefield as a child and knew that once the war started, there would be corpses everywhere. At that time, Chen Wanrong realized that the soldiers of North Country were all extremely excited, seemingly not afraid of death at all. This was very strange. She remembered when as a child she had seen people from Chen Nation defending the imperial city. The expression on their soldiers' faces was only one of exhaustion, despair, and fear, completely different from the current state of the soldiers from North Country. Why are the soldiers of the North Country so excited? Chen Wanrong was curious, what exactly had Lu Chen done to train this army that the soldiers harbored no fear of death? Just as Chen Wanrong was lost in thought, a Grandmaster military general from the Tianqi king's camp led the barbarian army in a charge. As Chen Wanrong watched the barbarian army get closer and closer to the walls of Ningbei city, the soldiers of North Country still did not release their arrows. It was only when the barbarian army was almost at the city gates that the drums sounded again, and with the first beat, thunderous blasts consecutively followed. Chen Wanrong immediately sealed her ears with Gang Qi, puzzled by why these metal trebuchets could make such loud noises. It was then that the iron balls erupted mid-flight among the barbarian soldiers. With each explosion, bodies were torn asunder, limbs flew everywhere, and witnessing this scene left Chen Wanrong completely stunned. Though the mysterious Moon Palace had even more powerful divine artifacts, after all, a divine artifact was a divine artifact. Their numbers were limited, not just anyone could create a divine artifact. But these metal trebuchets of the North Country, one could tell they were made by the North Country themselves. And with so many exploding iron balls, it was clear they were mass-produced by the North Country. The North Country actually possessed so many of these terrifying weapons. No wonder the faces of the North Country's soldiers showed no fear but excitement instead. With such terrifying weapons at their disposal, what enemies would North Country need to fear? Chen Wanrong glanced at the soldiers operating the cannons and noticed that most of them were 9th-grade martial artists, and some were not even martial artists but commoners. And when those iron balls burst, they could directly blast a high-quality warrior of the barbarian army into pieces. Ordinary soldiers easily killed high-quality warriors. It seemed that the future of the martial arts world would be upended. Seeing the scene before him, Mu Changtian and other military generals sighed continuously, just as they had at Tianguang City. Although Lu Chen had told them that martial arts were still important when he equipped the army with firearms, it was hard for them to believe that the martial arts world would continue to flourish, seeing the way those high-level experts were blown apart in the sky. The Grandmaster leading the barbarian army's siege was completely dumbfounded after watching the limbs and torsos rain down. Of course, it wasn't just him. Every barbarian soldier was dumbfounded. My God! What kind of weapon is this? How can its power be so terrifying? Can such weapons truly exist in this world? Finally, a barbarian soldier in the crowd was so frightened that he turned and fled. In an instant, the sounds of the cannons and the barbarian soldiers' screams merged into one. At this moment, even the Tianqi king himself was stunned. He watched his defeated barbarian army in disbelief, unable to grasp what had just happened before his eyes. This was the first time in his life that he had seen such a terrifying weapon. The explosion from those iron balls was almost on par with an attack by a Grandmaster. The multitude of exploding iron balls was like a multitude of Grandmasters attacking them. The Tianqi king murmured to himself, how could this be? He had believed that defeating the 200,000 North Country soldiers would only take a few days, but their first siege had met with such a blow. How could Great Sum have such terrifying weapons? These must be divine artifacts already, right? Could a dynasty possess so many divine artifacts? The collapse of the barbarian army was swift, but the Tianqi king soon regained his senses. Since they were divine artifacts, their use couldn't be unlimited. Or perhaps using a divine artifact incurred a great cost. He didn't believe Great Sum could continue using those divine artifacts indefinitely. With this thought, the Tianqi king immediately led the barbarian army in retreat, but it wasn't a true withdrawal. He intended to stabilize the morale of the barbarian soldiers first, let them rest for a while, and then continue the siege. The scene earlier had terrified the barbarian soldiers. If they were made to attack now, they would surely lack the courage, thus a temporary retreat was the only option. Seeing the barbarian soldiers had retreated, Xiao Pengtian asked from the sidelines, Prince, should we pursue? Lu Chen looked at the barbarian army's slow retreat in the distance and smiled, no need for now, the Tianqi king likely hasn't given up yet, they will attack again. The North Country's cannons were not so easy to transport, especially across the plains. The main force of the barbarians was still intact. If they pursued now, they could only send the cavalry. If the cavalry caught up and clashed with the barbarians, it would be too much of a loss. Thus, the Tianqi king's first siege ended in less than half an hour. At that time, Lu Chen approached Chen Wanrong and asked, Master Chen, what do you think of our north country's weapons? Chen Wanrong inquired, were these weapons manufactured by North Country? Lu Chen replied, yes. Chen Wanrong then stated coldly, your ambition is too great and will bring disaster to this world. Lu Chen chuckled and said, Master Chen, where did you see that I have great ambition? Chen Wanrong responded indifferently, to possess a sharp weapon is to give rise to the intent to kill. I hope one day you will not make an enemy of the mysterious Moon Palace. As her words fell, Chen Wanrong turned and left. At this moment, Chen Wanrong realized the complete futility of her dreams of restoring her nation. Firstly, she could no longer separate herself from Lu Chen emotionally. Even if she were to leave Lu Chen, it was unlikely he would allow her to restore her nation. With such terrifying weapons in North Country's possession, capable of mass production, Lu Chen must surely harbor strong ambitions. Perhaps uniting the entire world was this man's ambition. If that was indeed the case, then under this man's ambitions, he would never allow her to restore her nation. If the entire world was united, how could there be a Chen nation? Chen Wanrong felt a heavy blow to her heart at this realization. All her efforts, her preparations over more than a decade, had yielded nothing but a man, and her hopes of a restored nation were now dashed. Perhaps her master was right. All the pursuits of this mortal world are nothing but illusions, the more one seeks, the less one attains. It was time for her to let go. After the Tianqi king's massive army retreated to a safe distance, they no longer continued the retreat. Although the barbarian tribe soldiers were terrified by the scene they had just witnessed, with the Tianqi king present, they did not dare to flee directly. The Tianqi king immediately ordered his soldiers to set up camp, as he still had no intention of giving up on attacking North Country. Inside the main commander's tent, the Tianqi king and his accompanying military generals were seated on the ground, and for a long time, no one spoke. After a while, a master general under the Tianqi king finally broke the silence. Your Majesty, the North Country soldiers did not pursue us, which proves that the weapon they used, although powerful, is difficult to move, or perhaps the explosive iron spheres they have are extremely limited in number. If we capture Ningbei City, the weapons used by North Country will fall into our hands. With such weapons, no dynasty's citadels could withstand our cavalry. Upon hearing these words, the Tianqi king said, you make a good point. I'm thinking the same way. North Country's weapon is something I'm determined to obtain. Let the soldiers rest for 2 days. In 2 days' time, we will continue our attack on Ningbei City. The Tianqi king was certainly not willing to just retreat like this. They had just suffered a setback in the Dayu dynasty, and if they were to hit a snag again in the Great Xia dynasty and return without any achievements, wouldn't other barbarian tribes laugh at them? Taking hundreds of thousands of men out only to wander around, losing so many lives, and in the end, gaining nothing, how could he stand firm among the barbarians thereafter? Meanwhile, inside the main commander's quarters in Ningbei City, Mu Changtian and others were discussing how to fight this battle. The plains were too vast, it was difficult to surround and annihilate the Tianqi king's army of 400,000. Moreover, from the first attack by the barbarians, they could basically tell that the Tianqi king was a cautious person. For the first siege, the Tianqi king only sent out a grandmaster military general with about 100,000 barbarian tribe soldiers and did not rush in all at once. Their methods of attacking with divided forces also made it impossible for Lu Chen and his men to eliminate the 400,000 barbarian army in a short period of time. Just then, the scouts sent out by Lu Chen returned. Prince, as expected, the Tianqi king has not retreated, they have already set up camp. Upon hearing the scouts' words, Lu Chen smiled and said, it seems the Tianqi king is quite reluctant to give up. At that moment, Xiao Pengtian said, Prince, if the Tianqi king has settled in camp, then this is an excellent opportunity for us. We can take advantage of the night to move out the cannons, bombard their camp, and then launch a cavalry attack on the fleeing barbarian soldiers. Hearing Xiao Pengtian's suggestion, Li Feng also said on the side, Prince, I think General Xiao's plan is good. The barbarian army has marched such a long way to reach Ningbei City, and the barbarian soldiers are tired. Most of them will be sleeping deeply, so tonight is the most suitable time to attack the barbarian camp. Xuanyuan Chen advised. After being attacked by the cannon in broad daylight today, they are probably still cautious about Ningbei City. If we attack the enemy camp by leaving the city under the cover of night, I feel it's not quite appropriate. After contemplating for a moment, Lu Chen then said, General Xuanyuan is right. Tonight will certainly be when the barbarians are most vigilant. If we attack tonight, our soldiers might be discovered by the barbarian scouts just as they leave Ningbei City. Since the Tianqi king has not retreated, they are certainly going to continue the attack on Ningbei City. So, we don't need to be too anxious, we can think of a way to deceive them, to make them gradually lower their guard. War is not a matter to be rushed. Although Lu Chen may not have much military talent, he understood that haste does not bring success. Lu Chen continued, for the next few days, if the barbarians continue to attack, we'll use fewer cannonballs each day and also deploy catapults and archers, to make them think our cannonballs are running low and to make them relax their vigilance as much as possible. Hearing this, everyone spoke in unison, yes, Prince. 2 days later, seeing that his soldiers had recovered, the Tianqi king once again led the vast army to the outskirts of Ningbei City, intending to launch another attack. Of course, it was still a probing attack. He wanted to know if North Country's mysterious weapons had run out. If they had not, why, after setting up camp not far from Ningbei City for 2 days, had the North Country forces not pursued them? Surely, it meant that the weapon was running out or there weren't many left, which is why the North Country soldiers did not dare to counterattack rashly. Lu Chen stood on the city wall, looking out at the dark mass of the barbarian army in the distance, the corners of his mouth curving upwards slightly. It seemed their guess was right, the Tianqi king truly hadn't been scared off by their cannons. They were still intent on attacking Ningbei City. Just then, the horns of the barbarian army sounded, and a general under the Tianqi king led 100,000 barbarian troops to launch the attack again. As the barbarian army approached the city gates, the cannons of Ningbei City roared to life once more. Cannonballs exploded among the barbarian soldiers, mercilessly reaping their lives. However, amidst the cannonballs, there were also stones and arrows, not like the last time the barbarians besieged the city, which was completely with cannon fire. Seeing this, the Tianqi king rejoiced. He laughed and said, I knew it, North Country couldn't possibly have too many of such terrifying weapons. It looks like I guessed correctly. They've used stones and arrows this time, most likely because those iron balls are running low. At this point, the Tianqi king turned to a general beside him and said, You lead 100,000 troops in attack from the East City. I want to see how long they can hold out. Yes, Your Majesty. The Grand Master martial artist by the Tianqi king's side then swiftly led 100,000 soldiers from the barbarian army towards the East City to launch an assault on Ningbei City's eastern gates. Of course, the attack by the barbarian tribe was merely a probing siege, so they didn't achieve significant success. Tens of thousands of barbarian soldiers were killed in explosions, and the camp suddenly saw an influx of injured soldiers missing arms and legs. A day soon came to an end, and inside the main commander's tent, the generals of the barbarian tribe were exceedingly excited, celebrating with swigs of liquor and large bites of meat. Your Majesty, your prediction was indeed correct. The North Country hardly has any of those iron balls left. This afternoon, when we attacked again, they mainly used rocks and arrows, resorting to those iron spheres only when our soldiers approached the gates. Another general of the barbarian tribe added, If we keep this pace, it shouldn't take us long to exhaust their supply of those mysterious iron balls. Upon hearing what the generals had said, the Tianqi king laughed and responded, They think such iron balls can stop my march. Pure fantasy. Then, a curious general from the barbarian tribe said, But come to think of it, we don't even know what those glowing iron balls are made of. If we could make them ourselves, your unification of the barbarian tribes would be imminent. After taking a drink, the Tianqi king replied, According to my guess, crafting those iron balls might require the use of a living fifth-grade martial artist. Hearing this, a shudder went through the hearts of the generals in the tent. The Tianqi king continued, As far as I know, Central Plains warriors often use a special cultivation technique that allows them to concentrate all their skill into the dantian, causing their bodies to explode. When they do explode, those nearby will also be affected, killed or injured in the blast. The way those iron balls explode resembles a martial artist's self-destruction. I suspect they've found a way to seal the martial artist's skill inside the iron balls and then use them as weapons. A general from the barbarian tribe responded, then to make so many iron balls, wouldn't that mean killing a lot of martial artists? The Tianqi king laughed and said, that just goes to show the people of Great Sum know they can't beat us and have resorted to this suicidal method to stop our advance. I would like to see just how many martial artists they are willing to sacrifice to halt my advance. If this continues, the martial artist soldiers in the North Country Army will sooner or later rebel. We just need to keep wearing them down. In the Tianqi king's view, since living people were being used as weapons, it was possible that the martial artists in North Country's army would fear they too might one day be turned into weapons. Should the pressure from the barbarian tribe be sufficient, the martial artist soldiers within Ningbei city would eventually revolt. When that time came, with cooperation from the rebelling soldiers inside and the barbarian army outside, it would be easy to rout North Country's 200,000-strong army. Over the subsequent half-month, the Tianqi king intermittently led his barbarian soldiers in assaults on the city. Still, they remained exploratory in nature and were not fully committed. The barbarian soldiers soon noticed that Ningbei city's terrifying iron ball weapons were being used less frequently, and later on, the city's defenders relied almost exclusively on arrows and rocks. On several occasions, barbarian soldiers even reached the city gates, making the Tianqi king and all his generals more confident in their assumption that Ningbei city's stockpile of iron ball weapons was likely depleted. It would not be long before they conquered Ningbei city. This belief rapidly spread among the barbarian soldiers, who gradually lost their fear of Ningbei city's terrifying iron balls. They became less tense than they had been after the first battle. In recent days, Lu Chen noticed the increased eagerness of the barbarian soldiers in their sieges, feeling that the time was ripe. At dusk, Lu Chen immediately convened a military council with his generals, preparing for a decisive battle with the Tianqi king that very night. Looking at the military generals in the room, Lu Chen began, the time is right. Tonight, we strike at the barbarian camp. Upon hearing this, the officers were immensely excited, having been waiting for this moment. Over the past half-month, Lu Chen had limited their use of cannons, leaving them with a pent-up eagerness since they could not finish off the barbarian soldiers even as they stormed the ramparts. Now that an attack was finally in order, they were free to fully utilize their firearms. Lu Chen continued, the assault will commence at midnight. Even if the barbarians, scouts discover us, and they awaken the soldiers immediately, they won't be able to react in time. At that point, Mu Chengtian reminded, Prince, be careful. The Tianqi king is a grand master. He may come after you personally during the battle. Once the full-scale war broke out that night, if the Grand Master Tianqi king became enraged, there was a good chance he would seek out Lu Chen himself. Lu Chen smiled and said, with Master Chen here, I will be fine. Then, turning to Chen Wanrong at the doorway, Lu Chen said, Master Chen, I entrust my safety to you tonight. Without a word, Chen Wanrong remained still, thinking to herself that it was finally going to end. In the past half-month, she had watched the soldiers of the North Country use cannons, always feeling very uneasy. It wasn't that she sympathized with the barbarian tribe being bombarded, she was just worried that one day Lu Chen would turn the cannons towards Mysterious Moon Palace. Although the power of the cannons was not as great as the divine artifacts of Mysterious Moon Palace, the fact that cannons could be manufactured and had a vast quantity of ammunition was undeniable. The divine artifacts of Mysterious Moon Palace could not be utilized a second time without knowing how long they would need to be set aside after use, and their usage conditions were very stringent, they simply could not withstand so many attacks from cannons. Lu Chen continued speaking to Mu Chengtian and the others, after the battle begins tonight, the cannons will first target the barbarian tribe's camp and bombard them for half an hour, then the cavalry will chase down those barbarian tribe soldiers who have not fled too far. All right, everyone go and get ready. Yes, Prince. Subsequently, the military generals left the room to prepare for tonight's operations. At the same time, after attacking the city for a day, the barbarian tribe soldiers were very tired and had begun to rest. They were still dreaming that once the terrifying iron spheres of Ningbei City were depleted, they would storm into Ningbei City to massacre and plunder. At this moment, the barbarian tribe soldiers were unaware that the soldiers of North Country in Ningbei City had started transporting ammunition and were preparing to set off fireworks for them at night. The wait through the night was long, and for the first time, the soldiers of North Country felt time pass so slowly, feeling that the few hours were longer than the half-month they had spent in Ningbei City. The soldiers could no longer contain the excitement in their hearts and were eager to give gifts to the guests from afar. Nearly at midnight, the large army of Ningbei City mobilized, and the soldiers quickly rolled out the cannons. Prince Lu Chen even helped push a heavy cannon out. Although the cannons were heavy, for a martial artist, their weight was not too great. Lu Chen, as a grandmaster, could lift a heavy cannon crafted by North Country with ease. However, since the artillery camp was mainly comprised of regular soldiers, the transportation of cannons was still a challenge. But to facilitate tonight's operations, Lu Chen specifically ordered the Black Cavalry's 5th-grade martial artists to transport the cannons first, and once the cannons were put in their designated spots, they were to don their heavy armor. With the cooperation of the Black Cavalry, the cannons and ammunition were quickly transported to the designated positions. To prevent the cannon positions from being overrun by the barbarian tribe soldiers who might recover from the surprise, the artillery camp divided the cannon positions into 3 locations, so that if one was compromised, the others would not be affected. There was no moonlight tonight, and everything was shrouded in darkness as if the heavens were aiding Lu Chen and his men. The barbarian tribe soldiers on night patrol had not discovered North Country's movements initially, and since it was now midnight, they did not believe that North Country's soldiers would leave Ningbei City at this time, leading them to lower their guard. Once everything was ready, a massive drumbeat suddenly shattered the silent night, followed by the deafening sound of cannon fire. In an instant, the barbarian tribe's camp was a scene of blazing fire, with sleeping soldiers blasted into the air. Soon, the thunderous sound of cannons awoke the barbarian tribe soldiers, and before long, the sound of cannons was mingled with the barbarian tribe's horn calls resounding through the darkness of the night. The Tianqi king awoke from his sleep upon hearing the sound of cannons, and immediately left his tent. Seeing the scattered bodies of barbarian tribe soldiers, the Tianqi king was stunned. At that moment, a barbarian tribe master general rushed to the Tianqi king's side. "Your Majesty, it's terrible. The North Country army is attacking." The barbarian tribe general had barely finished speaking when a cannonball landed beside him, startling him and turning his face pale. The Tianqi king leapt and stood in front of the barbarian tribe general. The next moment, the cannonball exploded, but it didn't harm the Tianqi king or the barbarian tribe general. Around their bodies, a golden shield appeared, blocking all the cannonball fragments outside of the golden shield. Enraged, the Tianqi king blurted out, "Despicable great some people. I will kill you all." He then loudly commanded, "Gather the soldiers, follow me in a counterattack. Since they dare to come out, then they shall not think about going back alive." Amid the bombardment, some barbarian tribe soldiers quickly assembled and followed the Tianqi king out of the bombarded area. After bursting out of the barbarian tribe's camp, the Tianqi king soon saw the cannon positions of North Country's soldiers and immediately ordered, "Follow me and attack." The horn calls immediately rose, "Uoa." Seeing the barbarian tribe's cavalry had actually broken through, Mu Jingwu, who was at the cannon positions, immediately instructed the artillery camp's cavalry to adjust the cannons, aimed towards the barbarian tribe's cavalry. Following that, the cannon positions under Mu Jingwu bombarded the Tianqi king's cavalry with relentless fury. In no time, men and horses were shattered to pieces, with countless barbarian tribe cavalry blasted to death or sent flying. Yet, even as cannonballs fell around the Tianqi king, he remained unscathed. Witnessing this scene from a distance, Mu Chengtian could no longer restrain himself. The Tianqi king was a grand master, and if he reached the cannon positions, would any of the soldiers there survive? But just then, Mu Jingwu addressed the soldiers of the artillery camp, "Aim the cannons at the Tianqi king, fire." As his words fell, Mu Jingwu personally manned a heavy cannon and took aim at the Tianqi king's position. The next moment, a dozen cannonballs exploded around the Tianqi king, but as the smoke and flames subsided, the Tianqi king was still standing. By then, the Tianqi king's horse had been killed, but there was still a golden shield around his body, leaving him entirely unharmed, without even a scratch. Seeing this, Lu Chen from a distance paused for a moment. Is this the power of a Grandmaster? It seemed that cannonballs were indeed of little use against a Grandmaster. It appeared that he and Chen Wanrong would have to take on the Tianqi king themselves, otherwise, the Tianqi king would not only be invincible but also bring a great number of casualties to their side. While Lu Chen was contemplating this, Mu Jingwu continued to command the soldiers at the cannon positions, aiming a dozen cannons continuously at the Tianqi king. Facing the artillery of the North Country, the Tianqi king was completely infuriated. He grasped his axe, wanting to charge into the artillery camp and destroy all those cannons. You wretched mice of Great Sha, this king will exterminate all of you. While speaking, the Tianqi king headed straight for the artillery camp where Mu Jingwu was, but at that moment, countless cannonballs rained down upon him. The Tianqi king immediately summoned his protective Gang Qi to block the fragments of the cannonballs, yet the shockwaves generated by the explosions kept pushing him backwards. Although the cannonballs had not caused any harm to his body for the time being, they prevented him from getting anywhere near the Great Sha artillery camp. The expression on the Tianqi king's face became extremely twisted, his eyes filled with bloodshot rage as he desperately wanted to rush forward and chop down the people of Great Sha. However, the power of the cannonball explosions forced him to constantly deploy his protective Gang Qi to defend, and he realized that the true Qi within him was depleting very quickly. The explosive power of these cannons was already comparable to a Grandmaster's strike. Continuously using Gang Qi to fend off the Grandmaster's attack, the true Qi in his body was naturally draining rapidly. If this continued, it was very likely that he would die of exhaustion here. At this moment, the Tianqi king gnashed his teeth and glared at the artillery camp not far away. His heart was unwilling to accept this. He had led hundreds of thousands of troops, not only facing defeat at the hands of the Dayu dynasty but now encountering such terrifying weaponry while attacking Great Sha. How infuriating. If he retreated like this, how could he ever stand his ground among the barbarian tribe in the future? That woman would surely say it was because he disobeyed her order and acted on his own that led to their crushing defeat. No. He absolutely couldn't just return like this. With that thought, the Tianqi king gathered all his strength to move forward. He had already been targeted by a dozen or so cannons in the distance, however, and the bombardment rendered it impossible for him to advance a single step. The cannonballs from the North Country were not falling at a single point but were aimed within a range, with explosions continuously pushing him back. The shockwaves from the explosions kept pushing him back, and he had to wastefully expend his skill on protective Gang Qi, rendering his speed utterly incapable of picking up or breaking out of the bombardment zone. At that time, Lu Chen, mounted on his horse, was also stunned by this spectacle. He had just seen the Tianqi king easily withstand the bombardment of the cannonballs and thought that artillery was now useless against a Grandmaster, that artillery in the future could only deal with martial artists below the level of Grandmaster. He didn't anticipate that once Mu Jingwu and his team aimed their cannons at the Tianqi king, he would be completely unable to charge through. So it turned out that cannons could still be used against Grandmasters, it's just that Grandmasters weren't so easily killed by them. Seeing the Tianqi king resisting the exploding cannonballs in the bombardment area, Mu Chengtian and the rest of the military generals once again sighed in admiration. The Grandmasters they once thought could stabilize a nation were now being bombarded by artillery, leaving them without the power even to strike back, forced to defend desperately just to survive. When had a Grandmaster ever been so helpless? Indeed, a Grandmaster was not so easily killed, but the true Qi within a Grandmaster's body was continuously being drained. If they couldn't be killed now, what about with even more cannonballs? They could wear a Grandmaster down to death with attrition. Grandmasters are human too, they are not invincible. A single cannonball was almost equivalent to a Grandmaster's attack. With so many cannonballs, how long could a Grandmaster hold out? Seeing the Tianqi king amidst the gunfire, nearly all the generals were silent at this moment, except for the soldiers from Mu Jingwu's artillery camp who, like madmen, kept stuffing cannonballs into their artillery pieces, furiously bombarding the location of the Tianqi king. The majority of the artillery camp were ordinary soldiers. On any normal day, let alone a grandmaster, even a fifth-ranked martial artist could easily crush them. But today, they were operating the artillery, pinning down a grandmaster, and this made them uncontrollably excited. After who knows how long, Chen Wanrong finally spoke to Lu Chen. "It's enough, tell your soldiers to cease fire. It's not that easy to kill a grandmaster with your weapons." The power of artillery was great, but killing a grandmaster, one with protective Gangqi, through attrition wasn't going to happen in a moment's time. To kill a grandmaster, it's best for another grandmaster to take action personally. Hearing Chen Wanrong's words, Lu Chen asked, "Do you plan to take action to kill him?" Chen Wanrong replied coolly, "If you don't want me to take action, I won't." Lu Chen said with a smile, "No, I'm not saying I don't want you to act. I can't wait for you to do it personally. Although I am also a grandmaster, I've never fought before, I don't have any battle experience." With that, Lu Chen immediately said to the soldiers behind him, "Beat the drums, tell Mu Jingwu to stop bombarding the Tianqi king." As the drum sounds echoed, Mu Jingwu was taken aback. He didn't expect to be ordered to cease fire so soon. At that moment, the flames and smoke around the Tianqi king once again dispersed, and his figure emerged into view. The Tianqi king held a colossal axe, and his body seemed to be radiating a crimson glow, indicating that he was extremely angry. Seeing that the artillery had stopped, the Tianqi king thought that the north country's cannonballs had been depleted. He stamped hard on the ground with both feet, and his body shot like a cannonball towards Mu Jingwu's artillery camp. But at that moment, a cold glint struck, and the Tianqi king quickly leaned back to dodge the sword light. The next moment, the Tianqi king found a stunningly beautiful woman in white appear before him. Although the woman was incredibly beautiful, the king no longer had any mind to appreciate her appearance. The Tianqi king coldly said, "So the rat of Great Sum finally dares to face me directly. After killing so many of my soldiers, I will have you smashed into pieces as a burial sacrifice for my warriors." As he spoke, the Tianqi king gripped his axe and swung it towards Chen Wanrong. With a light dodge, Chen Wanrong evaded the Tianqi king's strike, and the next moment, her figure appeared at his right side, sweeping her sword horizontally. The Tianqi king blocked Chen Wanrong's attack with a backhanded swing of his axe. The clash of axe energy and sword chi resulted in a loud explosion, creating a huge pit in the ground, and both of their bodies were blasted backward. Seeing this, Lu Chen was somewhat surprised. Is this what fighting between grandmasters looks like? That enormous pit must be at least a dozen meters deep, right? How much gunpowder would it take to create that? It seemed he had still underestimated the strength of a grandmaster. After both Chen Wanrong and the Tianqi king were sent flying, the Tianqi king immediately knelt on one knee, vomiting a mouthful of blood. He had been bombarded by cannon fire for quite a while, and the true qi in his body had already been nearly exhausted. Although Chen Wanrong had only recently become a grandmaster, her cultivation technique was quite special, and she had easily mastered the power of a grandmaster. Before Chen Wanrong, the Tianqi king was no match at all. The Tianqi king realized this as well, and slowly stood up from the ground before saying coldly, "Despicable people of Great Sum, if you want to take this king's life, let's see if you're worthy." In the midst of talking, the Tianqi king's eyes seemed to emit two red beams, making him look extremely terrifying. Lu Chen frowned slightly. He wondered if the Tianqi king had entered some kind of berserk state to temporarily increase his skill. While he pondered this, the Tianqi king kicked off the ground and his body shot forward. Just as he was about to reach Chen Wanrong, he swung his axe, sending a massive wave of axe energy straight for her. Chen Wanrong, sensing that the Tianqi king's strength had increased significantly, did not try to block his attack and hurriedly dodged. The next moment, the ground was cleaved open, creating a long gash about a dozen meters deep and 2 meters wide. Seeing this chasm created by the Tianqi king, Lu Chen's perception of a grandmaster's power was once again shattered. At that point, like a madman, the Tianqi king launched another axe attack at Chen Wanrong, who again chose to evade. Afterward, the Tianqi king chased after Chen Wanrong, swiftly creating countless ravines on the ground. Lu Chen could tell that Chen Wanrong planned to exhaust the Tianqi king's strength first, waiting until his true chi was nearly depleted before striking back at him. This strategy seemed sound, but the Tianqi king probably realized he couldn't continue attacking mindlessly forever. Just then, the Tianqi king lunged forward once more, but instead of continuing the pursuit, he charged towards Lu Chen and the others. The Tianqi king's plan was simple: if you're not going to fight me, then I don't need to waste my time on you. I'll just go after those distant onlookers, killing one by one. Once enough are dead, that great Sum woman will have to come out and fight. Chen Wanrong had seen through the Tianqi king's intention as well and flashed in front of him, blocking his path. The Tianqi king's mouth curled slightly. Keep dodging. Why are you not dodging now? As he spoke, the Tianqi king brought his axe down again, but this time, the strike was clearly different from the previous ones. One axe opens mountain. A flicker of concern crossed Lu Chen's mind. This was the use of a cultivation technique, so this axe swing would likely be much more powerful than the previous ones. This time, however, Chen Wanrong did not dodge. She struck with her sword. Snow flower sword. The next moment, the surroundings seemed to be enveloped in ice, and snow appeared to fall from the sky, mixed with countless white flower petals. Witnessing this, Lu Chen was immensely astonished. Surely, this can no longer be considered mere martial arts. Could Chen Wanrong also be practicing cultivation? As Lu Chen contemplated this, the Tianqi king's axe energy and the white sword qi collided, instantly exploding. The earth shook and a white cloud of smoke spread rapidly, as if a cloud explosion bomb had been detonated. Chen Wanrong and the Tianqi king were once again sent flying by the blast wave. Once the smoke cleared, it appeared as if real snowflakes were falling from the sky. Lu Chen reached out his hand to catch them. He looked up again at the distant Tianqi king, who was half kneeling on the ground, supported by his axe, spitting blood incessantly. Chen Wanrong's condition wasn't much better as she wasn't bleeding, but her complexion was deathly pale, clearly a result of excessive depletion of her spiritual energy. At that moment, seeing that Chen Wanrong seemed injured too, the Tianqi king immediately got up and with a kick, dashed straight for her again. Even if this king must die, I will take these despicable great Sum people with me. Hearing this, everyone's faces turned pale. The Tianqi king was planning to self-detonate his Dantian and perish together with them. Mu Chengtian immediately warned, run. He's going to take us all down with him. Backquote. A Grandmaster's self-destruction is no joke, it's far more powerful than any bomb. If a Grandmaster self-destructs his Dantian, he could blow an entire mountain top away. If someone is at the center of the explosion, death is almost certain. Even another Grandmaster might be killed by the blast. Seeing that the Tianqi king actually wanted to drag them down with him, Lu Chen dismounted at this moment. Chen Wanrong immediately turned to Lu Chen and said, I'll hold him off, get away quickly. As she spoke, Chen Wanrong once again gripped her sword tightly, ready to launch another attack at the Tianqi king. However, just as the Tianqi king was almost upon them, Lu Chen's figure suddenly appeared behind him, and almost no one saw how Lu Chen got there. The Tianqi king also sensed someone behind him and hastily turned around to swing his axe. Yet, Lu Chen easily caught the axe with his hand and then placed his other hand directly on the king's chest. After feeling the powerless slap from Lu Chen, the Tianqi king sneered and said, "Is the rat of great Sum trying to tickle me?" Hearing this, Lu Chen smiled and said, "I'm just helping you cool off, don't get so heated." As the words fell, Lu Chen immediately employed the absorption technique. The Tianqi king instantly felt all his skill flowing toward the young man before him and was momentarily stunned. He hastily attempted to self-destruct his Dantian, wanting to perish together with the young man in front of him, but found that he couldn't gather his skill in his Dantian to self-destruct at all. The Tianqi king's face changed dramatically. Who exactly are you?" Smiling, Lu Chen said, "Pleased to meet you, I am the North Prince of Great Sum." The Tianqi king said in disbelief, "No. Impossible." Before coming to the North Land, the Tianqi king had already learned a bit about the North Prince through the barbarian tribe's scouts. The North Prince was just a 17 or 18-year-old youth. How could he possess such terrifying strength and use such bizarre tactics? The Tianqi king immediately began to struggle, trying to free himself from Lu Chen's palm. But he suddenly found his body as if rooted to the spot, completely immobile, forced to watch helplessly as his internal power crazily surged toward the youth before him. At this moment, Chen Wanrong, not too far away, also witnessed this scene. It was the first time she had seen Lu Chen absorb someone's skill, and she stood frozen in place. She had never imagined that a technique to directly absorb another's skill could exist in this world, she had only ever heard of transferring skill to others. What cultivation technique had Lu Chen cultivated? How could it look so sinister, as if only those in a cult would use it? After a while, the Tianqi King's skill had been completely absorbed by Lu Chen. The Tianqi King was a grandmaster, and the lifetime of skill from a grandmaster entering Lu Chen's body all at once made him very uncomfortable, as if his body was about to burst into flames, his face turning red. Lu Chen immediately threw the Tianqi King's body aside and drew out a barret, aiming it at the king's head. The Tianqi King was now at death's door, staring at the dark muzzle when he mustered all his strength to say, "The goddess will one day avenge me." No sooner had the Tianqi King finished speaking than Lu Chen shot him in the head. Even as a grandmaster, without the support of internal skill, he was no different from an ordinary person. With that single shot, the grandmaster Tianqi King fell. Seeing the Tianqi King perish, Mu Changtian and the others hastily rode their horses to Lu Chen's side. By this time, Mu Changtian noticed Lu Chen's flushed face and chaotic breathing, sensing that his martial artist's presence was somewhat out of control. He asked anxiously, "Prince, what's wrong with you?" Lu Chen also felt he had absorbed too much skill and that his body was struggling to digest it. Without speaking, he hurried to steady his body, trying to calm the rampant power inside him. It was then that his martial artist's presence further spiraled out of control. As a grandmaster, the release of his presence could be so oppressive that it might suffocate an ordinary person. Suddenly, everyone around felt breathing difficulties, and it became evident that something was wrong with Lu Chen's body. "Distance yourselves from me immediately. I've absorbed too much skill and it's causing me to lose control," he said. He murmured to himself, "It seems I will have to break military discipline today." Realizing Lu Chen's intent, Mu Changtian promptly said, "The prince has been gravely injured on the battlefield and now needs medical attention, which naturally isn't a breach of military discipline." Hearing this, Lu Chen chuckled, then said, "General Mu, you're good at giving me an out. All right, you all continue the pursuit of the barbarian tribe soldiers. I must return now. If there is anything important, send someone to report to me immediately," he instructed. The soldiers chorused in unison, "Yes, Prince." Then, Lu Chen said to Chen Wanrong, "Master Chen, would you be so kind as to give me a ride back on your horse?" Chen Wanrong, realizing something was wrong with Lu Chen as well, quickly mounted her own horse and said, "Get on." Without a word, Lu Chen jumped onto Chen Wanrong's horse and then laid his head on her back. Right after, Chen Wanrong spurred her horse towards Ningbei City. Watching their retreating figures, Li Feng asked with confusion, "What's wrong with the prince?" Mu Changtian said indifferently, "General Li, it's better to know less about things that one shouldn't know. You just need to remember that the prince has been severely injured and has left the battlefield early. As of now, the frontline conflict has nothing to do with the prince." Upon hearing Mu Changtian's words, Li Feng and the others grew even more curious. How could the battle have nothing to do with the prince, who was the main commander? But they refrained from asking more. Following this, Mu Changtian ordered the Tianqi King's body to be collected, then he led his troops directly to the barbarian tribe camp, and soon the quiet of the night was again disrupted by the sound of gunfire. The Black Cavalry led by Xuanyuan Chen and Wenren Lai, and the Light Cavalry headed by Xiao Pengtian, also joined the battlefield. At this very moment, Chen Wanrong rode her horse, carrying Lu Chen back as fast as she could, with him leaning on her back, his arms encircling her waist. Chen Wanrong was incredibly puzzled. What was going on with Lu Chen? She had clearly seen that he hadn't been injured just now. And she found that Lu Chen now seemed very restless, as he was bold enough to grope her while on horseback. The barbarian tribe's camp had been scattered by the artillery fire, and in the darkness, the barbarian soldiers had no idea where to run. They fled around like headless flies, but in the end, they were all cut down one by the armies of the North Country. Even when facing ninth-grade barbarian soldiers who still had the strength to fight, the muskets of the North Country soldiers could kill them instantly. The surviving barbarian soldiers couldn't regroup to counterattack, they didn't even know that their great king was already dead. Some barbarian soldiers saw that all was lost and they were undoubtedly doomed. Combined with the previous bombardment that had terrified them, they simply surrendered outright. Meanwhile, after Chen Wanrong brought Lu Chen back to his residence, she immediately dismounted from her horse. Her complexion was a bit flushed, and she seemed somewhat unhappy. Then she said coldly to Lu Chen, who was still on horseback, "We're here, go inside by yourself." This guy had been making trouble behind her back all the way, grabbing with his paws everywhere, stirring emotions within Chen Wanrong. At that moment, Lu Chen dismounted and said to the soldier at the gate, "Take the horse away." As his words fell, Lu Chen walked up to Chen Wanrong with a smile and said, "Master Chen, I still need your help." Hearing this, Chen Wanrong asked, "What help?" Without another word, Lu Chen wrapped his arms around her and, with a princess carry, lifted her up. Chen Wanrong was momentarily stunned. She quickly raised her arms to wrap around Lu Chen's neck to prevent herself from losing balance and falling. Chen Wanrong asked somewhat angrily, "What are you doing?" Lu Chen replied, "Asking for your help." With that, Lu Chen, holding Chen Wanrong, immediately headed to his own room. Once in the room, Lu Chen laid Chen Wanrong on the bed and then pressed down on top of her. Seeing that Lu Chen had brought her all the way to his room, Chen Wanrong could very well guess what he wanted to do. She said coldly, "The prince's soldiers are fighting on the battlefield, isn't it somewhat improper for the prince to be doing this in the rear?" Lu Chen smiled and said, "Didn't General Mu just say that I've suffered serious injuries and now need to heal? The matters of the battlefield are temporarily unrelated to me." Chen Wanrong then turned her head aside, not looking at Lu Chen anymore, displaying a resigned attitude. This guy had already put it that way, what else could she do? Let him do whatever he wanted, after all, she was already his woman. Seeing Chen Wanrong's snow-white neck, Lu Chen could no longer resist, he bent down and kissed her tempting red lips. Lu Chen had no choice, for the skill he had just absorbed was too much for him to digest all at once. He could only share some of the skill with Chen Wanrong and use the Dragon and Phoenix Yin-Yang skill to speed up the absorption of the skill. Soon, Chen Wanrong also felt the rapid increase of skill within her body, and she guessed what the previous anomaly with Lu Chen had been. Lu Chen had absorbed the skill of a grandmaster while he himself was still only a grandmaster, not yet at the point of breakthrough. Absorbing more skill couldn't help him break through, and so the accumulated skill within his body, which he couldn't digest all at once, made him extremely uncomfortable. Thus, Lu Chen urgently needed to release some of this skill. Chen Wanrong didn't know whether to be happy or angry at this point. On one hand, this scoundrel had transferred his skill to her, which was a good thing since it helped to improve her strength. On the other hand, after being tormented by this guy, she still felt a bit of minor irritation in her heart. The soldiers of the North Country fought in the barbarian tribe camp throughout the night. Although the barbarian soldiers had completely lost the capability to resist, they still numbered in the hundreds of thousands. Even if it were hundreds of thousands of pigs, capturing them would take some time. And so had Lu Chen also fought through the night. Only as dawn broke did Lu Chen rise from gentle jade fragrance. After getting up, he took a glance at Chen Wanrong's fair skin, which was faintly blushing with splashes of light pink. At this moment, Chen Wanrong's eyes were fixed on Lu Chen, her gaze somewhat resentful. Lu Chen said with a smile, "I owe this one to you. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have known how to quickly digest so much skill in such a short time yesterday." As Lu Chen finished speaking, Chen Wanrong said with a blushing face and without expression, "Thank you." Hearing Chen Wanrong thank him, Lu Chen was taken aback for a moment. He had not expected her to take the initiative to thank him. Regaining his composure, Lu Chen said, "No need to thank me." He of course understood why Chen Wanrong was thanking him. Having transferred so much skill to her, helping her to enhance her strength, it was only natural for her to thank him. Chen Wanrong then continued, "After the war is over, I need to return to the mysterious Moon Palace for a visit. Her appearance on the battlefield would surely spread to the ears of the elders of Mysterious Moon Palace soon, so she must return there to stabilize them first, and ensure the Mysterious Moon Palace didn't develop a conflict with the North Country because of her. She had witnessed the military strength of the North Country firsthand. Although Mysterious Moon Palace also had grandmasters, and even celestial-level powerhouses, nobody knew if Lu Chen and his people could produce even more powerful weapons. Becoming enemies with the North Country was unwise. After hearing Chen Wanrong's words, Lu Chen thought for a while, and he surmised that when Chen Wanrong proposed returning to the Mysterious Moon Palace, it was probably to stabilize the elders there, and Lu Chen didn't believe that Chen Wanrong would not come back after returning to the Mysterious Moon Palace. But then again, seeing such a fairy depart was something Lu Chen found rather hard to let go of. At this moment, Lu Chen rested his large hand on Chen Wanrong's slender, fair leg, gently caressed it, and said, "Okay then, but when do you plan to return to the North Country? You don't have my child yet, we still need to work harder on that." Hearing this, Chen Wanrong pondered for a moment before answering, "Once those elders are stabilized, I'll return to the North Country." Lu Chen responded, "All right then, I'll wait for your return." Seeing how readily Lu Chen agreed, Chen Wanrong looked into his eyes and asked, "Aren't you afraid that once I go back, I'll never return?" Upon hearing this question from Chen Wanrong, Lu Chen gently smiled, then leaned in closer, shifting his body towards her. He raised his hand to stroke her beautiful cold cheek and, gazing into her eyes, said, "Didn't I tell you a long time ago that I've poisoned you with love? If you don't come back, can you bear to live without me?" Chen Wanrong did not avoid Lu Chen's gaze and continued to say, "I can force out the love poison you've given me with my cultivation." Lu Chen, with a smile, replied, "Then you can try. But I think I told you before I came to Ningbei City, if you really don't come back, I will go to the Mysterious Moon Palace and snatch you back. I'm quite domineering after all. Once you're my wife for a day, you'll be my wife for life, it won't be so easy to get rid of me." Chen Wanrong was unimpressed, responding icily, "Eventually, you'll get tired of me." In Chen Wanrong's view, although Lu Chen still fancied her beauty now, he already had so many women, each one extremely beautiful and mesmerizing. Plus, with Lu Chen's growing strength, he would undoubtedly marry even more women in the future. Once the number of Lu Chen's women reached a certain point, it was highly likely that he would become weary of the ones from the past. The joys of men and women are all transient. His women are all so beautiful, whether it was with her or any other, it was all the same for Lu Chen. Perhaps after they had been intimate many times, he would lose interest in her. Lu Chen just laughed upon hearing this from Chen Wanrong. He then wrapped his hand around her slender waist and said, "Tired? I won't get tired. Bullying a beauty such as you, how could I ever feel weary?" With an expressionless face, Chen Wanrong replied, "That's just what you say now." Seeing that Chen Wanrong didn't believe his words, Lu Chen said, "How about this, let's make a bet. If I never grow tired of you in the future, then you'll stay by my side forever. As long as you're by my side, I'll visit your room at least once a month. What do you think?" Hearing Lu Chen say that, Chen Wanrong's originally rosy cheeks flushed even redder. She stopped speaking and didn't agree to the bet proposed by Lu Chen. Anyway, whether Lu Chen grew tired or not had nothing to do with her, she only planned on giving birth to a child for him. Once their child was grown, she would return to the Mysterious Moon Palace to continue her cultivation, waiting for her master's seclusion to end. Seeing that Chen Wanrong had nothing more to say, Lu Chen lowered his head and kissed her red lips, deeply kissing her for a while. Chen Wanrong did not push Lu Chen away as she had grown used to being intimate with him. After a moment, their lips parted. Lu Chen then said, "I'm going to check on the battlefield, continue to rest." Chen Wanrong softly hummed in acknowledgement without saying much more. Lu Chen then got up, dressed, and left the room, heading straight for the battlefield. At this time, the troops of the North Country were still clearing the battlefield in the barbarian tribe's camp. Even though a night had passed, the soldiers were still bustling with activity. Riding his horse around the perimeter of the barbarian tribe's camp, Lu Chen soon encountered Mu Changtian and other generals who approached him and greeted, "We pay our respects to the prince." Lu Chen nodded and inquired, how's the situation? Mu Chengtian reported, aside from some barbarian tribe soldiers who managed to escape under the cover of darkness, the Tianqi king's forces have been virtually annihilated by us. The soldiers did a rough count of the barbarian tribe bodies. We killed 200,000 enemies last night and captured 80,000 barbarian tribe soldiers. While the Tianqi king's army had a total of 400,000, Mu Chengtian's report only mentioned 200,000 barbarian tribe soldiers, but considering the casualties during the half-month of battle leading up to this number basically aligned with the size of the 40,000-strong barbarian tribe forces. Of course, under such darkness last night, there would have undoubtedly been some who managed to escape. Lu Chen continued, send out scouts to check the hoof prints on the grasslands and continue the search for barbarian tribe soldiers who escaped last night. Mu Chengtian assured him, please rest easy, my prince. General Wenren and General Shao have already dispatched cavalry to search for those fleeing barbarian tribe soldiers. Lu Chen ordered, take me to see the barbarian tribe captives who surrendered. Lu Chen was somewhat concerned about the final words of the Tianqi king before his death. He wanted to find some barbarian tribe soldiers to inquire about this so-called goddess. Please follow me, your highness, said Mu Chengtian. Afterward, Mu Chengtian led Lu Chen to the temporary camp where the barbarian tribe captives were held. When Lu Chen appeared at the temporary camp of the barbarian tribe captives, each one of them became incredibly fearful, having sensed the aura of a martial artist emanating from Lu Chen. Some slightly stronger barbarian tribe soldiers immediately deduced that this young man was a grandmaster. At first, the soldiers of the barbarian tribe were unaware of where their king had gone, thus they harbored a sliver of hope, wishing for their king to save them. However, when they saw this young grandmaster, their hearts instantly turned cold. The North Country had sent a grandmaster this time, and their king had been absent for an entire night. Did that mean it was very likely that their king had encountered misfortune? This was a total disaster. Lu Chen swept his gaze over the captured barbarians and saw a Master Realm barbarian tribe general among the crowd. This barbarian tribe general was adept at concealing his strength. His body barely emitted any martial artist aura, appearing to be just an ordinary barbarian tribe soldier. But no matter how much he hid, it was futile in front of Lu Chen with his system. Lu Chen immediately said to the barbarian tribe general hiding in the crowd, Huyan Tong, do you really think you can hide among the barbarian tribe soldiers and no one will recognize you? Upon hearing the young man call his name, Huyan Tong was shocked. How could anyone in the North Country recognize him? That's not right, the youth must be bluffing him. He must have learned about Huyan Tong's existence within the barbarian tribe army through some soldier, which is why he said so to the crowd. The young man probably had not recognized him. Huyan Tong thought that he looked no different from any ordinary barbarian tribe soldier and, having cultivated the cultivation technique given by the goddess, had concealed his martial artist aura. He looked just like any other ordinary soldier and couldn't possibly be recognized. As long as the surrounding barbarian tribe soldiers did not betray him and pointed him out, he would be able to blend in safely. Once the youth had left, he would find an opportunity to slip away and report what happened in Ningbei City to the goddess. While Huyan Tong thought this way, Lu Chen chuckled to himself and then raised his hand, using his spiritual power to drag Huyan Tong out from the crowd. Huyan Tong was stunned. He had assumed the youth was only trying to bluff them, but the youth had actually singled him out. Which bastard had betrayed him? If he found out, he would definitely slaughter that traitor. Seeing Lu Chen pull out a barbarian tribe soldier who did not look robust and was dressed in worn fur clothes, Mu Chengtian curiously asked, Prince, do you know this man? Lu Chen casually remarked, this man is a master-level military general under the Tianqi king. At these words, Mu Chengtian froze in place, his eyes in disbelief as he scrutinized Huyan Tong. Huyan Tong did not seem like a master-level military general at all. First, there was no martial artist aura about him, and second, his body wasn't as burly as the usual barbarian tribe soldier. He looked nothing more than cannon fodder among the barbarians. This man was a master-level military general under the Tianqi king. Coming back to his senses, Mu Chengtian frowned and said, Prince, could it be that you've made a mistake? This man doesn't look like a barbarian tribe general at all. Lu Chen laughed and then said, Huyantong, do you truly think that by concealing your martial artist aura, you can deceive my eyes? If you continue this act, I'll send you down to meet your king. Upon hearing this, Huyantong was taken aback. Send him down to meet the king. So, did that mean that their king had truly died? Could it be that the young Grand Master in front of him had killed him? Filled with fear at the thought, Huyantong quickly changed his tune. I am Huyantong, the Tianqi King's barbarian tribe general. Spare my life, great lord. Whatever you wish to know, you may ask me, I will tell you anything. Seeing Huyantong immediately confess his identity, Mu Chengtian felt somewhat speechless. It was his first time seeing a barbarian tribe general act so cowardly. Not only had he hidden among the barbarian tribe soldiers, but he was also afraid to acknowledge his own identity. He hadn't expected the Tianqi King's subordinates to include such a barbarian tribe commander. Lu Chen then asked directly, you said that your king mentioned, before he died last night, that your goddess would seek revenge upon me. I am quite interested in your goddess, tell me, what kind of woman is she? Hearing Lu Chen's question, Huyantong was momentarily stunned. Seeing that Huyantong did not answer immediately, Lu Chen continued, what, as a master general, do you not even know of your barbarian tribe's goddess? After snapping out of it, Huyantong quickly responded, of course I know her, I just wasn't sure what you wanted to learn about the goddess. Lu Chen then inquired, what is the strength of your goddess? Huyantong answered, I am not clear on that. I only know that even our king is no match for her. The goddess could pin our king to the ground with just a flick of her finger. At Huyantong's response, Lu Chen and Mu Chengtian's hearts skipped a beat. The Tianqi king was already formidable, yet the barbarian tribe goddess could pin him to the ground with just a flick of her finger. How terrifying must the strength of this barbarian tribe goddess be? Could she be a celestial of the heavenly human realm? Could it be that the barbarian tribe also had a celestial of the heavenly human realm? This was not good news for their North Country. The North Country currently had at most 3 Grand Masters, and the gap between a Grand Master and someone of the heavenly human realm was vast, as different as earth and heaven. If the barbarian tribe goddess came knocking, it was uncertain if the North Country could withstand the attack. After hearing Huyantong's response, Lu Chen wasn't intimidated by the strength of the barbarian tribe goddess. Although the goddess was powerful, the more potent she was, the less likely she would personally stoop to demeaning acts. Under normal circumstances, even a Grand Master would not easily appear on the battlefield, let alone a warrior from the heavenly human realm. Moreover, even if the goddess of the barbarian tribe really wanted to trouble the North Country, Lu Chen didn't have to worry too much. Zhuge Zongguang was about to break through to the heavenly human realm, and Lu Chen believed that Zhuge could successfully make the breakthrough before the goddess came looking for trouble. Even without relying on Zhuge Zongguang, he could accelerate his cultivation speed and strive to enhance his own cultivation state, hoping to break through to the heavenly human realm as soon as possible. Lu Chen then continued to ask, why did the Tianqi king march eastward? Was it to relocate to the North Land, or specifically to attack the North Country? Huyantong replied, initially, the goddess intended for the Tianqi king to relocate to the North Land and not act rashly for the time being. However, the king, in a foul mood after being defeated by the Dayu dynasty, wanted to vent his anger, and thus led us to attack the North Country. At this point, Huyantong immediately knelt down. It was all the Tianqi king's decision, it has nothing to do with me. I was forced to follow him to attack the North Country, I beg for mercy, sir. Hearing Huyantong's words, Lu Chen fell into contemplation. He originally thought that the Tianqi king had his own reasons for coming to the North Land, but it turned out there was someone pushing him from behind. What did the goddess of the barbarian tribe want the Tianqi king to do in the North Land? Was there something in the North Land that the goddess cared about? Thinking of this, Lu Chen asked, do you know why your barbarian tribe goddess had the Tianqi king come to the North Land? Huyantong replied, I'm just a leader of a small tribe, how could I possibly know the thoughts of the goddess? Upon hearing Huyantong's answer, Lu Chen suddenly regretted killing the Tianqi king so quickly. Before he acted last night, his thought was to avoid prolonging the matter and to kill the Tianqi king early to prevent any mishaps. But by killing him so quickly, he had just deprived himself of a lot of intelligence. It seemed that he needed to hesitate a bit before taking action in the future. Being too decisive wasn't always a good thing. At this moment, Lu Chen glanced over the captured members of the barbarian tribe and then his gaze fell back on Huyantong. Do you know anything else about your goddess? For example, how was your goddess born, or what kind of abilities does she possess? Huyantong responded, My lord, I have told you all I know. I have only seen the goddess a few times, I really don't know much about her. At this time, Mu Chengtian approached Lu Chen and whispered in his ear, Prince, how should we deal with this barbarian tribe general? After some thought, Lu Chen said, First, seal his skill, then take him back to Yan County for further use. He might still be useful. Mu Chengtian responded, Understood. Lu Chen then said to Huyantong, If you wish to live, be honest. If you dare to play any tricks, I will send you straight to meet your king. Huyantong replied, Rest assured, my lord, I will be completely honest and won't attempt to escape. Lu Chen no longer wasted words with Huyantong. He didn't plan to interrogate other barbarian tribe soldiers about the goddess, given that even Huyantong knew so little about her. It was likely that the others had even less contact with her, probably knowing even less. Lu Chen then turned and left. No sooner had Lu Chen left the temporary camp of the captured barbarians than Xiao Pengtian returned with cavalry, bringing in a group of barbarian tribe soldiers who had fled the previous night. Seeing Xiao Pengtian, Lu Chen immediately asked, General Xiao, come here for a moment, I have something to ask you. Hearing this, Xiao Pengtian promptly came before Lu Chen, Prince, what do you need from me? Lu Chen went straight to the point, have you ever heard of your barbarian tribe's goddess? Lu Chen thought that since Xiao Pengtian grew up among the barbarian tribe, and his status within the Sky Wolf King's tribe was not too low, he should know some intelligence about the goddess. Startled by Lu Chen's question, Xiao Pengtian paused before saying, Prince, when did the barbarian tribe have a goddess? I have no knowledge of this. Realizing something from Xiao Pengtian's response, Lu Chen immediately reflected that the Sky Wolf King's tribe had relocated to the North Land quite early. It was possible that the barbarian tribe goddess was born after the Sky Wolf King's tribe had moved, and the tribe might not know anything about a goddess at all. Lu Chen waved his hand, never mind then, carry on with your duties. Xiao Pengtian paused again and then said, I shall take my leave. After touring the battlefield of the previous night several times, Lu Chen returned to Ningbei City. As Lu Chen was about to have the Brocade Guard send the latest battle report to Yan County, Wu Yuan came before him, handing him an envelope. Prince, there is intelligence from Yan County. Lu Chen first took the envelope from Wu Yuan, opened it, and read through the intelligence inside. Seeing that the intelligence mentioned the Dayu dynasty sending an envoy to the North Country, Lu Chen's expression grew serious. What did the Dayu envoy want by coming to the North Country at such a time? The intelligence stated that the envoy of the Dayu dynasty offered help, saying that if the North Country had any needs, they could turn to Dayu, which would surely assist. Help. So charitable. North Country and the Dayu dynasty had never had official dealings. After all, North Country was just a feudal state within the Great Xia dynasty, and feudal states had no right to establish diplomatic relations with a dynasty. Dayu's sudden dispatch of an envoy to aid North Country obviously carried ill intentions. I'm afraid Dayu intended to sow discord, provoking the Sum Emperor to believe that North Country planned to declare independence, hence secretly establishing diplomatic ties with the Dayu dynasty. It's unclear if this was the Empress's idea. If it was indeed the Empress's idea, it would prove that she was an exceedingly restless sovereign, possibly harboring ambitions to expand her territory. Lu Chen temporarily didn't take this matter to heart. He said to Wu Yuan, go back to Yan County immediately and report last night's military achievements to the Eastern Newspaper Agency, instructing them to promote it heavily in the newspapers. An imperial army of 200,000 had utterly defeated the barbarian army of 400,000, even killing a grandmaster in the process. This was the first time in hundreds of years that a grandmaster had died on the battlefield. Previously, whether in dynastic wars or any other conflicts, grandmasters never took to the field, which is why none had ever died there. Lu Chen believed that such significant military success would suffice to deter some with ulterior motives from coveting North Country. Of course, this would also make certain individuals even more wary of North Country, accelerating their plans to eliminate him, the North Prince, such as his own father the Emperor. At that moment, Wu Yuan asked, Prince, when I came to Yan County, the great scholar asked me to inquire if you wish to meet with Dayu's envoys. Hearing this question, Lu Chen countered, what did the great scholar say? Wu Yuan replied, the great scholar said it's entirely up to you. Currently, North Country definitely couldn't continue to just survive passively. After all, its strength had already been exposed, and the Sum Emperor was already considering moving against North Country. Thus, Zhuge Zongguang believes that it's not necessary for North Country to rely on the Great Sha Court's opinion to establish diplomatic relations with that dynasty. If the North Prince is willing, they could set up an official channel of communication with the Dayu dynasty. Moreover, the rebel forces in the south are still holding out, and the Great Sha Court doesn't have the energy to pay attention to the happenings in North Country. Although they disapprove of North Country, they won't break off relations at this point. North Country is already the most powerful feudal state. Breaking off relations prematurely wouldn't benefit the Great Sha Court. If they plan to deal with North Country, they would make their move after preparing for war. The way the Sum Emperor handled the aristocratic families of the south shows that he was a cautious sovereign. He forced Lu Shuyun to head south only when there were no external threats and ample preparations were made. Moreover, North Country is not like the aristocratic families of the south. Since Lu Chen's arrival in North Country, he had achieved victory in 3 successive battles. The aristocratic families of the south were loose sand, unable to band together even in rebellion. The imperial army easily dealt with them, but facing North Country, which has accumulated nearly 1 million casualties among enemy ranks, the Sum Emperor would certainly be even more cautious. This was beyond doubt. Once the Sum Emperor learns of the battle at Ningbei City and reassesses North Country's strength, there is a high likelihood he would choose to continue maintaining relations with North Country. After thinking for a while, Lu Chen then said to Wu Yuan, go back and tell the great scholar to have Dayu's envoys stay in North Country for a while longer. I will return in half a month. Your subordinate understands. Lu Chen said, all right, you may attend to your duties. Your subordinate takes his leave. 7 days later. Yan County. The latest edition of the Eastern Newspaper Agency was immediately sold out as soon as it was released. Dongfang Longyu instantly had the prince's mansion's printing press rush to print another batch of newspapers, which again sold out in less than a quarter of an hour. The news of North Country annihilating the Tianqi king's army of 400,000 and slaying the Tianqi king himself shook the entire Yan County in an instant. People found it hard to believe the news, especially the spies of various dynasties and powers. The Tianqi king was a grandmaster. And he was just killed like that. It should be remembered that before attacking North Country, the Tianqi king had joined forces with the barbarian tribe to attack the Dayu dynasty, and even with the empress leading the campaign personally, the Tianqi king managed to retreat from the battlefield unscathed but ended up falling in North Country. Mysterious Moon Tavern. Inside a private room, a woman dressed in black and white plain clothes, exceptionally beautiful, with a bewitching allure, sat at a table, looking over a note in her hand. Several elders stood before her, and among them was Wang Maoshui, who had volunteered to be an envoy to North Country for the Great Yu Empress. She then asked, what did Zhuge Zongguang say? Upon hearing the woman's question, Wang Maoshui spoke up, Lord Murong, Zhuge Zongguang suggests we wait a bit longer, until the North Prince returns, as he intends to meet with us personally. Hearing this, the woman voiced her doubts, wait for the North Prince to return. The North Prince is currently engaged in battle with the barbarian army at Ningbei City. Can he really afford to leave at this time? Could it be that the North Prince plans to let his subordinates hold Ningbei City while he returns alone to Yan County? Wang Maoshui noted, I'm not sure about that. Perhaps the barbarian assault isn't too fierce, and the North Prince believes they are only probing our defenses, not truly intending to attack North Country. Just then, a knock at the door suddenly rang out, and the woman spoke softly, the door isn't latched, come in. The next moment, a man from the Great Ju delegation entered the room, holding a newspaper that had just been published by the Eastern Newspaper Agency. He said, gasping for breath, Big news, the barbarian tribe 40,000 strong barbarian army has been annihilated, the Tianqi Kinga Huffa has been defeated, and killed. Upon hearing these words, everyone in the room was stunned. In an instant, the room fell into a deathly silence, and the sounds from the street outside became excruciatingly piercing. After a while, Wang Maoshui came to his senses and asked with disbelief, "Where did you get this information from? The Tianqi king had an army of 400,000 men, how could they be defeated so easily?" The man immediately handed over the newspaper he was holding to Wang Maoshui, who grabbed the paper and quickly scanned the content. Today's newspaper from the Eastern Newspaper Agency focused on only one thing, which was the North Country's annihilation of the Tianqi king's army. The agency described how over the past half-month, the barbarian army of the Tianqi king had been assaulting Ningbei city and how the North Prince, undaunted by danger, deceived the enemy and then decisively struck out, wiping out the Tianqi king's army overnight. Of course, the Eastern Newspaper Agency didn't record anything about firearms. Without the existence of firearms, the paper seemed particularly fake. 200,000 soldiers launching a night raid on the barbarian camp, destroying the Tianqi king's 400,000 strong army, and even killing the Tianqi king, a grand master. Could it really be that easy? What a joke. Even if the barbarian army was asleep at night, once they reacted, they would still be formidable in combat. Moreover, the Tianqi king's army comprised a major tribe that had branched out from the past barbarian king. Their soldiers possessed extraordinary fighting abilities, how could they collapse instantly in an ambush? Could this news be false? But from the intelligence gathered by Great Jew, the Eastern Newspaper Agency was established with the approval of the North Prince Mansion. They shouldn't be spreading false news on their own, especially not about a matter related to war. After frowning for a moment, Wang Maoshui immediately passed the newspaper to a woman, saying, "Lord Murong, please take a look." The woman took the newspaper from Wang Maoshui's hand and read the content carefully. After reviewing the content of the newspaper, Murong Shui frowned slightly before saying to the people in the room, "I remember that North Country also has an official newspaper. Go and buy a copy of today's official newspaper right away." Hearing this, the man who had just delivered the newspaper immediately turned around and said, "Yes, I'll go buy the official newspaper immediately." After the man left the room, Wang Maoshui asked, "Lord Murong, how credible do you think this news is?" Murong Shui replied, "Completely credible." At her words, everyone in the room was taken aback. An official from the delegation asked, "Lord Murong, why do you believe the content of the newspaper so much? This news seems fake no matter how you look at it." Murong Shui said, "To print newspapers, the Eastern Newspaper Agency must get the approval of the North Prince Mansion, so naturally, this news has been reviewed by the North Prince Mansion. This indicates that the North Prince Mansion intentionally released this news. Ever since the North Prince came to North Country, the two battles he has faced have not ended in defeat. During the battle for Tianguang City, although North Country claimed that they lost over 40,000 heavy cavalry, these heavy cavalry reappeared in a North Country military parade a month ago. This proves they were only concealing their true strength. They definitely defeated the North Free King's army in the battle for Tianguang City. From these two battles, it's clear that North Country's military strength is not weak. At this point, Wang Maoshui interjected, "Lord Murong, the Tianqi King's tribe is a major tribe that branched out from the barbarian king's court. The barbarian soldiers under the Tianqi King are stronger than those barbarians from the North Land." Murong Shui said, "Sir Wang is also aware of the strong military power of the Tianqi King-led barbarian army. Wouldn't Sir Wang then think that North Country has been concealing its true strength from the start?" This. Wang Maoshui paused, then said, "The North Prince has only been in North Country for a few years." Murong Shui said, "When the Sky Wolf King's army was pressing down on Yan County, how long had the North Prince been in North Country? To speculate on North Country's military strength, one obviously cannot view it through normal eyes. No one knows what kind of power lies behind the North Prince, except for the North Prince himself, not even the Empress can see through him." Hearing Murong Shui's words, everyone once again fell into silence. Murong Shui said, "Once the official newspaper of North Country comes out, we will know whether this news is true or false." At this moment, Wang Maoshui murmured, "No wonder Zhuge Zongguang asked us to wait a bit longer today. It turns out he already knew about the great victory of the North Country Army." The feelings of the people present were complex. Originally, they had come to North Country with the intention of aiding it, hoping to make North Country owe a favor to the Dayu dynasty. They did not expect the war to end so promptly. After waiting in the room for about 15 minutes, a member of the delegation returned with the official newspaper. When everyone saw the news of the great victory at Ningbei City published in the North Country official newspaper, they basically believed that North Country had indeed defeated the Tianqi king-led barbarian army. This realization posed a new question to the delegates. The Tianqi king was a Grand Master, so to defeat him, the Grand Master, there had to be at least one other Grand Master on the battlefield. Zhuge Zongguang had always been in Yan County and had never left, which implied that there was another hidden Grand Master in North Country. A small feudal state with two Grand Masters. Could that still be considered a feudal state? Perhaps when the North Prince returned to Yan County, he would have plans to proclaim himself emperor. Otherwise, why would Zhuge Zongguang say the North Prince wanted to meet with the delegation from the Dayu dynasty personally? The news of North Country defeating the Tianqi king's army was so explosive that it spread throughout the several dynasties in less than half a month. Of course, it also reached the ears of the Sum Emperor. However, when the Sum Emperor and the court officials learned of this news, it wasn't through rumors. Instead, it was through the Red Ribbon Messenger from North Country. Great Xia Dynasty. Xuanzheng Hall. The court was unusually lively today, with officials discussing how to handle Lu Shuyun. The civil war within Great Xia was nearing its end. Although Lu Shuyun had not been captured yet, the court had encircled Sufeng City, where Lu Shuyun, once the crown prince, was now at his wits' end. As the heated discussion continued, a resounding voice came from outside, "Urgent report from North Country." Upon hearing this, the entire court went silent in an instant. North Country. What urgent report could come from North Country? Could it be that North Country's 200,000 soldiers had been defeated by the Tianqi king? Although the court officials had been focusing their attention on the military affairs in the south recently, they were still aware of some news about the North Country. In particular, the news of North Country's troop review alarmed officials, realizing that the North Country had grown beyond control with the appearance of its 200,000-strong army. However, with the southern rebels yet to be eliminated, they lacked the energy to pay attention to what was happening in the North Country. Before the southern rebels were put down, going after the North Country could very likely lead to being caught between two fronts. Therefore, the court officials had a very clear stance on the North Country. They chose to ignore it, pretending it did not exist. Furthermore, upon hearing that 40,000 of Tianqi King's troops had marched eastward, they believed that a battle between the North Country and Tianqi King was inevitable and that the Tianqi King's formidable presence would inevitably weaken North Country's strength. But, on reflection, though they wished Tianqi King to further weaken the North Country, they were not willing to see it collapse completely at the hands of Tianqi King. Now that their focus was on the south, if the North Country were to fall to Tianqi King, it would become another problem for Great Xia, a formidable enemy, given Tianqi King was a Grand Master, and his tribe had branched out from a former barbarian tribe kingdom, with each of his barbarian soldiers being exceptionally strong. If the North Country were to be conquered by Tianqi King's army, it would be akin to a sharp sword hanging over Great Xia's head, extremely unfavorable for the empire. Just when all the court officials were speculating that something had happened to the North Country, the Red Ribbon Messenger loudly announced, "Victory in the North Country." The North Prince led a 200,000-strong army and achieved a great victory in Ningbei City, slaying 320,000 barbarians, capturing 80,000 barbarian soldiers, and even slaying Tianqi King at the hands of one of our generals. Upon hearing these words, the Great Hall fell even quieter, and some officials couldn't help but gasp in shock. They had just assumed that it was the North Country that had fallen to Tianqi King, but the outcome turned out to be the North Country defeating Tianqi King's 400,000-strong army and even killing the Grand Master Tianqi King. How is this possible? How did North Country achieve this? To their knowledge, North Country's Grand Master Zhuge Zongguang had always been in Yan County and had not gone to Ningbei City. To kill a Grand Master, the North Country would need a Grand Master of its own. If Zhuge Zongguang had not gone to the battlefield, did that not hint at another hidden Grand Master in the North Country? Two Grand Masters in a mere feudal state. Can it still be considered just a feudal state? Even the great Shah imperial family had only one publicly known Grandmaster, the state preceptor Satu Ce. Yet North Country had two, which made it hard to believe that North Country had no intention of rebelling, didn't it? This led those who previously thought the North Prince was but a pawn of the Sum Emperor to doubt, could the North Prince truly be the Sum Emperor's pawn? Did the Emperor need to place two Grand Masters next to a mere pawn? When a pawn has the power to leap out of the chessboard, is it still a pawn? At this moment, the court was filled with a grave atmosphere, as if they could already feel the imperial pressure exuding from the Sum Emperor. The officials did not even dare to breathe too heavily. It took a long while before the eunuch beside the Sum Emperor snapped out of it. He quickly approached the red ribbon messenger, took the battle report from their hands, and then shakily returned to the Sum Emperor, presenting the report with both hands. The Sum Emperor then took the report, glanced over its content, and remained silent for a long time. When he first heard about Tianqi King's eastward advance, he too thought that the North Country was inevitably facing a great crisis. Even if the North Country could withstand Tianqi King's onslaught, its might would be significantly weakened. Yet now, the battle report told him that North Country not only had triumphed over Tianqi King's 400,000 troops but had also killed Tianqi King, the Grand Master. Had North Country's power grown so strong in such a short period? The key was, according to intelligence from the Shadow Guard, Zhuge Zongguang had not gone to the battlefield. This meant that North Country had at least another Grand Master. Initially, he thought Zhuge Zongguang was the person backing Lu Chen, but now it seemed Zhuge might truly not be the mastermind behind the changes in North Country. As he looked at the content of the battle report, the Sum Emperor's face darkened, growing very displeased. As North Country was a vassal of Great Shah, the Sum Emperor, as the Great Shah Emperor, should be pleased with its victory. However, when a vassal state grows too powerful, it poses a serious threat to the court and even to his position as the emperor. It appeared that North Country was verging on being out of control, and evidently, the Great Shah court could no longer rein it in. Measures must be taken to address the situation in North Country. After an indeterminate period of time, the Sum Emperor finally spoke coldly. My loyal subjects, the North Prince has shown great bravery in battle and achieved such glory. How do you think I should reward him? Hearing the Sum Emperor's icy tone, not a single official in the Great Hall dared to speak. Clearly, the Sum Emperor was very displeased with the outcome. A seigneur with such formidable military might was a huge threat to the court. At that moment, Right Minister Zhao Wenan stood up and said, Your Majesty, although the North Prince has earned immense military merits, he has violated the decree limiting military forces, expanding his troops to 200,000 without authorization. Such unauthorized expansion is a grave offense. However, considering that this army marched north and protected Great Shah from the invasion of foreign enemies, I believe his merits offset his offenses, so there is no need to reward the North Prince further. Upon hearing Zhao Wenan's remark, the Sum Emperor chuckled coldly, no reward, isn't that inappropriate? If nothing is awarded, wouldn't that chill North Prince's heart? Zhao Wenan then clasped his hands and continued, it all depends on your Majesty's decision. As soon as the words fell, Zhao Wenan returned to his original position. Zhao Wenan was merely facilitating conversation for the Sum Emperor. He could tell that the Sum Emperor had no intention of rewarding the North Prince. To say nothing of a reward, the Sum Emperor probably wished deep down that the North Prince would drop dead. With the North Country suddenly possessing such strong military power, by the time they finished suppressing the rebellion in the south, it was likely that the court would have to start weakening the power of the vassals again. The North Prince still expected a reward. A reward of poisoned wine might be more fitting. At that moment, the Sum Emperor's gaze fell upon Lin Gaoyuan. Lin, what do you think I should reward the North Prince with? When Lin Gaoyuan heard the Sum Emperor inquire of him, he slowly stepped out from the line, then bowed and said with his hands clasped, Your Majesty, my thoughts align with those of Prime Minister Zhao. Although Lin Gaoyuan was on Lu Chen's side, now was not a good time to speak up for Lu Chen. Anyone with clear eyes could see the big change in the Sum Emperor's attitude toward Lu Chen. The court officials no longer simply viewed the North Prince as the Sum Emperor's pawn. North Country's development had obviously escaped the Sum Emperor's control. Being a traditional emperor, he would never allow those from the Universal Academy to come to Great Sum and stir up trouble. Perhaps the North Prince might have been the Sum Emperor's pawn in the past, but certainly not now. The Sum Emperor glanced over the people on the court floor and then asked, "Does anyone else have different thoughts?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than the court hall became quiet again, not a single person speaking. The Sum Emperor then said, "It seems this is what you all think. Since none of you want me to reward the North Prince, then I won't reward him. However, considering the North Prince's great merits, even if there is no physical reward, a verbal commendation is still needed. Zhao, I will trouble you to take a trip to North Country for me to convey a few words on my behalf." Hearing this, Zhao Wenan's heart skipped a beat. He really didn't want to go to North Country, which was no different from a dangerous place. It was clear to everyone that North Country could revolt at any moment. If he happened to arrive just as North Country started its uprising, wouldn't he end up without even a body to be found? However, since this was the Sum Emperor's will, Zhao Wenan dared not disobey. He had no choice but to respond, "Your servant acknowledges the decree." The Sum Emperor continued, "Aside from the matter of the South's warfare, do any of my beloved officials have other matters? If not, we will conclude today's early court, for I am weary." No minister in the Great Hall spoke up, as it was evident that the Sum Emperor was in a very foul mood, and no one dared to stir the pot at this time. Seeing that no minister spoke up, the Sum Emperor got up from the dragon throne and flicked his sleeve, "If there are no matters, then let it be." After the words were uttered, the Sum Emperor departed. All the ministers immediately paid their respects, saying, "We respectfully send off your majesty." Once the Sum Emperor left the Xuanzheng Hall and returned to his study, his expression turned sour. But this time, he didn't lash out at his surroundings with his Gangqi. Instead, he spoke to the shadow behind the bookshelf. "Have those two old men from Four Directions Mountain and Fixed Wind Mountain agreed?" Someone from within the shadow of the bookshelf responded, "Your Majesty, they are still hesitating." The Sum Emperor said in a cold voice, "A bunch of cowardly rats." For the Sum Emperor at this moment, it didn't matter how North Country developed, but Zhuge Zongguang absolutely must not break through to the heavenly human realm. No matter how North Country developed, it was only a mundane power, but should a celestial of heavenly human realm appear in North Country, then it would be beyond what Great Sum could handle. The heavenly human realm was the highest realm of martial arts known to people. Before the discovery of immortals, the heavenly human realm was almost synonymous with being an immortal. Other countries or dynasties didn't have immortals. If an immortal emerged in North Country, how could it still be seen just as a mundane power? The disciples from the mysterious Moon Palace did as they pleased in all the major dynasties, but there were few powers that dared to target the mysterious Moon Palace. The reason was that the mysterious Moon Palace had a celestial, who had slain many grandmasters. This made the major dynasties remain in fear of the mysterious Moon Palace. Only those hard-headed powers dared to target the mysterious Moon Palace, such as the Chu family from the south. The Chu family once sought to provoke a mysterious Moon Palace disciple over a divine artifact, and had it not been for Chu Yu being the goddess of the mysterious Moon Palace, the world might no longer remember the Chu family. At that point, the Sum Emperor continued to inquire, "What about Peach Blossom Valley?" The shadow behind the bookshelf replied, "The Valley Master of Peach Blossom Valley agreed. If your Majesty wishes to make a move against Zhuge Zongguang, she can contact her anytime." Relieved to hear this, the Sum Emperor loosened up. It was okay as long as someone had agreed. Zhuge Zongguang was not an ordinary Grand Master, and killing him would certainly not be easy. The Sum Emperor had to enlist the help of several Grand Masters before he could be at ease. Thinking about this, a sharp gleam flashed in the Sum Emperor's eyes. He asked in a somber voice, "How goes the investigation into the matter I asked you to look into?" "Your Majesty, I still haven't found any evidence of Consort Yu being involved with any other man. I have already investigated everyone in the palace, and my subordinates have also been to the Chu family residence. Currently, we just haven't investigated the mysterious Moon Palace." If your majesty suspects consort you of being involved with another man, then it's most likely that the man is from the mysterious Moon Palace. Hearing this, the Sum Emperor fell into deep thought. Then he said, back then, Chuyu had a maid by her side, she should know many things unknown to others. From behind the bookcase, a shadow spoke, Chuyukan is now in the North Prince Mansion, my subordinates are unable to contact her for the moment. The Sum Emperor frowned slightly, then said, continue the investigation. Although all the evidence from various sources indicated that Chuyu had not been in contact with any other man for over a year before her pregnancy, the Sum Emperor still didn't believe that Lu Chen was his child. Every time he visited Chuyu's room, he never regained consciousness. How could he believe that something had happened between him and Chuyu? If it hadn't been for the need to stabilize the throne and the reluctance to offend the Chu family, he probably would have turned against them long ago. Moreover, making such a matter public wasn't a good thing for an emperor, it was a disgrace. Even though he knew for certain that Lu Chen couldn't possibly be his child, he couldn't say it out loud. The reason he was still having people investigate this matter after more than a decade was mainly that he couldn't get over it. Because of this matter, the Shadow Guard had killed no small number of men related to Chu Yu, but he was still restless without finding Lu Chen's biological father. Meanwhile, in a military camp of the Great Wu dynasty, Wu Junwan, clad in silver-white armor, was talking with the leader of a rebel faction, already the fourth one to choose surrender to her. The reason for Wu Junwan's smooth suppression of the rebellion was primarily her strategy of encirclement without attack, using military force as a deterrent on the one hand, while on the other, sending envoys to persuade surrender, and employing various means to buy off the people around the rebels. Wu Junwan controlled the Qinhai Commercial Association, and she also held the strongest intelligence agency in Great Wu. With money and connections at her disposal, it was an easy task for her to precisely buy off the people around the rebel leaders. After negotiations with Wu Junwan concluded, the rebel leader left the tent with a smile. Watching the back of the departing rebel leader, Wu Junwan's smile instantly solidified. Then she asked the person next to her, this should be the last persuadable rebel leader, right? The military general beside Wu Junwan immediately replied, yes, the remaining rebels are mainly supported by the aristocratic families of the southwest region, and they're highly unlikely to surrender. Hearing this, Wu Junwan coldly said, find a way to get rid of that man in a few days. Yes, Princess Junwan. Wu Junwan cared about the rebels, not the rebel leaders. She bought off the people around the rebel leaders to help her take control of the rebels. As for those who bargained with her, such as the rebel leaders, they were better off dead. Just then, a soldier entered the tent, presenting an envelope to Wu Junwan, Your Highness, there is intelligence from North Country. Upon hearing this, Wu Junwan immediately took the envelope from the soldier, opened it, and glanced at the contents. As Wu Junwan read about North Country's annihilation of Tianqi King's army of 400,000, her expression turned very stern. At that moment, Wu Junwan asked, is this information confirmed? The soldier replied, this news has been published in the official reports of North Country, and our people have learned that the North Prince is already on his way back to Yan County. He will soon receive the envoys from Da Yu dynasty, so there is a high likelihood that this news is true. Hearing this, Wu Junwan murmured to herself, I thought it would be impressive enough if North Country could hold off Tianqi King's invasion, but they've gone and annihilated Tianqi King's army outright. North Country is growing faster than I imagined. At that point, Wu Junwan suddenly remembered the intelligence report mentioning that the Da Yu dynasty sent envoys to North Country. She looked at the intelligence again and a smile smoothed over her features. She also realized why her good sister would send envoys to North Country at this time. Clearly, the Yu Emperor planned to use North Country to divide Great Sum. Despite North Country's strength, its rise was not good for the Great Sum court, nor for the Sum Emperor. Once the Sum Emperor had dealt with the matter of the southern aristocratic family's rebellion, he would probably move to weaken the vassals next. If she could incite war between North Country and the Great Sum court, the division of Great Sum could be expected in no time. North Country had a proven military might, definitely not as fragile as the southern rebels. A rebellion by North Country would be a disaster for Great Sum, but for other kingdoms, it would be a most welcome event. Without Great Sum, a powerful adversary, they could not only expand opportunistically, but external pressures would also be greatly reduced in the future. Wu Junwan thought to herself, now that Da Yu dynasty had made a move, Mr. Chai, the prime minister, should also know what to do. Since Da Yu wanted to establish official communications with North Country, then Great Wu must also get involved. This would more easily provoke the Great Sum court. Once North Country established diplomatic relations with other kingdoms, it wasn't far from de facto independence. When that time came, Great Sum would definitely take action against North Country. Now what the Great Wu dynasty needed to do was to fan the flames and make the fire burn even brighter. Thinking this, Wu Junwan said, I will write a letter to Mr. Chai later, come to my tent to collect it in 2 hours. The soldier replied, understood, Princess Junwan. Half a month later. North Country, Yan County. Today the north gate of Yan County was packed with people, for it was the day of the North Prince's triumphant return. The citizens of Yan County spontaneously headed to the North Gate to welcome the North Prince. To confirm if the North Prince had really defeated Tianqi King, spies from various countries were also mixed in with the crowd, waiting for the North Prince's return. The envoys from the Da Yu dynasty also found a place to wait for the North Prince's entourage. Suddenly, the dashing figure of the North Prince appeared in the distance. As the North Prince rode slowly down the avenue of entrance to the city, the surrounding citizens of North Country immediately burst into cheers. In the middle of the crowd, Murong Shuai in her black and white attire glanced at Lu Chen on horseback and muttered to herself, indeed, a man of exceptional handsomeness. It seems we have underestimated the North Prince, he is already a Grand Master. Lu Chen slowly passed through the main road into the city, and soon the people saw that behind him, on the cart, there was a wooden rack, and hanging upon that rack, a corpse. Behind that corpse was a long procession of barbarian captives. Seeing the body hanging from the wooden rack, spies from other nations were almost all stunned. Although most of the spies had never seen Tianqi King in person, they all had his portrait to verify whether the news of Tianqi King's death at the hands of North Country was true or not. The corpse hanging from the rack looked almost identical to Tianqi King's portrait. The spies from various countries couldn't help but think, could it be that North Country really did defeat Tianqi King's forces? At this moment, Wang Maoshui, who was by Murong Shui's side, spoke up, Lord Murong, you have accompanied Her Majesty the Empress in the war against the barbarian tribe and should have seen Tianqi King. Even though Wang Maoshui hadn't asked if the body hanging there was truly Tianqi King, Murong Shui knew what he wanted to ask by saying this, and she promptly said, that body is indeed Tianqi King's body. The news of the annihilation of Tianqi King's army can basically be confirmed as true now. Moreover, the North Prince is not as simple as we imagined, he is a martial artist with martial arts talent no less than that of Her Majesty the Empress. Upon hearing Murong Shui's latter statement, the officials from the Da Yu embassy were instantly stunned. A martial arts talent no less than their Empressa, could that not mean that North Prince was a Grand Master? How could this be possible? The information they had collected on North Prince all indicated that he had previously never practiced martial arts. How long had he been in North Country? Even if he started practicing martial arts now, it wouldn't be possible to break through to the Grandmaster realm in such a short time, would it? Keep in mind that their Empress had started practicing martial arts from childhood and also had a highly powerful master, making her strong as she was now. In just a few years, had North Prince reached the Grandmaster realm. At this time, Wang Maoshui said, Lord Murong, you couldn't have seen it wrong, right? Murong Shui casually said, I haven't seen it wrong. He indeed has become a Grand Master. Although he's concealing his martial artist aura, this cannot deceive everyone. Upon hearing what Murong Shui said, everyone felt it was unbelievable. North Prince's growth rate was way too fast. Could they be facing a very powerful enemy in the future in their Da Yu dynasty? The Empress had sent them to foster good relations with North Country. It was unclear whether this was a good or bad thing. Amidst the cheering of the common people, Lu Chen returned to the North Prince mansion. By this time, his wives and concubines were already waiting at the entrance of the North Prince mansion. When they saw Lu Chen return, smiles crossed the faces of his women. They had thought Lu Chen would be away from Yan County for months and hadn't expected the war to end so quickly. Lu Chen dismounted and said to the women with a smile, "My ladies, your darling has returned. Why don't you seem excited?" The previous times Lu Chen had gone on long journeys and reunited with them, they had been very excited, but today, Mu Zixuan and the others seemed much calmer. At that moment, Mu Zixuan approached Lu Chen and said with a smile, "My prince, our excitement is all inside." Lu Chen gave a naughty smile and said, "Oh, is that so? Then, I need to check to see if my lady is truly excited on the inside." As he said this, Lu Chen immediately pulled Mu Zixuan into his embrace, as if he were about to examine her body. Blushing, Mu Zixuan softly protested, "My prince, the sisters are all watching." Lu Chen laughed and did not truly inspect Mu Zixuan's body, then continued, "Well, let's go back." Without much further conversation, they headed towards the prince's mansion. At this moment, two graceful silhouettes lingered behind the group. Seeing Lu Chen's back, Chu Qingli's heart was in utter turmoil. She too had thought that it would be months or even half a year before Lu Chen returned. Yet in so little time, he had annihilated Tianqi King's army and returned to Yan County. Now that Lu Chen had returned to Yan County, did that not mean she and her sister were going to marry Lu Chen? Her sister had told her not long ago that Lu Chen would marry them once he returned and had told her to mentally prepare herself. How could this man come back so soon when she wasn't yet mentally prepared? At this moment, Chu Yukon beside Chu Qingli was also feeling somewhat flustered. Her heart was racing, she vaguely remembered the words Lu Chen whispered in her ear before he left when he returned, he would marry her. Now that there were no obstacles to Lu Chen marrying her, did that mean she would become Lu Chen's woman before long? Although she had lived in the inner court and heard many stories, she had never been intimate with Lu Chen, she was still a virgin. The thought of being with Lu Chen and becoming like his other women made Chu Yukon feel her face heat up and her heart become a chaos of emotions. Then, within her heart, Chu Yukon comforted herself. Wasn't it just becoming Lu Chen's woman? What was there to be nervous about? They had hugged and kissed before. Doing that wasn't any different from hugging and kissing, and there was no need to be this nervous. But the more Chu Yukon thought about it, the faster her heart raced. After Lu Chen entered the prince's mansion, he asked, "My consort, there haven't been any incidents in the prince's mansion recently, have there?" Mu Zixuan replied, "My prince, all is well in the prince's mansion, and no major events have occurred." Hearing Mu Zixuan's response, Lu Chen said, "That's good to hear. I was worried that after my departure from Yan County, some people with ulterior motives might harm the prince's mansion." At that moment, Lu Chen suddenly thought of something and then said, "By the way, my wife, there is something I want to discuss with you." Mu Zixuan asked curiously, "What is it?" Lu Chen said with a smile, "I am thinking of taking two side concubines." Side concubines and concubines are different. In ancient times, concubines had little status, but royal side concubines were different. Of course, in the North Prince Mansion, Lu Chen didn't maintain such a strict hierarchy. His women held essentially the same status in the North Prince Mansion and even called each other sisters. Even Wang Qingqi, a female slave, had a not-so-low status in the North Prince Mansion. However, this was after all Lu Chen's idea, and by thinking of taking side concubines, it meant that, to some extent, he was shaking Mu Zixuan's position as his wife. Therefore, he still had to ask Hera or rather, simply leave the matter to Mu Zixuan to handle. After hearing Lu Chen's words, Mu Zixuan smiled slightly and immediately said, "Whomever my prince wishes to marry, you may do so without consulting me." Mu Zixuan did not care at all about whom Lu Chen married. She was very clear that in the North Prince Mansion, unlike other places, there was no room for manipulation and scheming in the inner court. Lu Chen had absolute control over his harem, even an emperor couldn't achieve that. Furthermore, Mu Zixuan owed her current position to Lu Chen's existence, and the survival of the Mu family was also thanks to him. How could she possibly interfere in Lu Chen's affairs? Now, she only wanted to be a good consort for Lu Chen. Everything else was of no concern to her. Whoever Lu Chen wished to marry, let him do so. If Lu Chen intended for that child to inherit his position in the future, she likewise had no intention of meddling. Seeing that Mu Zixuan agreed, Lu Chen said with a smile. Since you agree, then I am relieved. Mu Zixuan glanced at Chu Yukon and Chu Qingli standing behind her with the corner of her eye and then asked, I wonder which family's daughter the prince intends to marry this time. Lu Chen replied with a smile, naturally, it would be the daughters of the Chu family. Upon hearing, the daughters of the Chu family, both Chu Qingli and Chu Yukon's complexions grew even more flushed and hotter. Mu Zixuan instantly understood Lu Chen's intention and then said, Prince, allow me to handle the wedding preparations. Lu Chen said, then I will trouble my consort with this. Mu Zixuan responded, it is my duty to do so. Lu Chen returned to the main hall and after chatting with Mu Zixuan and the others about the events in Ningbei City, he went directly to his study. He didn't immediately indulge in pleasures, he still had one more thing to do that day, which was to meet with the delegation from the Dayu dynasty. Upon arriving at his study, Lu Chen found the desk piled with a good amount of intelligence. However, he didn't flip through them one by one. Then, a demoness wearing a red dress and curvaceous figure appeared at the doorway of the study. When Lu Chen noticed the seductress, he asked, Mr. Wang, have you missed me so much because you haven't seen me for a long time? I have only just arrived at the prince's mansion, and you are already here to see me. Wang Qingqi said with a charming smile, my prince is my master, naturally, I, as your female slave, must come to see you upon your return. Lu Chen then sat down at his desk and swept a glance at Wang Qingqi. Wang Qingqi was holding an envelope in her hand, clearly here to report intelligence. Lu Chen directly asked, Mr. Wang, do you have any intelligence to report? Just speak up, I have matters to attend to shortly. Wang Qingqi asked with curiosity, my prince has only just returned to Yan County, what urgent matter could there be? While she spoke, she approached the desk and placed the envelope on top, then continued, this contains information about each member of the Dayu delegation. I'm not sure if you might need it, but since the traders had collected it, I had someone compile it and bring it here. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen immediately took the envelope from Wang Qingqi and opened it to review the information about the members of the Dayu delegation. When Lu Chen's eyes fell on Murong Xue's information, he paused for a moment. Murong Xue was a female official close to the Empress of Dayu. According to the intelligence, the Empress of Dayu valued Murong Xue highly, and she held the title of Inner Palace Prime Minister. She had a voice in major military and national affairs, and could even occasionally influence the Empress's decisions. Of course, Murong Xue herself didn't hold any significant official position, but it was her value to the Empress that granted her such a high status within the Dayu dynasty. Even the highest-ranking officials had to address her as Lord Murong. Reading the content on the dossier, Lu Chen couldn't help but think how interesting it was to have a female emperor and a female prime minister be so similar. Quite fascinating. Seeing Lu Chen staring at the information about Murong Xue, Wang Qingqi said with a dripping smile, it seems that you are quite interested in this Murong Xue, my prince. Let this female slave remind you that Murong Xue is a cold beauty. You will surely like her very much, my prince. Hearing this, Lu Chen extended his claw and smacked it down on Wang Qingqi's buttocks, then said, the bitch starts to slander me again, does she? It seems like your highness has been away from home too long, and you've become too bold. Wang Qingqi, after being hit, let out a ying sound and hurriedly said, how would this one dare to slander the prince? I am merely reminding the prince. Today, Lu Chen didn't press Wang Qingqi onto the desk right away. Instead, he glanced again at the intelligence report about Murong Xue in his hand, before saying, since you mentioned she is beautiful, then she must indeed be quite the beauty. Now, I have to meet her. Having said that, Lu Chen spoke to the maidservant outside the study, Xiao Huan, go and tell the state preceptor that the prince wants to host a noon banquet at the Hall of Political Affairs to receive the delegation from the Dayu dynasty. Yes, prince. After the maidservant went to relay the message to Zhuge Zongguang, Wang Qingqi asked, the matter the prince just spoke of, is it about this, right? Lu Chen pulled Wang Qingqi into his arms, making her sit on his lap, then embraced her slender waist and said, what else do you think it would be about? Do you think I will go to foster relationships with my wives and concubines later on? Wang Qingqi said, this one wouldn't dare to make such a claim. However, the prince has indeed been working hard in Ningbei City lately, and you should truly relax on your return. At this point, Wang Qingqi's jade hand began to roam around Lu Chen's body recklessly. In his heart, Lu Chen chuckled silently, this sly fox. Lu Chen said, I had intended to let you off, but since Mr. Wang insists on challenging me, don't blame me for not being courteous. In the midst of speaking, Lu Chen stood up, holding Wang Qingqi, and directly pushed her onto the desk. Then, with a wave of his hand, two streams of spiritual energy closed all the windows and doors of the study, and it was time for Lu Chen to relax. At noon, after taking a bath, Lu Chen headed to the Hall of Political Affairs. The noon banquet was also attended by some important officials of North Country. When Lu Chen appeared in the Hall of Political Affairs, members of the Dayu delegation had already taken their seats. Upon seeing Lu Chen, Mirong Shuiye, with the delegation members, all stood up. Together, they said in unison, we pay our respects to the North Prince. Lu Chen replied with a smile, you are too kind, everyone, please take your seats. At this time, Lu Chen's gaze fell upon Mirong Shuiye. Name: Mirong Shuiye. Identity: a lady-in-waiting by the Empress of Dayu's side, the only daughter of the Mirong family, at the Extreme Realm Master level, 24 years old. The year the Empress of Dayu ascended to the throne, the Mirong family was executed for opposing her, leaving only Mirong Shuiye alive. The Empress of Dayu took her into the palace and raised her as her confidant. This time, she has come to North Country, having received orders from the Empress of Dayu to see what kind of person the North Prince is. Rating: 95. Favorability: 50. Seeing Mirong Shuiye's information, Lu Chen was slightly taken aback. Why did he have such a strong sense of déjà vu? How could Mirong Shuiye, whose family was killed by the Empress of Dayu, become the confidant of the Empress? Though surprised, Lu Chen quickly regained his composure. It wasn't particularly strange after all. Mirong Shuiye had been a child when brought to the palace, so she probably didn't harbor any hatred towards the Empress. Furthermore, it wasn't hard to deduce from the fact that Mirong Shuiye had attained the Master Realm at only 24 that she must have received excellent care from the Empress, being given abundant resources to train in martial arts, which allowed her to break through to the Master Realm by the age of 24. After reviewing Mirong Shuiye's information, Lu Chen's eyes took a few more sweeps over her. Mirong Shuiye's appearance was indeed as Wang Qingqi had said, somewhat aloof. Dressed in simple black and white clothes with a matching hairband, her inkwash style made her look like a talented woman. Noticing Lu Chen's continual gaze, Zhuge Zongguang realized that if Lu Chen kept looking, it might be embarrassing. Zhuge Zongguang promptly coughed and said, Prince, since everyone is here, shall we start the banquet? Lu Chen then came to his senses and quickly said, oh, of course, let everyone please take a seat, we'll chat while we eat. Mirong Shuiye also noticed that Lu Chen had been staring at her face, and she couldn't help but think that the rumors on the outside were correct, the North Prince truly did fancy beautiful women. But with his penchant for beauty, how did he manage to break through to the Grandmaster realm? Martial arts usually required abstinence, and even the Empress of Dayu was no exception. Their realms improved so quickly in part because of their abundant resources, and also because of their abstemiousness. It was indeed peculiar for the North Prince, a man who kept so many wives and concubines in the prince's mansion and even had 6 children, to have advanced to the Grand Master realm in such a short time. As Mirong Shuiye puzzled over how Lu Chen's strength had increased so rapidly, Lu Chen spoke up, Envoy of the Great Zhu, I am delighted that you would visit North Country as guests. I regret not having met you all at the first opportunity, that was my negligence. Today, I hope you enjoy yourselves to the fullest. Play the music, dance. As Lu Chen's words fell, a group of dancers appeared in the grand hall, and the melodious sound of the guqin echoed throughout. At this moment, Wang Maoshui spoke out, North Prince, you speak too modestly. Not long ago, you were in Ningbei City fighting against the armies of the Tianqi king, and not receiving us was purely that king's fault, not related to the prince. On the contrary, it is our honor that the prince, having just returned to Yan County, was willing to meet with us. Upon hearing these words, Lu Chen smiled and then asked directly, may I know why the Yu Emperor has sent you all to North Country? Wang Maoshui replied, to not keep the North Prince in the dark. Originally we came here to help North Country ward off the invasion of the barbarian tribe. However, unexpectedly, North Country was strong enough not to need our help and handled the trouble with the barbarians effortlessly. Hearing Wang Maoshui's words, Lu Chen gave a faint smile, took a sip of wine, and then said, it's not that North Country is so powerful, but rather that Tianqi King underestimated his enemy, and our North Country's army won by luck. Wang Maoshui said, North Prince is being modest, the Tianqi King's tribe is the main branch that split off from the barbarian tribe's royal court, and their soldiers are all very strong in battle. And Tianqi King himself has long been a grandmaster. It's not just luck that can defeat Tianqi King and his 400,000 strong army. Lu Chen chuckled, then said, the Yu Emperor has sent you all to North Country, surely not just to aid North Country. There must be other motives, right? Wang Maoshui said, North Prince's guess is correct. Our Empress wishes to establish relations between Great Ju and North Country, it's just that we don't know whether North Prince is willing. Lu Chen said, to establish relations, huh? North Country is just a small feudal state under the Great Xia dynasty. We don't have the qualifications to have diplomatic relations with a dynasty. Wang Maoshui said, North Country has at least 2 grandmasters, and moreover, with its strong military force, it can no longer be judged as just a feudal state. In our Empress's eyes, North Country is already an independent dynasty. Hearing this, Lu Chen, smiling, said, I didn't expect the Yu Emperor to think so highly of North Country. Lu Chen saw right through the Great Ju dynasty's intentions. Establishing relations with Great Ju meant that North Country would be independent. This was clearly an instigation for North Country to engage in a civil war with the Great Xia imperial court so that the Great Ju dynasty could benefit from the conflict. This is certainly unacceptable. Lu Chen then said, I'm honored that the Empress thinks so highly of North Country, but North Country is a feudal state of Great Xia and cannot have diplomatic relations with the Great Ju dynasty. Hearing this, Wang Maoshui was slightly taken aback. It seemed that North Prince had seen through their intentions. But thinking it over, for North Prince to develop North Country to this state in such a short time, he must have some brains, it was normal to be seen through. However, Wang Maoshui didn't intend to give up just yet, and continued saying, North Prince, pardon this outsider for saying something unpleasant. Even if you are now loyally devoted to the Great Xia imperial court, the imperial court, and your father the Sum Emperor may not truly trust you. You now have a 200,000 strong army that is so powerful, and you not only defeated the barbarians of the North Land and brought North Land under North Country's control but even defeated Tianqi King's army of 400,000 and killed Tianqi King the Grand Master. In such a situation, it's hard for people not to believe that you have other intentions. If you can establish relations with the Great Ju dynasty in advance, then if the Great Xia imperial court dares to send troops against North Country, we Great Ju will definitely help you proactively. That would be a good thing for you, wouldn't it? Lu Chen gave a faint smile upon hearing Wang Maoshui's words. If it were any other senior, perhaps they might have been persuaded by Wang Maoshui's words, but it was different for him. He had his own ideas, his own plans for the future. As the son of the Sum Emperor, he definitely would not rebel on his own initiative unless the Sum Emperor pushed him to do so. Now was not yet the time to rebel. North Country still needed time to develop. At the moment, North Country depended on imports for its grain and didn't have a large population. It was still quite vulnerable and couldn't afford such disturbances. Lu Chen then said, you are right, it's indeed possible that my father the emperor doesn't completely trust me, but whether he trusts me or not is not important. All I need to do is to keep a clear conscience. As for whether the imperial court will send troops to attack North Country, that is a matter for the future. Currently, the strife with the aristocratic families in Great Xia hasn't settled yet, and the imperial court doesn't have the capacity to concern itself with what is happening in North Country. North Prince has taken to heart the Yu Emperor's kindness. Seeing Lu Chen reject the offer again, Wang Maoshui knew that it was highly likely that North Prince would not agree to establish relations. This North Prince was no fool, he probably still planned to continue accumulating power. Just as Wang Maoshui thought that their mission to North Country might return without success, Murong Shui spoke up, North Prince truly is a loyal and righteous man. Seeing Murong Shui speak, Wang Maoshui hurriedly said, I forgot to introduce to North Prince, the lady beside me is Murong Shui, the personal attendant of our Empress. Hearing this, Lu Chen's gaze once again fell on Murong Shui. He smiled lightly and then said, worthy of being the personal attendant of the Empress, not only possessing beauty that could overthrow cities but also an extraordinary demeanor. Murong Shui gave a slight smile, then said, thank you for the compliment, North Prince. At this point, Murong Shui suggested, since North Prince is concerned that establishing relations between our two countries could bring trouble to North Country, why not sign a trade cooperation agreement instead to strengthen commercial and trade contacts between our two countries? During my time in North Country, I've observed that commercial trade is very prosperous, which is enough to show that North Prince values commercial trade. Fortunately, our Empress also places great importance on commerce. On the streets of Yan County, I saw plenty of food made from flour, proving that the common people of North Country and the Dayu dynasty have similar dietary habits, and our Great Ju is a major producer of wheat. Our people also like many goods from North Country. In such a case, why not strengthen our trade relations? It would be beneficial for both North Country and Great Ju. Hearing Murong Shui say this, there was a moment of surprise in Lu Chen's heart. This woman's observations were indeed meticulous. They even understand the eating habits of Yan County thoroughly. Since Lu Chen had Rain Listening Pavilion procure large amounts of wheat in the Great Ju dynasty, he promoted the making of steamed buns and mantos. Although the traditional staple food in North Country remained rice, the shops in Yan County were already selling buns and mantos, and the common people had grown accustomed to eating them. To avoid alerting the Great Ju dynasty to the fact that Rain Listening Pavilion was an intelligence agency of the North Prince Mansion, the pavilion adopted very complicated procedures when purchasing wheat from the Great Ju dynasty. Moreover, when transporting the wheat out of the Great Ju dynasty, the country levied a significant amount of tariff. If a trade agreement could be signed with the Great Ju dynasty, North Country would be able to procure wheat directly under the name of the North Prince Mansion and possibly reduce tariffs significantly, even to zero. This would greatly alleviate the food scarcity issue in North Country. It must be said, Murong Shui's point of entry was excellent, and indeed, Lu Chen was tempted. Coarse grains like corn, potatoes, and sweet potatoes were already being promoted continuously in North Country, but it would take years of cultivation before they could fully spread and thoroughly alleviate the food issues. The food issue would still be a major problem that North Country had to face in the coming years. Lu Chen thought to himself that this Murong Shui, being called the Inner Palace Prime Minister, had indeed grasped the lifeline of North Country. At this time, Lu Chen smiled and said, Miss Murong, I do place great importance on the commercial trade of North Country. Your proposal is indeed good, but I'm not sure whether your delegation can represent the Yu Emperor. At this point, Wang Maoshui spoke up, Prince, please be assured. Miss Murong is here representing the Empress. The Empress said that once in North Country, every word Miss Murong speaks is her will. Lu Chen smiled and said, it seems that the Yu Emperor values Miss Murong very highly. A trade agreement can certainly be drafted, but its clauses need further discussion. Today's luncheon is to entertain our guests, it is not suitable for discussing this matter. Let's discuss the specific terms of the trade agreement tomorrow. Upon Lu Chen's agreement, the members of the delegation also sighed with relief. Although no diplomatic relations were established, if both sides could sign a trade agreement, it would be no different from establishing diplomatic relations. Their mission to North Country was not in vain. Afterward, everyone continued to enjoy the delicacies and appreciate the music and dance performances. In the meantime, Lu Chen inquired about some matters regarding the Great Ju dynasty from the members of the delegation, albeit casually, as small talk. After the luncheon ended, the people from the delegation returned to their inn, while the officials of North Country stayed in the Hall of Political Affairs to discuss the trade agreement with the Great Ju dynasty. Lu Chen, who valued commerce highly, would certainly be pleased if he could open up the Great Ju market and sell North Country made goods there while reducing a significant amount of tariffs. Most officials of North Country also agreed with signing a trade agreement with Great Jew. They faced many problems purchasing food from Great Shah, and although they had previously signed some agreements with the aristocratic families within Great Shah allowing them to buy food from feudal states at a low price during the refugee acceptance, as time passed, some feudal states began to regret their decision. This included Qi Country, the closest to North Country. The Qi prince once sent envoys to North Country, lamenting that he could no longer control the aristocratic families within his borders. Regretting their decision to sell food at low prices, they simply broke the agreement, and the price of food that used to be a few coins soared to several tens of coins. And this was when North Country had not yet fallen out with the Great Shah imperial court. Once the day comes when the conflict between Great Shah and North Country becomes public, North Country would definitely be unable to purchase food from within Great Shah's borders. Apart from the Great Shah dynasty, North Country only bordered the Great Jew dynasty. Even if it would buy food from other dynasties, it would mostly have to go through the Great Jew dynasty. Now, improving relations with Great Jew would only benefit North Country without any downside. Lu Chen spent the afternoon in the Hall of Political Affairs, discussing the clauses of the trade agreement with the officials of North Country, and they did not adjourn until evening. As the sun set, Lu Chen returned to his private quarters and had a simple meal in the main hall before heading straight to Yunrong Courtyard. Chen Wanrong would soon leave the North Prince Mansion to return to Mysterious Moon Palace, and Lu Chen intended to enjoy her company a few more times before her departure. Upon arriving at Yunrong Courtyard, Lu Chen saw the ethereal fairy Chen sitting in the pavilion, gently strumming the zither strings and playing a touching piece, while the beautiful Lin Wanyan also sat beside Chen Wanrong. When Lu Chen entered Yunrong Courtyard, Chen Wanrong's fingers paused, and the music stopped. Lu Chen said with a smile, "Why have you stopped? Continue playing, I love listening." At Lu Chen's words, Chen Wanrong's delicate fingers once again struck the zither strings, and the sound echoed through the courtyard anew. Lu Chen then sat slowly behind Chen Wanrong and wrapped his arms around her slender waist. Seeing this, Lin Wanyan blushed slightly. What is this mischievous fellow doing? Can't he see Rongrong is playing the zither? How could she continue with him sitting behind her, reaching out and touching her? At this moment, Chen Wanrong was unaffected, her Gukan music still melodious. However, it didn't take long before Lu Chen's hands became restless, and soon a blush crept across Chen Wanrong's usually cold face. Shortly after, Chen Wanrong could no longer bear it. Her fingers suddenly swept across the Gukan, producing a jarring sound that was quite unpleasant to the ears. Turning her head to look at Lu Chen, Chen Wanrong asked with an icy tone laced with a tinge of embarrassment, "What are you doing?" Lu Chen chuckled, then responded, "I apologize, your Gukan music is just so enchanting that I couldn't help myself." Hearing this, Lin Wanyan snorted coldly from the side. Enchanting Gukan music. He simply couldn't contain his mischief, it seemed. Lin Wanyan then said, "Chenur, people from the Mysterious Moon Palace came by today. The elders are asking when the palace master will be able to return." As she spoke, Lin Wanyan gazed at Lu Chen's handsome face, looking for his reaction. She was uncertain whether Lu Chen would let Chen Wanrong leave the North Prince Mansion. Hearing this, Lu Chen paused for a moment before saying, "So soon?" He then leaned his head on Chen Wanrong's shoulder and said, "If you wish to return, you can go back to the Mysterious Moon Palace first thing tomorrow morning. The sooner you go, the sooner you'll return. I'll be waiting for you to come back and have our child." Seeing that Lu Chen agreed, Lin Wanyan felt slightly surprised. She had thought that Lu Chen wouldn't let her go so easily, but he had consented without hesitation. Just as Chen Wanrong was about to thank him, Lu Chen tightened his embrace around her waist, supported her head with another hand, and kissed her. Chen Wanrong immediately struggled faintly. It wouldn't have bothered her if it were just the two of them, but Lin Wanyan was still watching, and yet he dared to do this to her. Seeing Lu Chen suddenly kiss Chen Wanrong, Lin Wanyan was also stunned. This little rascal was doing such things to Chen Wanrong right in front of her. This left Lin Wanyan unsure what to do, whether to go and pull away this rascal Lu Chen or to silently leave the pavilion and let them continue their intimate moments there. Lu Chen, completely unconcerned about Lin Wanyan's presence, continued as he pleased, and after kissing Chen Wanrong for a while, she stopped struggling and instead began to respond to Lu Chen. Watching this scene, Lin Wanyan's face turned beet red, her ears burning. She could no longer bear it and quickly stood up, leaving the pavilion alone. After Lin Wanyan left, Lu Chen slowly parted his lips from Chen Wanrong's, caressed her beautiful cheek lovingly. Looking into her charming eyes, he smiled and said, "My lady, you will be leaving the North Prince mansion tomorrow. I do not know when you will be able to return, so tonight, you must serve your husband well." Hearing this, Chen Wanrong softly hummed in affirmation. Overwhelmed by her shy beauty, Lu Chen could no longer restrain himself. Lifting her in a bridal carry with ease, he then leapt to the door of Chen Wanrong's boudoir, pushed the door open, and placed her on the bed. This time, Chen Wanrong made no move to resist, surrendering to the whims of this bad man. After a while, in the room next door, Lin Wanyan, listening to the sounds coming from the adjacent room, let out a soft sigh and murmured to herself, who knows what will happen in the future. After all, Chen Wanrong was the palace master of the mysterious Moon Palace and also the disciple of the Honorable. Should she have Lu Chen's child and the Honorable found out, it's likely they would both be punished. Although behind Lu Chen there might also lie a powerful force, or perhaps Lu Chen himself might have a mighty mentor, it wasn't certain whether Lu Chen's backing could rival that of the Honorable from the mysterious Moon Palace. As of now, the most powerful person Lin Wanyan knew of in this world was the Honorable from the mysterious Moon Palace. If that Honorable were to get angry, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lu Chen was too impulsive, utterly incapable of controlling his own body. Chen Wanrong might be beautiful, but no matter what, she was not a woman he should lay a finger on. Lu Chen could oppress himself all he wanted, she was at most just a protector in the mysterious Moon Palace, and even if she bore Lu Chen's child, the most she would face was expulsion from the mysterious Moon Palace. Chen Wanrong was different, her status was far too exalted. What would they do if Chen Wanrong were to become pregnant? I hope Rongrong's master won't finish her seclusion too quickly, she sighed. Now all Lin Wanyan could do was hope that the Honorable's retreat went smoothly and that nothing went wrong with her cultivation. If her cultivation ran into issues and she left seclusion early, the matter of Chen Wanrong's lost chastity would definitely be discovered by her, which would be troublesome. Lu Chen had stayed in Chen Wanrong's room for an entire night and didn't sleep a wink. With such a fairy beside him, how could he possibly fall asleep? Chen Wanrong was leaving today, and he naturally wanted to indulge his wife to the fullest before that. At dawn, sunlight streamed in through the window sill and shone upon the bed, casting a bright gleam over it. Seeing the glaring sunlight on Chen Wanrong's snow-white skin, Lu Chen sighed. He gently caressed her skin, smooth and delicate as jade. This fairy was about to leave him for a short while, yet he had still not managed to impregnate her. It seemed he could only wait for her return. He truly didn't want to part with her. Right then, Chen Wanrong slowly got up, gazing into Lu Chen's deep eyes, and said, "I should go." Lu Chen smiled faintly, his face clearing of reluctance, before saying, "Come back early." Without another word, Chen Wanrong simply hummed in response, then rose and began to dress. Lu Chen just sat on the bed, watching her get dressed. Once Chen Wanrong was dressed and had tied her messy hair back into a bun, she turned her head to gaze into Lu Chen's eyes again. For some reason, she found she couldn't tear her gaze from Lu Chen's body. For a moment, she seemed paralyzed, appearing to be very reluctant to leave the man before her. Seeing Chen Wanrong staring at him, Lu Chen asked with a smile, "What is it? Can't bear to leave your husband." Chen Wanrong's expression was icily impassive, and she remained silent. Lu Chen seemed to understand something, got up from the bed, walked over to Chen Wanrong, encircled her waist, and captured her red lips in a kiss. After a long kiss that lasted a quarter of an hour, lips finally parting, Chen Wanrong spoke, "I'll come back early." Lu Chen smiled softly and whispered in her ear, "I'll wait for you." As his words faded, Chen Wanrong turned and left the room. Chen Wanrong left and returned to the mysterious Moon Palace. Even though Lu Chen was reluctant, he still let her go. Lu Chen was a scoundrel, for he liked all the beautiful women in his inner courtyard, yet he was also a hopeless romantic. He had profound feelings for Chen Wanrong, this fairy-like woman, and suddenly the prince's mansion felt empty without her, which he found quite unsettling. For a long time after Chen Wanrong's departure, Lu Chen would occasionally visit Yunrong courtyard to reminisce about the days when she was there. If he happened to encounter Lin Wanyan there, he would pin her down and have his way with her. Half a month flew by. During this time, Lu Chen was negotiating the terms of a trade agreement with the delegation from the Dayu dynasty on one hand and preparing for his wedding with Chu Yukan and Chu Qingli on the other. Since it was a marriage to a side concubine, it naturally had to be a grand and public affair, not done quietly like bringing in a mere concubine. After half a month of discussion, the terms of the trade agreement between the North Country and the Dayu dynasty were essentially settled, and what followed was the formal signing of the agreement. Morning. After getting up from bed, Lu Chen started to dress with the assistance of Lin Wanyan. Though Lin Wanyan's hands were busy helping Lu Chen with his clothes, her eyes carried a hint of resentment. That scoundrel had visited Yunrong courtyard many times in the past half a month. Even though she was now the only one living in Yunrong courtyard, she didn't believe that Lu Chen had come for her. She always felt that the scoundrel came to Yunrong courtyard and treated her as if she were Chen Wanrong. At that moment, Lin Wanyan asked, "Do you see me as Rongrong?" Hearing Lin Wanyan's question, Lu Chen was taken aback. He turned his head to look at Lin Wanyan and, with a smile, said, "Madam Lin, why would you think that? Although I am not a good person, I would not stoop to such indecency. How could I possibly see you as Rongrong? She is her, and you are you." At this point, Lin Wanyan pulled Lu Chen's belt tightly, fastening it properly for him, and while doing so, spoke, "Don't think I don't know what's in your mind." Lu Chen, smiling, asked, "Madam Lin, could it be that you are jealous?" Lin Wanyan coldly said, "You flatter yourself." With that, Lin Wanyan fell silent and continued to help Lu Chen dress. Lu Chen, thinking of something, then said, "I will be getting married soon, how about you marry into the prince's mansion with me?" No sooner had Lu Chen finished his words than Lin Wanyan rejected the offer. "There's no need. After all, I belong to the mysterious Moon Palace and am not suitable for marriage. Besides, I have no objections to bearing your children secretly, as long as others remain unaware. Moreover, the Lin family is still in the capital city. If I were to marry you, and people came to know that I am the adopted daughter of Prime Minister Lin, it could endanger the entire Lin family." Nowadays, the North Country was the strongest feudal state within the Great Sum, and Lu Chen was the most powerful among the seigneurs. The conflict between the North Country and the imperial court was becoming increasingly acute, and it was only a matter of time before war would break out. If others were to learn now that the adopted daughter of Lin Gaoyuan lived in the North Prince Mansion, the Sum Emperor might suspect that the Lin family had defected to the North Prince Mansion. The Lin family would likely face dire consequences. Thus, Lin Wanyan thought it best to keep a low profile in the North Prince Mansion and avoid public appearances. Lu Chen, with a smile, replied, "That's true. I will just have to trouble you for a while. Once things in the Great Sum have stabilized, I'll give you a proper status." Lin Wanyan curled her lip, "No need. At my age, what good is a status? Just treat Rongrong well and don't let her down, that's enough for me." Lin Wanyan thought to herself that by the time Great Sum stabilized and Lu Chen ascended the throne, she would likely be in her 40s or 50s. By then, she would be old, and it would be a miracle if Lu Chen still favored her. As long as Lu Chen treated Chen Wanrong well and took care of the children they might have, she would be very happy. As for herself, she planned to stay by Lu Chen's side and help Chen Wanrong take care of the children. Lu Chen said, "You must be given a status, and your age is certainly not an issue. Nanyan is in her 30s and is still my side concubine." Lin Wanyan didn't say more and began to arrange Lu Chen's hair. However, she thought to herself that maybe this scoundrel had a bit of a conscience after all. She had assumed that Lu Chen was only interested in her body, and that once some time passed, he would lose interest and not hold himself responsible for her. At this thought, Lin Wanyan's heartbeat quickened slightly. She indeed hoped to stay by Lu Chen's side forever, taking care of him for her sister Yu. After getting dressed and having a quick breakfast, Lu Chen went to the Hall of Political Affairs. By the time Lu Chen arrived at the Hall of Political Affairs, the envoys from the Dayu dynasty and officials from the North Country were mostly in attendance. With a wave of his sleeve, Lu Chen took his seat on the throne, addressing the kneeling delegation from the Dayu dynasty below. Miss Morong, I wonder if you have any additions to the trade agreement. If there are none, let us sign it according to the content we settled upon previously. Once the agreement was signed, goods from the North Country would enter the Dayu dynasty tax-free, and similarly, Dayu dynasty's grain would enter the North Country without tariffs. For Lu Chen, the greatest benefit was that, from now on, the North Country could purchase grain directly in large quantities in the name of the North Prince Mansion, no longer having to do so surreptitiously through Rain Listening Pavilion. However, once this trade cooperation agreement is signed, from then on the Dayu dynasty will have to dispatch a diplomatic mission to permanently reside in Yan County of the North Country, and the North Country will also have to send a diplomatic mission to permanently reside in the capital city of the Dayu dynasty. In name, they claim it is for the sake of trade cooperation and to prevent issues from arising with the trading caravans on each other's territory, which would leave no one to resolve them. The mutual dispatch of diplomatic missions means that, should any commercial issues arise, they can be communicated in a timely manner. Although it's said to be for the sake of trade, anyone with a discerning eye could see that this was no different from establishing diplomatic relations, just short of the two sides publicly and directly doing so. Morong Shuai smiled at this moment and said, replying to the North Prince, we have no further objections regarding the content of the trade cooperation agreement and can sign it today. Lu Chen replied, good, since that's the case, then bring in the trade cooperation agreement. As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, two Jinyue guards entered the grand hall, each carrying a scroll. One Jinyue guard placed a scroll on the table in front of Morong Shuai, and the other placed one on the table in front of Lu Chen. After opening the scroll, they revealed black silk cloths inscribed with yellow characters that recorded the terms of the trade cooperation between the North Country and Dayu. Although the North Country was already capable of mass paper production, for treaties signed with other countries, silk cloth was still used. Textiles, compared to paper, were not as easily damaged, and this also signified respect for the Dayu dynasty, as no other dynasties had yet adopted paper for the signing of bilateral agreements. Once the scroll was opened, Lu Chen took out the king's seal from his hand and stamped it directly onto the scroll, and Morong Shuai likewise took out a seal from her sleeve to stamp. After the seals were stamped, the parties exchanged the scrolls. When the scroll from Morong Shuai's hand was placed before Lu Chen, he noticed that the seal she used was actually that of the prime minister of the Dayu dynasty. Lu Chen chuckled to himself, as he originally thought of Morong Shuai as merely referred to as the inner palace prime minister of the Dayu dynasty. Now it seemed this title was not so simple. With the prime minister's seal in her hands, what difference was there between her and the actual prime minister of Dayu? Without dwelling on the thought, Lu Chen continued to stamp the scroll with the king's seal, and after the stamping was completed, the scrolls were exchanged once again. In this way, the trade cooperation agreement between the two countries was considered complete. At this time, Morong Shuai said, North Prince, now that the trade cooperation agreement has been signed, our mission should return to Dayu. Please determine the members of the North Country's diplomatic mission within these 2 days, and dispatch them to return to Dayu with us. Lu Chen replied, no problem. 2 days later, the Dayu diplomatic mission left 3 people from the Dayu dynasty in the North Country. The rest returned to Dayu with Morong Shuai, and of course, Lu Chen also dispatched several North Country officials to accompany the Dayu mission back to the Dayu capital city. No sooner had the Dayu mission left Yan County than the envoy sent by the Great Sum Court arrived. To Lu Chen's surprise, this time his father, the Sum Emperor, did not send Situ-Ce to find him but dispatched Right Minister Zhao Wenan instead. Lu Chen had not had much interaction with Zhao Wenan. Even when he was in the capital city, he had never spoken a word to Zhao Wenan and had only seen him a few times. The Sum Emperor sending Zhao Wenan to the North Country had a similar purpose to the last time he had sent Situ-Ce. It was nothing more than to relay messages to Lu Chen, saying that the princes of the court were incompetent and then praising the North Prince as both literary and martial, possessing the aura of an emperor. Lu Chen, of course, understood that the Sum Emperor was trying to stabilize his allegiance by having Zhao Wenan come to speak these words. He did not believe that the Sum Emperor would one day give that position to him. The Sum Emperor already doubted whether Lu Chen was his biological son, so how could he possibly pass the throne to him? What worried Lu Chen the most now was whether the Sum Emperor's plan had progressed to that stage, with the Sum Emperor already preparing to join forces with Grand Masters to assassinate Zhuge Zongguang. Zhuge was an important figure in the North Country, and Lu Chen did not want to see anything happen to him. The reason he could remain so relaxed, with time to cultivate relationships with his wives and concubines every day, was because after Zhuge Zongguang came to the North Country, he took over most of the state affairs. If Zhuge Zongguang was gone, Lu Chen doubted he would have any time left to cultivate relationships with his wives and concubines. Unlike the North Country's mission, Zhao Wenan only stayed in Yan County for 2 days. After delivering the Sum Emperor's message to Lu Chen, he hastily departed from Yan County. Zhao Wenan also feared death. He was afraid that the North Country would suddenly rebel, and then he would be killed as a declaration of war. After sending Zhao Wenan away, Lu Chen also welcomed the event he most looked forward to, which was marrying Chu Yukan. Da Yu Dynasty. Empress's bedchamber. Behind the red curtains, the fair jade back of a woman was faintly visible. Outside the curtains, a woman was kneeling on the ground, the very Murong Shui who had just returned from the North Country to the Da Yu dynasty. From within the curtains, the woman chuckled lightly and said, "So it seems, the North Prince has taken a fancy to your beauty." Hearing this, Murong Shui's expression shifted slightly. "Your Majesty, this servant has never seduced the North Prince. It was entirely him who kept staring at this servant." The Yu Emperor paid no attention to Murong Shui's words, and instead spoke indifferently. "A man given to lust, yet capable of reaching the Grand Master realm at the tender age of 17 or 18. It seems his cultivation technique is quite extraordinary." The Yu Emperor continued, "Since he has taken a liking to you, you will need to visit the North Country a few more times in the future." Hearing the Yu Emperor's words, Murong Shui was immediately stunned. Could it be that the Yu Emperor was planning to use her to employ a honey trap against the North Prince? Murong Shui did not believe that a honey trap would work on Lu Chen, for although Lu Chen enjoyed the company of beautiful women, the women around him were all very pretty, and it was probably just a spontaneous interest that made him take a few more glances at her. Seeing that Murong Shui did not speak, the Yu Emperor's tone suddenly turned somewhat icy. "What, are you unwilling?" Murong Shui hastily replied, "Your Majesty, this servant is willing. Whatever your Majesty commands this servant to do, this servant will do." The Yu Emperor then continued, "By the way, I've heard that you've kept quite a few male pets outside. Is this true?" At these words, Murong Shui was so frightened that she quickly prostrated on the ground and hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, that is absolutely not the case. This servant seldom leaves the palace. How could I keep male pets outside? Moreover, this servant is still a virgin and has never been involved with any man." The Yu Emperor said, "So you are saying that someone has slandered you? Who do you think would spread such rumors?" Murong Shui responded, "This servant does not know." The Yu Emperor went on, "You do not know. Is there anything that you, as the inner palace prime minister, do not know?" Hearing this, Murong Shui's delicate body trembled incessantly, and her cheeks beaded with cold sweat. At that moment, no more sound came from behind the curtains. Several maidens came out from behind the curtains, flustered, while the red phoenix robe of the Yu Emperor became faintly visible. Apparently, the Yu Emperor had just been dressing. After a while, the Yu Emperor spoke again. "Although the matter of you keeping male pets outside has been falsely attributed to you, for the sake of your purity, I think it should be thoroughly examined." As she spoke, a gust of wind blew from inside, and the red curtains were swept aside, revealing an alluring face that could captivate all living beings. In the next moment, Murong Shui, who was prostrate on the ground, suddenly flew up, her body shot straight into the curtains. Immediately following, Murong Shui's clothes were shattered, and her fair skin was exposed. Murong Shui's entire form appeared unobstructed before the Yu Emperor. The Yu Emperor glanced at Murong Shui's body and then said, "The virgin mark is still there, it seems you have indeed been slandered." As she spoke, the Yu Emperor lightly lifted her hand, and a golden silk blanket from the bed flew into her hand. She then threw the blanket over Marang Shuai, covering her white, jade-like body. The Yu Emperor continued, "You may go." Marang Shuai hastily wrapped herself in the blanket, covering her body, and while doing so, she bowed and said, "Yes, Your Majesty." She then turned and left the Empress's bedchamber. When Marang Shuai came out, she found herself covered in sweat beads that kept seeping out, even the blanket that the Yu Emperor had just draped over her was dampened by sweat. Marang Shuai exhaled a sigh of relief at this moment and then adjusted her emotions before returning to her own room. Meanwhile, in the Dawu dynasty, inside a city in the southeast, a group of people knelt before Princess Junwan begging for mercy. "Princess Junwan, spare our lives, and from now on, whatever you command us of the Zhang family to do, we will do. We will be your dogs." Hearing this, Wu Junwan smiled and then said, "Zhang family head, why didn't you think of today before? I gave you ample time to surrender, but not only did you not cherish it, you even rallied more rebels, fantasizing about becoming king." The man kneeling before Wu Junwan was about to say more, but Wu Junwan cut him off, "Take him away and behead him." Then a number of soldiers came and dragged away those who were kneeling before Wu Junwan, pulling them towards another place. "Princess, spare us. Princess, spare us. The Wus, you will not die a good death. I will not let you Wu family go even as a ghost." Soon the distant voices gradually quieted down. At this time, Wu Junwan murmured, "Having been out for so long, it's time to return. I wonder if my dear brothers have missed me." With the fall of the largest aristocratic family in the southeast, the Zhang family, the internal strife of Dawu also came to an end. In this civil war, there was no doubt that Princess Junwan played the most critical role. She persuaded most of the rebel leaders to surrender and led her troops to annihilate the remaining rebels, as well as dealt with the insurgents who initiated the rebellion. Before her, a few of her brothers also led troops to quell the rebellion. Initially, the martial emperor thought to allow her brothers to accumulate some military merit, but contrary to expectations, her brothers were of no use at all, not only falling for the rebels' traps, losing many great Wu soldiers but also nearly failing to return. It was only after Prime Minister Chai Jiliang's repeated advice that the martial emperor agreed to let Princess Junwan, the family head, lead the troops in quelling the rebellion. This was the first time in Dawu that a woman was allowed to lead troops, and naturally, there was much opposition in the court. However, despite the contention, those ministers were well aware that Princess Junwan, Wu Junwan, definitely had the capability to quell the revolt. Their opposition was not due to Wu Junwan's personal abilities. The very fact that Wu Junwan had been named princess by the martial emperor attested to her robust capabilities, and if the court officials opposed Wu Junwan's leadership, it was mainly because she was a woman. Furthermore, Wu Junwan had a very close relationship with the empress of the neighboring Dayu dynasty. Now that she was leading troops to suppress the rebellion and accumulating military merits, coupled with the vast intelligence network she controlled, it was clear what she might aim to do in the future. The officials of Dawu certainly did not want to see the rise of an empress in Dawu. At this very moment, Wu Junwan was preparing to order the great army to return to the Dawu capital city, just when a soldier came before her, handed over a letter with both hands, kneeled halfway, and said, "Princess Junwan, this is a letter from Prime Minister Chai. He asks that you return to the capital city as soon as possible." Hearing the soldier's words, Junwan took the letter from the soldier's hand, opened it, and glanced over it. The content of the letter was quite simple. Chai Jiliang had already persuaded the martial emperor to send envoys to the North Country, attempting to establish trade relations and thereby further provoke the Great Shah imperial court. The martial emperor's idea was to send one of his own princes as the envoy to the North Country. Chai Jiliang's intention was that since Junwan had already dealt with the rebels, the opportunity of being the envoy to the North Country should not be given to anyone else. If one could instigate civil strife within Great Shah, it would be a tremendous achievement. If Junwan wanted to compete for that position, she must seize this chance to be the envoy. After reading Chai Jiliang's letter, Junwan's brows slightly furrowed. She had just quelled the rebellion in the southeast, and now to immediately compete with her brothers for merit might incur the emperor's displeasure. Any somewhat intelligent person could see that the reason the emperor wanted to choose one of his princes to be the envoy to the north country was to let his sons accumulate some merits and thereby balance the court. Now that her, the princess, held somewhat too great a power in court, especially after the quelling of the Southeast Rebellion, her influence had further expanded. Although the martial emperor had appointed her as princess, bestowing upon her the appearance of great importance, it wasn't necessarily true that he intended to leave her his position. The Great Wu dynasty was an extremely military-oriented dynasty with a severe preference for men over women. The emergence of an empress might well lead to chaos. Of course, external conditions are unimportant, what matters is what the martial emperor thinks. If the martial emperor didn't want a female emperor in Great Wu, then Junwan, this princess, would sooner or later be deposed. Junwan feared that racing back to compete with her brothers for merit might anger the emperor, and if she managed to upset him, and he decided to suppress her power from all sides, cutting off her wings, it would be a loss not worth the gain. However, on second thought, Junwan didn't believe that Chai Jiliang, such an intelligent man, would fail to see that the emperor was trying to balance the court. She had just made such a significant contribution, and it was necessary for his sons to gain some merits as well. Otherwise, some ministers would start to suspect whether the emperor was intentionally cultivating the princess to become the empress. Since Chai Jiliang could also understand this point, why would he still want her to return to the capital so soon to compete with her brothers for merit? Junwan was puzzled and didn't know what Chai Jiliang was thinking. Chai Jiliang hadn't explained in the letter why he wanted her to do this. Only after returning to the capital and seeing Chai Jiliang would she know exactly what this astute man was scheming. After thinking it over, Junwan decided to return to the capital first and see how things go. After all, she had already quelled the Southeast Rebellion, and she was supposed to return to the capital to hand over military authority and report back. Once back in the capital and having met Chai Jiliang, she would know what Chai Jiliang intended to do. A few days later. North Country, Yan County. The North Prince Mansion was decorated with lanterns and streamers, hanging large red lanterns everywhere, looking like they were preparing for a festival. Of course, this was not for any festival, but because Lu Chen was about to take a side concubine. These last few days, Lu Chen had sent people to pay close attention to the public opinion of the common people in the North Country, wanting to see what they thought about him marrying Chu Yukan and Chu Qingli. According to reports from the Brocade Guards, it seemed that the common people didn't care at all about whom he married. To most of them, Lu Chen was inherently a lascivious prince, so it didn't matter how many women he married. As for Chu Yukan's status, the public didn't pay attention to that, either. Now that the Chu family and the Wang family from the south were trapped by the imperial army in Sufeng City and their meddling was gone, who cared whether Chu Yukan had been married before? The North Prince had even married the Sky Wolf King's consort, so what difference did it make if he married a great Sha widow? Hence, the common people simply didn't care. The reason Lu Chen was so concerned about public opinion was not that he cared much about his own reputation. He was worried that Chu Yukan would struggle mentally to accept it, as women tend to be more sensitive to face. He feared that public opinion might affect Chu Yukan's resolve to marry him. It was particularly important not to encounter any issues at this critical juncture. Once he and Chu Yukan had consummated the marriage, no matter what the common folk said, at that point, with raw rice cooked into a meal, Chu Yukan would have no choice but to stay with him no matter what. But for the moment, there couldn't be even a slight problem. Fortunately, everything went smoothly, and the day for Chu Yukan and Chu Qingli to leave as brides finally arrived. In that era, whether for a commoner's marriage or a prince's taking of a side concubine, the bridal sedan chair could not enter through the main gate, but the North Prince Mansion was different. Mu Zixuan directly allowed the bridal sedan chairs of Chu Yukan and Chu Qingli to enter the prince's mansion through the main gate, and they were wearing red bridal gowns, which looked no different from a formal wedding. However, as Mu Zixuan, the lady of the house, had no objections to these arrangements, others did not dare to say much, though some officials of the North Country privately reminded Lu Chen that such a way of marrying was against ritual propriety. After the wedding ceremony was completed, Chu Yukon and Chu Qingli went to their bridal chamber, which was the southern courtyard where they had always lived. At this moment, Chu Yukon sat on the bridal bed with utter chaos in her heart, feeling her heart thump wildly. She had never once imagined the day she would actually marry Lu Chen. She felt as if she were dreaming, somewhat surreal. She watched Lu Chen, this little rascal, grow up, and now she was even going to bear him children, which always made her feel somewhat ashamed deep down. Even though Lu Chen, the little rascal, didn't mind her being older, and he had several other women who were older, Chu Yukon always felt there was something odd about marrying Lu Chen. She had always treated Lu Chen as her junior, and now she suddenly had to change her address to call this rascal darling. It wasn't easy for her to switch identities so quickly. While Chu Yukon's thoughts were in tumult, the maid's voice came from the door, paying respects to the prince. Upon hearing this, Chu Yukon's heart rate suddenly accelerated, beating even faster. Her face flushed, her whole body seemed to be ignited, not knowing whether it was anticipation or extreme nervousness. Shortly after, the sound of the door opening was heard. Although Chu Yukon was under her bridal veil, she could clearly feel Lu Chen gradually approaching the bed, making her tremble uncontrollably. Right at that moment, she felt the bed sink slightly as Lu Chen sat beside her, then he lifted her veil with his jade ruyi. Once the veil was lifted, what met his eyes were Chu Yukon's blushing cheeks, her face was so red it nearly dripped with color. Chu Yukon stuttered, Chenur, why have you come so soon? After all, Lu Chen was the groom, and he still needed to entertain the guests and drink with them at the banquet. Even if he was to visit the bridal chamber, it would be at night. Chu Yukon was somewhat surprised Lu Chen had come to consummate their marriage so soon. Hearing Chu Yukon's words, Lu Chen then embraced her voluptuous body and, looking into her eyes, smiled and said, still calling me Chenur. Shouldn't you be calling me darling now? Chu Yukon was caught off guard, constantly avoiding his gaze, not daring to look into Lu Chen's eyes. After a moment, she finally whispered, darling. Saying this address, Chu Yukon felt shame as if she wanted to die. She couldn't get used to her new role so quickly. Then Chu Yukon said, it's still broad daylight, shall we wait till night to do? Chu Yukon hesitated, stopping herself from continuing. Seeing the bashful expression on the beautiful woman before him, Lu Chen was barely able to restrain the impulses in his heart, and he asked with a smile, what shall we do at night? Why not say what you want to say, my dear? At this moment, Chu Yukon was feeling somewhat peculiar. Lu Chen hadn't even started touching her, and yet her body was already restless. She simply bowed her head, saying no more. Seeing that Chu Yukon had fallen silent, Lu Chen didn't feel like teasing her anymore and immediately laid her down on the bed. After casting a downward glance at the woman he had yearned for over a decade, Lu Chen hesitated no more. He leaned down, claimed her red lips, and launched a relentless conquest until Chu Yukon, the beautiful woman, fully became his. Meanwhile, in the neighboring room, Chu Qingli sat on her bed, listening to the sounds coming from next door, her heart feeling incredibly heavy. She had always feared her sister would be ruined by that rascal, trapped in the North Prince mansion for life. She had striven to save her sister, only to let that rascal succeed in the end. Not only had she let that rascal succeed, but she had also gotten herself involved. Hearing her sister's sounds, Chu Qingli couldn't help but think that her sister must truly like that rascal. Otherwise, she wouldn't make such noises. But then again, it seemed that any woman who had contact with Lu Chen would end up like that, hadn't she herself once? At this thought, Chu Qingli's mind was flooded with memories of over 100 times she had transactions with Lu Chen. Those images played over and over in her head. The more she thought about it, the hotter Chu Qingli's face became, her entire body feeling unbearably warm. She could no longer stand it and directly removed the red veil from her head. Seeing this, the maid beside her was terrified. According to custom, the prince was supposed to lift the veil himself. How could Chu Qingli do so on her own? The maid quickly said, young lady Chu, you shouldn't lift the veil. If the prince comes and sees, he will surely get angry. Hearing the maid's words, Chu Qingli snorted coldly and then said, wait for later. I doubt he will come to my room tonight. She knew very well how formidable Lu Chen's endurance was. She didn't believe he would visit her room so soon. If Lu Chen didn't come all night, was she expected to wear the veil the entire afternoon and night? She would suffocate. Considering the relentless sounds from next door already made her feel unbearably hot, wearing the veil would surely drench her wedding dress in no time. The maid continued to plead, "Young Lady Chu, even if the prince doesn't come, you can't just lift it. What if someone finds out?" Chu Qingli said nonchalantly, "If you don't speak and I don't speak, then nobody will know." This servanta. The maid servants were all baffled by Chu Qingli's insistence, and seeing that she was determined to proceed in this manner, they could only stop advising against it. Now, all they hoped was that this matter would remain unknown to the prince, otherwise, they feared that they might also face punishment. Time ticked away, second by second. In the afternoon, as Mu Zixuan and Lu Chen's concubines passed by the southern courtyard, they couldn't help but lift the corners of their mouths into smiles upon hearing the faint sounds that drifted from within. The women of the inner palace were all aware of Lu Chen's attraction to Chu Yukan, and now that Lu Chen had finally had his way, his concubines also rejoiced on his behalf. At the same time, the addition of 2 sisters to Lu Chen's harem was good news for them too, since it meant there were 2 more people to share the responsibilities. Happy times always fly by quickly, and the afternoon soon passed, but Lu Chen's happiness was far from over. Mu Zixuan and Lu Chen's concubines were still enjoying tea in the main courtyard when they noticed the crimson glow in the sky. With a smile, Mu Zixuan said, "It should be over by now, right? It seems we'll have to compensate the prince well tonight." Upon hearing Mu Zixuan's words, the other women knew exactly what she meant. Yelv Nanyan said with a laugh, "Based on what I know of the prince, I'm afraid he will be having his dinner in Yukan's room tonight." Yelv Nanyan had the best understanding of Lu Chen's capabilities. Although Mu Zixuan was the first to marry Lu Chen and had spent the longest time with him, she, along with Xiaozhou and Dazhou, were ordinary people. When interacting with these 3, Lu Chen never brought his full strength to bear against them. But Yelv Nanyan was different, already a half-step grandmaster combined with her body, which was as soft and warm as cotton. Lu Chen seldom concealed his true power when visiting her. Hence, Yelv Nanyan believed that there was a high probability that Lu Chen was still in Chu Yukan's room. After hearing Yelv Nanyan's comments, Mu Zixuan thought for a moment and then said, "Whether the prince has come out or not, let's prepare in advance." Continuing, Mu Zixuan instructed a maidservant. "Xiao Ru, go tell the kitchen to prepare some extra nourishing dishes for the prince." "Yes, my lady." After Xiao Ru departed, Mu Zixuan ordered another maidservant. "Qinger, go to the southern courtyard and check if the prince is finished." "Yes, my lady." Having instructed the maidservants, the women continued to drink tea. After a short while, Qinger returned and said to Mu Zixuan, "My lady, the prince is still occupied." Hearing the maidservant's words, Mu Zixuan murmured, "It seems the prince won't be leaving the southern courtyard tonight." Mu Zixuan was not mistaken. Lu Chen indeed did not leave the southern courtyard all night. Not only that, he didn't even step out of Chu Yukan's room. Next door, Chu Qingli was so agitated that she wanted to rush in with a sword and chop Lu Chen to pieces. After listening for an entire night in her room, she was utterly tormented, yet Lu Chen did not come to her, instead choosing to afflict her sister. At dawn, after Mu Zixuan got up, she had the kitchen prepare breakfast, planning to have the maid-servants deliver it directly to the southern courtyard once Lu Chen woke up. Mu Zixuan, holding her child, stood in the pavilion enjoying the morning breeze. Then a maidservant approached her and said, "My lady, the prince is still occupied." This. After hearing the maid's words, Mu Zixuan was taken aback. It had already been an afternoon and an evening, and Lu Chen still hadn't finished his work. Mu Zixuan then said, "Let the kitchen send the prepared meals to the other courtyards, and make another one for the prince." Since Lu Chen was still busy, the previously prepared meals obviously couldn't be left for him anymore. As the prince, he naturally deserved the freshest food. Noon. After Mu Zixuan finished her lunch, she thought of Lu Chen again and said to the maid, "Xiao Ru, go see if the prince has woken up." Upon hearing this, the maid hurriedly went to the southern courtyard. In a short while, the maid Xiao Ru came back. With a blush on her face, Xiao Ru said, "My lady, the prince is still busy." Hearing this, both Dazhou and Xiaozhou sitting beside Mu Zixuan were stunned. Still busy. Hasn't it been a whole day? Zhou Yuyu whispered, "Sister Zixuan, could there be a problem?" Mu Zixuan thought for a moment, and said with some uncertainty, "The prince should know his limits. I guess there shouldn't be any problems." Just like that, the women didn't take the matter to heart. Evening. At dinner time, the women remembered Lu Chen, who was still in the southern courtyard. Usually, they all waited for Lu Chen to come back before eating dinner together. Looking at the nutritious foods on the table, Mu Zixuan once again said to the maid, "Qinger, go and see if the prince has woken up." No sooner had Mu Zixuan spoken than Yelv Nanyan entered the main hall from outside. With a smile on her face, she said, "Qinger, there's no need to go check. I just passed by the southern courtyard, and the prince is still busy." The prince Mu Zixuan wanted to say something, but swallowed the words before they could leave her mouth. After a moment, she finally said, "Since the prince won't be coming back tonight, let's eat first. Later, I'll have the kitchen continue making fresh food for the prince." Meanwhile, southern courtyard. The southern courtyard had quieted down. After a night and a day of noise, it now seemed especially peaceful. Lu Chen was sprawled on Chu Yukin's back, checking the system's notifications. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a wife and being rewarded with the steel smelting technology 2.0 version. The host and wife cultivated affection, acquiring 1000 experience points for Qi refinement mantra, 1000 for rejuvenating skill, 1000 for dragon phoenix yin yang spell, 1000 for absorption technique, 1000 for shadow shifting. A surge in the host and wife's affection boosts all experience tenfold. Absorption technique breakthrough to the second layer, elevating the host's strength to the Grandmaster's zenith realm. Congratulations to the host for helping Chu Yukin conceive a child, rewarded with steam machine manufacturing blueprint. Host and wife achieved mind and heart synchronia 20, rewarded with train manufacturing blueprint, fertilizer manufacturing technology, and 20 essence pills. Seeing the flood of text, Lu Chen was somewhat stunned. He had been busy with urgent matters all day yesterday and had completely ignored the system's notification sound. He hadn't expected that after finishing the urgent matters, he would have acquired so many things. Upon seeing the essence pill on the system interface, Lu Chen was curious about what the pill was for, so he promptly clicked to view its information. Essence pill. Taking it can temper meridians and accelerate the strength enhancement of martial artists. Upon reading the description of the essence pill, Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. Was it really that simple? It only mentioned the acceleration of a martial artist's strength enhancement, without specifying by how much, providing no reference. How was he to know exactly how precious this pill was? Forget it, once someone uses it, then he would know how precious the pill was. The effects of the preserving beauty pill they used before were so good, so the effects of this essence pill should not be too far off. At this time, Lu Chen gently stroked Chu Yukin's hair, a brilliant smile appearing on his face. It's said that martial artists have difficulty becoming pregnant, and his other powerful wives had yet to conceive his child up to now. But Chu Yukin was completely different from them. Now a half-step grandmaster herself, Chu Yukin had conceived his child the very first time they were intimate. It seemed that there really was a great difference in constitution between martial artists, and perhaps some women are simply more prone to pregnancy. Chu Yukin, who was sprawled on the bed, felt her hair being disturbed and spoke in a feeble voice, Chenur, enough already. Although Lu Chen had always used the rejuvenating skill to treat Chu Yukin, and she had not felt any pain, the depletion of her physical energy was very real. She was only a half-step grandmaster, how could she be a match for a grandmaster? At this point, Chu Yukin felt her mind was entirely muddled, incapable of pondering any questions. Now she finally understood why. When she used to patrol the inner court of the prince's mansion, she always heard certain noises. So this was the reason. Chu Yukin felt that if this continued, she might completely lose consciousness. Hearing Chu Yukin's words, Lu Chen laughed, then whispered into her ear, "Yukin, what did you just call me? Calling the wrong name deserves a punishment, you know." Feeling the voice in her ear, Chu Yukin's delicate body involuntarily trembled. Punishment. What punishment could it be? Scared, Chu Yukon quickly said, "Darling, I was wrong." Seeing Chu Yukon suddenly get flustered, Lu Chen hugged her slender waist tightly and didn't proceed with his mischief, saying, "If you really can't change your ways, you can continue to call me Chenur in the future. I like that name, it has a nice ring to it." Upon hearing this, Chu Yukin's face immediately flushed with intense heat, realizing Lu Chen's teasing intended this little rascal just wished to humiliate her. If she continued calling Lu Chen Chenur, it meant she was still looking at Lu Chen from the perspective of an elder. For an elder to behave in that manner before Lu Chen, wouldn't it signify that she lacks propriety? Chu Yukon huffed at that moment, then said, "Don't think that I don't know what naughty ideas are going through your mind." Lu Chen smiled faintly, then responded, "What bad thoughts could I possibly have?" That's when Chu Yukon spoke up, "Come on, get up already. Qing Li is waiting for you next door." Lu Chen said, "The night has just fallen, there's no need to rush." Hearing this, Chu Yukon immediately felt a bit of annoyance and promptly said, "What do you mean night has just fallen? Do you take me for a fool? It's already the next evening." Although from yesterday afternoon till just before Lu Chen finished his mischief, she had been mostly groggy, she had somewhat regained consciousness a few times and knew it was now the next day. Chu Yukon could also guess why she had managed to hold on until now. This bad guy's immortal technique could heal injuries without her feeling the least bit unwell. A persisting till now was only too normal. Seeing Chu Yukin's emotional tone, Lu Chen chuckled and whispered in her ear, "I thought my wife had already lost her mind and didn't realize it was already the next day. I didn't expect you to find out." At that moment, Chu Yukon said, "Qing Li also married you after all. Letting her wait in her room alone for a day and a night should word get out, it would affect her reputation. You better go to her room quickly. A woman marrying a man, yet the master doesn't enter the bridal chamber for an entire day and night. If word of this spreads, people might think the woman had something amiss, which kept the master from the bridal chamber all day and night." Lu Chen remarked, "All right then, you rest well. I'll go to her room right now." Saying this, Lu Chen finally agreed to part with Chu Yukon. After he got up from Chu Yukon, he prepared to get dressed. Just then, Chu Yukon slowly turned over, attempting to get up and help Lu Chen dress, but as soon as she moved a bit, she realized she had no strength in her body. Seeing Chu Yukon prop herself up only to collapse back down, Lu Chen said with a laugh, "My dear wife, you better rest up. Don't overexert yourself." Hearing that, Chu Yukon snorted coldly, looking at Lu Chen with a face full of reproach, "It's all you're doing, I don't have any strength left." Lu Chen chuckled, not teasing Chu Yukon further. He quickly dressed and then headed straight to Chu Qingli's room next door. When Lu Chen arrived at Chu Qingli's room, she was already fast asleep on the bed, and Chu Qingli's maidservants had fallen asleep leaning against the bed. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen was stunned for a moment, realizing that neither of them must have slept last night. Just then, the maid suddenly awoke and seeing Lu Chen inside the room, she was almost scared out of her wits. After all, she was a maid brought over as part of a dowry, responsible for Lu Chen and Chu Qingli's marital affairs, and yet before the male master entered the bridal room, she herself had fallen asleep by the bed. The maid instantly became very panicked, and hurriedly kneeled on the ground, wanting to beg Lu Chen for forgiveness. But just as she was about to kneel, she found her body being dragged up by an incomprehensible force, and her mouth unable to make a sound, as if invisible hands were covering her mouth. The maid was desperate, thinking that the North Prince was angry and about to dispose of her on the spot. However, it was at this moment that she saw the North Prince raise his finger to his lips, and make a shush gesture. Realizing this, the maid understood that the North Prince didn't intend to kill her, but rather, he didn't want her to make noise and wake up Chu Qingli, who was deeply asleep in bed. The maid's heart relaxed. Lu Chen then whispered to the maid, "You go rest first." The maid didn't speak, but she bowed to Lu Chen and then quietly tiptoed out of the room. After the maid left, Lu Chen glanced at Chu Qingli on the bed. She was wearing a red wedding dress, lying there, completely unaware of his presence. Generally speaking, a high-quality warrior could sense approaching danger even while asleep, and would quickly open their eyes to dodge an attack. If Lu Chen were anyone else, Chu Qingli should have already woken up by now. The reason Chu Qingli hadn't woken up and was sleeping so soundly was largely because in her subconscious, Lu Chen was already not considered a threat. Therefore, even as Lu Chen approached, Chu Qingli wasn't alerted to any danger. At this moment, Lu Chen's lips curved into a slight smile. He had played with Chu Qingli hundreds of times already, and her body and mind already belonged to him. It was normal for her not to sense danger in her sleep. Since she didn't sense any danger, then he, the rascal, was going to take advantage of her. With that thought, Lu Chen went straight to the bed and gently pressed down. Even at this stage, Chu Qingli still didn't open her eyes, sleeping very deeply. However, she was vaguely aware of something as she talked in her sleep. Lu Chen, you bastard, leave my sister alone, if you dare, come at me. At this, Chu Qingli turned her head to the side and continued sleeping. Hearing Chu Qingli's sleep talk, Lu Chen chuckled, so you're challenging me to come at you, huh? Alright, I'm coming at you now. Then Lu Chen began to carefully remove Chu Qingli's wedding dress. At this point, no matter how gentle Lu Chen's movements were, they still made Chu Qingli aware of something. But every time Chu Qingli was about to wake up, Lu Chen stopped and remained completely still, and waited until she fell back into a deep sleep before continuing. Because Lu Chen was touching Chu Qingli's body, the skill within her was sealed, and when a martial artist is devoid of their skill, their perception greatly decreases. Additionally, since Chu Qingli no longer saw Lu Chen as a threat, she didn't wake up even when he had removed her clothes. Time passed, and after a while, Lu Chen glanced over Chu Qingli's whole body and smiled to himself, realizing that she had been prepared for his arrival all along. Since that was the case, he might as well work overtime, no sleep for him tonight. Then Lu Chen moved closer and captured Chu Qingli's red lips with his own. Now, Chu Qingli gradually felt that something was amiss. She abruptly opened her eyes, only to find that Lu Chen, the scoundrel, was doing bad things on top of her. Chu Qingli struggled immediately, but Lu Chen didn't mind her and continued with what he was doing. After struggling for a while, Chu Qingli completely gave up. Forget it, after all, she was already this man's woman, and she had officially married this scoundrel yesterday. Whatever he wanted to do to her now was his right. Meanwhile, in the next room, Chu Yukon lay on the bed while several maids entered the room to clean up the bed. The sheets were already soaked through, things that needed changing had to be changed. At this moment, Chu Yukon heard noises from the next room. Hearing Chu Qingli's voice, she was momentarily stunned. She had thought that the scoundrel, after being busy all day and night, would go to Chu Qingli's room and finally sleep. But unexpectedly, he was not behaving himself even after going to Chu Qingli's room, not resting, and continuing to abuse Chu Qingli. Chu Yukon sighed, this scoundrel, he's really not taking care of himself more and more. In Chu Yukon's view, even if Lu Chen had become a grandmaster, he still needed rest. Nowadays, Lu Chen was completely overexerting himself. Chu Yukon thought to herself that now she too was Lu Chen's woman, and soon there would be no elders of Lu Chen in the prince's mansion. He would probably become even more unrestrained in his actions. This was not a good thing, and it seemed that she had to continue calling him Chenur. Even if she wasn't managing him, when Lu Chen heard her addressing him this way, it always gave him the feeling that he still had an elder, and perhaps he would restrain himself a little. As for whether it was effective, only time would tell. As the saying goes, the tender homeland is the grave of heroes. Chu Yukon in Chu Qingli's first half-month after marrying into the North Prince mansion, Lu Chen spent every day in the southern courtyard, nearly reaching the state of blissful neglect of his duties. Even government affairs were nearly abandoned. This made Chu Yukon very worried. She was determined once again that Lu Chen must have an elder to manage him, otherwise, who knew how much longer he would continue to waste away. Finally, one morning after Lu Chen got up from the gentle jade fragrance of Chu Yukon's embrace, she directly spoke up, Chenur, there's something your aunt must tell you off about. Hearing Chu Yukon's tone as that of an elder once again, Lu Chen immediately showed a smile. Most young people dislike being lectured by their elders, but Chu Yukon wasn't an ordinary elder. Her status was somewhat special, which could be understood as role-playing, and Lu Chen actually liked this approach. Lu Chen then said, Madam Chu, what is it that you wanted to tell me? Chu Yukin was still calling herself Aunt, so she directly said, I've heard that you've recently thrown all the government affairs onto Zhuge Zongguang and haven't been doing anything yourself. Now there are rumors outside that you have completely degenerated. Hearing this, Lu Chen said with a smile, then, Madam Chu, do you think I've degenerated? This. Seeing Lu Chen asking her, Chu Yukin didn't know what to say. This bad guy's degeneration was quite obvious, wasn't it? He was coming to her place every day, often staying up all night, then sleeping during the daytime. Seeing Chu Yukin not speaking, Lu Chen, smiling, said, I haven't degenerated. I just wanted to see if, without me, the prince managing things, my reform policies could continue without any problems. That's why I let the great scholar take over all the government work. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Chu Yukin looked at him doubtfully. Then she said, when you led the troops to Ningbei City to resist the Tianqi King's army, didn't you leave all government affairs to Zhuge Zongguang for a month or two? Wasn't that enough to test what you wanted to verify? Hearing Chu Yukin's words, Lu Chen simply stopped pretending and said, all right, I'll come clean. I just wanted to do wicked things to you every day and throw the governmental affairs to Zhuge Zongguang. Seeing that Lu Chen actually admitted it directly, Chu Yukin was stunned again. You. Quote. Chu Yukin sighed softly and then said, Chenur, you are, after all, the prince, and you should prioritize state affairs. How can you waste your energy on your aunt every day? If this continues, I'm afraid people will start saying your aunt is a femme fatale. Lu Chen said with a smile, if I don't focus my energy on you, how can I make you pregnant with my child? Chu Yukin didn't know at the time that she was already pregnant. She continued, children can't be forced, and you know martial artists are not easy to get pregnant. Look at how you visited Yelv Nanyan every day before, and she still hasn't gotten pregnant. Hearing her words, Lu Chen leaned close to Chu Yukin's head and whispered in her ear, I have good news for you. You're actually pregnant. At those words, Chu Yukin's whole person froze instantly. Pregnant. She was carrying this bad guy's child. Could that be true? How come she didn't feel it at all? Chu Yukin, in disbelief, asked, you're not lying to me. Lu Chen, looking into Chu Yukin's eyes, teased, how could I dare to deceive my Madam Chu? Chu Yukin's face turned bright red in an instant, and she said in a soft voice, you should stop calling me Madam Chu. Chu Yukin had intended to use her status as an elder to persuade Lu Chen to put his mind on the right path, but she didn't expect to become pregnant with Lu Chen's child so quickly. If Lu Chen continued to call her aunt, what would they call each other after the baby was born? Wouldn't that throw everything into confusion? Chu Yukin felt puzzled. How did she get pregnant with this little bad guy's child so quickly? Lu Chen had been visiting Yelv Nanyan every day before, and she hadn't gotten pregnant with his child either. Seeing Chu Yukin with a flushed face, Lu Chen said with a smile, didn't you just find it so natural to shout, Chenur, Chenur, before, and now all of a sudden, you're telling me not to call you, aunt. Feeling ashamed, Chu Yukin said, anyway, you shouldn't call me that from now on. Lu Chen then embraced her and said, all right, I understand. From now on, I'll just call you my wife. Saying this, Lu Chen continued, actually, you got pregnant the very first night of our marriage. However, I worried if I only touched you once and then never again, you might think that I had started to despise you, so these past few days I simply stayed in the prince's mansion every day, intending to do all that we planned to do during your pregnancy. Hearing this, Chu Yukin felt even hotter, not expecting that she would conceive the first time they did such a thing. She seemed too easily pregnant, being a half-step grandmaster. This gave her a strange feeling. It was as if her body had been ready to conceive Lu Chen's child all along, and Chu Yukin felt immensely embarrassed. Lu Chen said, I still have to go to the armory later, so I should get up now. You go back to sleep a little longer. With that, Lu Chen got up and dressed. Chu Yukin was about to help him with his clothes but realized she had no strength at all. With no choice, she had to call in the maidservant to help Lu Chen dress. After leaving Chu Yukin's room, Lu Chen had a simple breakfast in the main courtyard before heading to the armory to find the Mohist brothers. The steam engine blueprint was ready, and so was the train blueprint. If these two things could be constructed, they would surely bring a cross-era change to the North Country. After arriving at the military workshop, Lu Chen called the two Mohist brothers together and showed them the blueprints for the steam engine and the train, explaining the working principles of these two inventions. Upon hearing Lu Chen's explanation, the two brothers felt as if the doors to a new world had suddenly opened before them. As craftsmen, once Lu Chen had explained, they immediately realized the impact that the steam engine and the train would bring to the world, especially the steam engine. At this point, Lu Chen said, "Mo Fei, you will need to remain in the military workshop to continue with the firearms research and development. Therefore, the task of manufacturing the steam engine and the train will be entrusted to your brother." Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, the excited Mo Xing said, "Thank you for your trust, Prince." Mo Xing was very interested in the steam engine and the train. He was eager to see the changes these two inventions would bring to the world. Moreover, Mo Xing firmly believed that these two inventions could definitely promote the development of the era. With the task of manufacturing the steam engine and the train assigned to him, he, the man who made them, could also leave his mark on history. Lu Chen then continued, "By the way, let's manufacture the steam engine and the train in Great U City. The craftsmen in Yan County are not quite sufficient. Although a number of refugees had come to the North Country and the population had significantly increased, skilled craftsmen were still very scarce. It might work to have most refugees till the fields, but involving them in industrial production would require lengthy training. However, Great U City was different, with almost every household being home to craftsmen. If the manufacturing of the steam engine and the train were to be placed in Great U City, recruiting craftsmen would be much easier." Additionally, Lu Chen's main purpose for manufacturing the steam engine and the train in Great U City was to build a railway directly connecting Great U City with Yan County once the train was completed. Great U City had a population of several hundred thousand, and these people were crucial for Lu Chen's industrial development plans, so he did not intend to keep them in Great U City indefinitely. Once the railway connecting Great U City was in place, it would be much easier for the city's residents to travel to Yan County and to return to Great U City. Thus, the residents of Great U City would no longer have to stay there just because they were worried about being too far from home. Mo Xing instantly grasped Lu Chen's intentions and immediately responded, "Very well, Prince. I will pack up my things as soon as possible and head back to Great U City." Lu Chen said, "There's no need to rush. I plan to inspect Great U City in a few days, and you can return with my entourage then." The people of Great U City were also his subjects, after all, and even though the system had established the ownership of Great U City quite some time ago, Lu Chen had not yet visited it, feeling that he had somewhat neglected Great U City's existence. As there wasn't much happening in the North Country now, and the government in Yan County would function without him, the bureaucratic system he had set up was starting to take hold. His absence from Yan County for a while would not cause any issues. Hearing Lu Chen's words, an excited Mo Xing said, "The citizens of Great U City will be very happy to hear that you are going to visit." Lu Chen was seen as the son of destiny, the human emperor they in Great U City had been waiting many years for. If Lu Chen were to visit in person, the city's residents would surely be overjoyed. After hearing Mo Xing's words, Lu Chen smiled and then said, "Let's leave it at that for today. I have other matters to attend to, so I will be returning now. As for the work at the military workshop, you should also make time to hand it over to someone else, then pack your things. I will send someone to pick you up in a couple of days." "Yes, Prince." Lu Chen did not linger long at the military workshop, he soon left and returned to the North Prince Mansion to summon Zhuge Zongguang to the study. He was going to be bound for Great U City for a while, and there were things that he needed to discuss with Zhuge Zongguang. After delegating the upcoming tasks for the North Country, Lu Chen thought of the recent actions of the Sum Emperor and said to Zhuge Zongguang, "Great scholar, I've recently received news that my father is joining forces with some Grand Masters to move against you." Hearing this, Zhuge Zongguang smiled faintly, stroked his graying beard, and replied, "I had long anticipated this day would come. The last time a celestial realm powerhouse appeared in this world, many grandmasters died. Now, as I am on the verge of breaking through to the heavenly human realm, it's natural that some will be concerned the same events could occur again. Seeing that Zhuge Zongguang was not worried at all, Lu Chen directly asked, I want to know how much longer it will take for the great scholar to break through to the heavenly human realm. The disturbance in the south is nearing its end, and next, my father will in all likelihood move against the north country. He probably has already swayed quite a few grandmasters. If you cannot break through soon, there could be a great calamity ahead. Lingering on Lu Chen's words, Zhuge Zongguang answered, breaking through to become a grandmaster is not easy. Although I can clearly feel that I am on the cusp of a breakthrough and have even touched the threshold of the heavenly human realm, I still feel as if I am missing something. The heavenly human realm transcends the scope of martial arts. Simply raising one's strength is not enough to break through to the heavenly human realm. There must be a special rule in this world. Only by passing this rule, or rather, by gaining the approval of this world, can a grandmaster break through to the heavenly human realm. I suspect that the reason why the heavenly human realm expert from mysterious Moon Palace massacred the grandmasters of this world is mainly to break through. The common belief is that he hunted grandmasters so flagrantly to demonstrate the power of the heavenly human realm, but in my opinion, it was a necessity for his breakthrough to the heavenly human realm, thus he had to kill so many grandmasters. Hearing Zhuge Zongguang's words, Lu Chen furrowed his brows. So, does this mean that it's unlikely for Zhuge Zongguang to manage a breakthrough to the heavenly human realm in a short period? This could be problematic, for if Zhuge Zongguang can't break through to the heavenly human realm, he might not be able to handle a siege by grandmasters. Even though he had reached the zenith realm of grandmaster, allowing him to assist Zhuge Zongguang from the sidelines, who knew how many grandmasters his father the emperor could call upon. If it were 1 or 2 grandmasters, then he wouldn't be so worried, but if there were 5 or 6, he feared that he and Zhuge Zongguang wouldn't be able to withstand them. Even though North Country had entered the age of firearms, guns could only serve to suppress grandmasters. To actually kill one, guns could not play a decisive role. At that moment, Lu Chen suddenly thought of something, and then he took out an essence pill from the system space and said to Zhuge Zongguang, this is an essence pill, a type of immortal pill that can refine the meridians. Take it and see if it might help you break through to the heavenly human realm. Upon hearing these words, Zhuge Zongguang was stunned. Once he regained his composure, Zhuge Zongguang immediately said, Prince, this shouldn't be, such a precious pill shouldn't be used by me. Although Zhuge Zongguang didn't know what an essence pill was and had never heard of it before, when Lu Chen mentioned that it was an immortal pill, Zhuge Zongguang recognized the significance of the item. Anything related to immortals was invariably precious. Lu Chen said indifferently, I have plenty more here, take one and use it. For North Country, the value of a heavenly human realm is far greater than that of this immortal pill. Seeing Lu Chen insist, Zhuge Zongguang felt it was inappropriate to continue refusing. He took the essence pill from Lu Chen's hand and then said, Then, I must thank you greatly, Prince. After receiving the essence pill, Zhuge Zongguang wasted no words and immediately placed the essence pill in his mouth and swallowed it. After consuming the essence pill, Zhuge Zongguang instantly felt an indescribable lightness throughout his body. In the next moment, innumerable bamboo slips seemed to appear before his eyes, flashing by swiftly. In Lu Chen's view, Zhuge Zongguang's body was emitting a faint golden light, which seemed both mystical and extraordinary. In not too long, Zhuge Zongguang's golden light converged, and then a sky-piercing golden pillar of light extended from his body, piercing through the roof of Lu Chen's study. The phenomenon in the study swiftly caught the attention of all the citizens of Yan County. Of course, it also caught the attention of the people in the prince's mansion. When the wives and concubines of Lu Chen saw the pillar of light rising from the study, they were startled, fearing that something had happened to Lu Chen. They quickly made their way towards the study. Soon the courtyard of the study was crowded with people. At this time, Mu Zixuan also arrived outside the study courtyard. Seeing Chu Yukan and the others at the door, not entering the study, she asked, Chu, what has happened inside? Chu Yukan replied, I don't know either. Xiao Huan said the prince and the great scholar were discussing important matters inside and asked us not to go in. Hearing this, Mu Zixuan felt puzzled. What were Lu Chen and Zhuge Zongguang discussing in the study that could cause such a phenomenon? Dark clouds gathered in the sky above Yan County at that moment, growing denser as if the heavens were about to collapse. The golden pillar of light emerged from the clouds, amidst which thunder roared and lightning flashed. The thunder was like the roaring of a dragon within the clouds. The citizens of Yan County, seeing the golden pillar of light shooting from North Prince Mansion and witnessing such extraordinary phenomena, including the appearance of a dragon, believed that the heavens were showing favor to the North Prince, causing the entire city's populace to kneel in the direction of North Prince Mansion. Meanwhile, Lu Chen in the study saw that the golden pillar of light showed no signs of dissipating and was utterly astounded. The commotion seemed to be getting a bit out of hand. A pillar of light that thick shooting up into the sky would have been seen by all the citizens of the city by now, and since it was emanating from North Prince Mansion, how was he to explain this to the people? Lu Chen sighed and thought to himself, well, let's take things one step at a time and see if Zhuge Zongguang can break through to the heavenly human realm. At that moment, Zhuge Zongguang stood rooted to the spot with his eyes closed, as if he had entered a meditative state. After an indeterminate amount of time, countless golden bamboo slips appeared before Zhuge Zongguang. Initially, these golden bamboo slips only appeared in Zhuge Zongguang's mind, visible only to him. Now, Lu Chen could see them too. Seeing these golden bamboo slips, Lu Chen couldn't help but feel awestruck. It seemed this world was far more magical than he had imagined. His understanding of it was probably less than 1%. After the golden bamboo slips circled around Zhuge Zongguang's body for a while, they instantly entered his body. Zhuge Zongguang suddenly opened his eyes, emitting two beams of golden light. Zhuge Zongguang then took a deep breath, as all the golden light entered his body. Gradually, the golden pillar of light emanating from his body also slowly dissipated. Zhuge Zongguang adjusted his breathing, and Lu Chen quickly used the system to check Zhuge Zongguang's status. Name: Zhuge Zongguang. Identity: Chancellor of the Universal Academy, Great Scholar of the North Country. Strength: Grand Master at the Zenith Realm. Loyalty: 100. Seeing Zhuge Zongguang's personal information, Lu Chen was stunned. Grand Master at the Zenith Realm. Like himself. Should it not be the heavenly human realm? Lu Chen immediately asked, Great Scholar, how do you feel now? Hearing Lu Chen's question, Zhuge Zongguang sighed and then said, I have disappointed the prince, I still have not been able to cross that threshold. Thissa. Lu Chen was somewhat speechless. The commotion just now was obviously not something a Grand Master could cause. He had thought that Zhuge Zongguang would definitely break through to the Grand Master realm, but still no breakthrough. Where did the problem occur? Why couldn't he break through? Could it really be as Zhuge Zongguang said, that one has to pass through some special rule of this world before a Grand Master can break through to the heavenly human realm? While Lu Chen was in deep thought, Zhuge Zongguang spoke up, Prince, although I have not broken through to the heavenly human realm, I now know the opportunity that will allow me to break through. Lu Chen directly asked, what opportunity? Zhuge Zongguang answered, as long as there are more and more scholars in the North Country, and more talented individuals, once I have absorbed enough qi of literature, I will be able to break through to the heavenly human realm. After entering a meditative state just now, a voice guided me in the darkness. This isn't much different from my previous conjecture. To break through to the heavenly human realm, everyone must go through some special rule and gain this world's recognition. Now that I think about it, the celestial from mysterious Moon Palace who killed so many Grand Masters back then, it's very likely that he had to kill a certain number of Grand Masters to authenticate his path and break through to the heavenly human realm. After contemplating, Lu Chen then said, so that's how it is. In that case, this prince will let the Ministry of Education issue a decree starting next week. Every child aged 6 to 16 must go to school. Lu Chen had intended to implement universal education all along. A long time ago, he had the disciples of Mysterious Moon Palace teach the common folk of North Country how to read and write. However, at that time, it was just allowing the disciples to teach reading and writing, and it was not mandatory for the children of the common folk to learn literacy. As a result, many still think learning to read is unnecessary. Since the opportunity for Zhuge Zongguang to break through to the heavenly human realm is linked to having more and more scholars and talented people in North Country, it's the perfect chance to accelerate the push for universal education. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Zhuge Zongguang hurriedly said, "Prince, I'm afraid that won't do. Nowadays, most commoners believe that one should only learn to read if they aim to become officials. Otherwise, reading is a waste of time and money. And for most families, children are contributors to labor. If their children are sent to academies, the commoners will surely be reluctant." Lu Chen said indifferently, "Any policy implementation will meet resistance. If we do nothing because the commoners oppose it, then we wouldn't be able to reclaim land ownership rights, and North Country would not have developed at its current pace." Seeing Lu Chen so resolute, Zhuge Zongguang didn't say anything more. Then Lu Chen continued, "Each year, the North Prince Mansion will set aside a sum of money as a scholarship. Students who excel in conduct and learning can apply, and those who are approved will receive scholarships distributed by the North Prince Mansion. Moreover, within 50 years, students who pass the entrance exams to the higher academy founded by the North Prince Mansion will have guaranteed job assignments once they graduate." Hearing this, Zhuge Zongguang instantly understood Lu Chen's intention. Lu Chen planned to use various methods to motivate the common folk to send their children to school. At that moment, Lu Chen sighed and continued, "To be honest, starting now, I don't even know if it will be timely enough." The Sum Emperor had long been preparing to deal with Zhuge Zongguang, yet they had only just begun to implement universal education. It's very possible that before their education effort even gets underway, the Grand Masters could come to assassinate Zhuge Zongguang before he breaks through to the heavenly human realm. Zhuge Zongguang said, "Your Highness, please be at ease. Although His Majesty has long been preparing to eliminate me, everyone knows that I am a Grand Master on the verge of breaking through to the heavenly human realm. The phenomenon seen just now by the common folk of Yan County, once word gets out, it's very possible that some Grand Masters will believe I have already broken through, thereby refusing His Majesty's orders." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen quickly realized the point. Right, the commotion was so great that the spies in Yan County must have seen it already. If they can use this to their advantage, letting people think that Zhuge Zongguang has broken through, then naturally the Sum Emperor wouldn't dare act rashly. Though they themselves knew Zhuge Zongguang hadn't broken through to the heavenly human realm, others didn't know that, and those who had actually seen a celestial were scarce who really knew what being a celestial was like. With this in mind, Lu Chen said with a smile, "I understand the great scholar's implication. From this day on, the great scholar shall be known as a celestial. The great scholar should refrain from showing his true strength easily." Zhuge Zongguang instantly guessed what Lu Chen intended to do and immediately said, "Yes, Your Highness." Lu Chen, with a smile, added, "All right, let's leave it at this for today. The earlier noise was quite loud, and there are probably already numerous rumors outside. This prince needs to find someone to dispel them." Zhuge Zongguang then bowed and said, "I shall take my leave." Lu Chen's wives and concubines anxiously waited at the entrance of the academy, all fearing that something had happened to Lu Chen in the study, as they, too, were witnessing such an extraordinary phenomenon for the first time. As the women were on tenterhooks, the door to the study opened, and Zhuge Zongguang and Lu Chen emerged one after the other. At that moment, Mu Zixuan quickly approached and asked with concern, "Prince, are you all right?" Seeing so many people standing outside the study, Lu Chen said with a smile, "I'm sorry, the great scholar had an epiphany and broke through just now. The commotion was a bit loud, and it worried you all." Lu Chen merely stated that there had been a breakthrough, without revealing to which realm Zhuge Zongguang had ascended. His words could not be considered a lie, for indeed Zhuge Zongguang had advanced from the Grand Master to the zenith of the Grand Master realm. It was a breakthrough nonetheless. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, however, the crowd gathered at the door of the study was instantly dumbstruck. A breakthrough. Zhuge Zongguang had a breakthrough. Wasn't Zhuge Zongguang already a Grand Master? If he were to break through again, wouldn't that mean heaven, the heavenly human realm? The very thought left everyone speechless. A strong person from the North Country had reached the heavenly human realm. Didn't that mean that no one would dare to provoke the North Country anymore? Seeing everyone at the door stunned, Lu Chen and Zhuge Zongguang exchanged smiles. Zhuge Zongguang hurriedly said, Prince, I have political affairs to attend to, so I must leave now. Lu Chen replied with a smile, all right, take care. After Zhuge Zongguang left, the women finally came to their senses. Mu Zixuan then asked disbelievingly, Page. Prince, did the great scholar really break through? Although Mu Zixuan was still a commoner, she was well aware of what it meant for the North Country to have someone in the heavenly human realm. The news was truly shocking. Lu Chen said, didn't you see the pillar of light that shot up to the sky just now? With such a great event, how can you still not believe he has broken through? Do you think an ordinary Grand Master could cause such a commotion? Upon hearing this from Lu Chen, the women felt it made sense. A Grand Master couldn't possibly create such a disturbance. The sky had been covered with dark clouds, as if it were about to collapse. Only the heavenly human realm, which people referred to as the realm of pseudo-immortals, could cause such changes in celestial phenomena. Seeing the excitement of his wives and concubines, Lu Chen helplessly revealed a smile. If only Zhuge Zongguang had truly ascended to the heavenly human realm. By the afternoon, news of Zhuge Zongguang's breakthrough had spread throughout Yan County, instantly stirring the civilians, and leaving the spies of Yan County taken aback. Even the most ordinary civilians knew what the heavenly human realm signified. The heavenly human realm was also known as that of pseudo-immortals. Before having witnessed real immortals, those who possessed the strength of the heavenly human realm were regarded as immortals. Now, the common folk were all abuzz with tales of Zhuge Zongguang becoming an immortal, asserting that the pillar of light they had seen at noon marked the moment Zhuge Zongguang ascended during his tribulation. Spies from various countries were stunned by this news, and they dispatched their agents to gather information to verify its authenticity. Following the investigations by spies from different countries, the official reports of the North Country did not mention Zhuge Zongguang's breakthrough. The official reports merely discussed the advancement of universal education, while the Eastern newspaper agencies' reports did carry news of Zhuge Zongguang's breakthrough. However, the reports from the Eastern newspaper agency did not specify his ascension to the heavenly human realm. But since Zhuge Zongguang was already at the Grand Master realm, according to people's understanding, the only realm above a Grand Master is the heavenly human realm. There are no other realms between Grand Master and heavenly human. Since the Eastern newspaper agency reported on Zhuge Zongguang's breakthrough, didn't that imply that Zhuge Zongguang had indeed become a strong person of the heavenly human realm? A feudal state in the North Country had given rise to a celestial. Spies and merchant caravans from various countries sensed that the world was on the verge of monumental changes. Under the heavenly human realm, all are mortals. A single individual of the heavenly human realm could easily annihilate hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Now that the North Country had a celestial, would they remain content being a mere feudal state? One stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. In less than a week, the news of Zhuge Zongguang's ascension to the heavenly human realm had spread across all the major dynasties, and each dynasty was shaken by the news. The heavenly human realm. To date, no dynasty had overtly seen a strong person of the heavenly human realm. The strongest known were merely Grand Masters, and as for the rumored celestial of the Great Xia dynasty, that individual was from the mysterious Moon Palace, a sect not considered part of the mortal world's strength and thus not counted as a celestial of the Great Xia dynasty. Soon enough, several dynasties began to consider how to interact with the North Country. Of course, they had to verify the truthfulness of Zhuge Zongguang's supposed breakthrough to the heavenly human realm. But until then, it did not hinder them from seeking good relations with the North Country. Spies from various countries had witnessed the changes in celestial patterns in Yan County, so to most people, the news of Zhuge Zongguang's breakthrough to the heavenly human realm seemed very likely to be true. As the news spread across all the major dynasties, it quickly reached the ears of the Sum Emperor. In the Great Xia dynasty, within the imperial palace. In the royal garden. The Sum Emperor, having just read the war dispatch delivered by the Red Ribbon Messenger from the south, couldn't help but feel a surge of relief. The heavy burden of the aristocratic families in the south, which had been weighing on his mind, seemed finally about to be shattered by him. As long as the aristocratic families of the south were eradicated, the other aristocratic families within Great Sum's territory posed no real threat. In fact, these families had tried to aid the southern aristocratic families through various means, but the southern rebels still lost disastrously. Now, they could only shrink back within Sufeng City, awaiting their doom. This was a clear sign that the era of Great Sum's ancient families was coming to an end. The Grand Master of Great Sum's royal family was already waiting outside Sufeng City. The final battle would be between the Grand Masters of the royal family and the Grand Masters of the major aristocratic families. Once the royal Grand Master triumphed over the Grand Master from the southern aristocratic family, the war would be thoroughly concluded. With the death of the Grand Master from the southern aristocratic family, no one would be able to resist the imperial army. At that time, the southern aristocratic family would be completely eradicated from this world. As some emperor read the battle report in his hand, he thought that once the southern aristocratic family was dealt with, he would immediately join forces with the Grand Masters of various dynasties and then eliminate Zhuge Zongguang. Without Zhuge Zongguang, even if North Prince had exceptional abilities, he would not be able to stir any trouble. Just as some emperor was contemplating this, suddenly a dark figure appeared before him. A shadow guard soldier knelt on the ground, holding up a letter, "Your Majesty, an urgent report from Yan County." Upon hearing that it was an intelligence report from Yan County, some emperor didn't hesitate. He took the envelope directly, then opened it to check the contents of the report. After viewing the contents of the envelope, the Sum Emperor was struck as if by a bolt from the blue, rendered utterly stunned. The content of the report was simple, just one line: Zhuge Zongguang has broken through to the heavenly human realm. How is this possible? Since when has breaking through to the heavenly human realm become so easy? Although people always said that Zhuge Zongguang was about to break through the heavenly human realm, this statement had been repeated for decades without any sign of him actually achieving it. And now Zhuge Zongguang had not been in North Country for long, and he had already broken through. The Sum Emperor couldn't accept this piece of news. If Zhuge Zongguang were one of Great Sum's court, one of his own, then it would be a different story. But Zhuge Zongguang belonged to North Country. He was that most unwelcome person who may very well not be his biological son. A feudal state with a celestial-level powerhouse, what it would do next was almost self-evident. Seeing the Sum Emperor staring at the letter in his hand for a long time, unable to recover, and looking as if he had been petrified, Satu Ce in the nearby pavilion seemed to understand something. Although he did not know what had happened, something that could cause some emperor to lose composure like this must be no small matter in North Country. After a long time, some emperor finally came back to his senses and said, "Investigate, have the shadow guards in Yan County investigate immediately. I want to know the exact news." Heavenly human realm is the pinnacle of martial arts, a realm of pseudo-immortals, an existence not to be offended. Once North Country had a celestial-level powerhouse, even the Sum Emperor's throne might become unstable. At this point, Sum Emperor no longer cared whether he was acting undignified. What he feared most was the recurrence of the incidents from his childhood. Back then, the celestial-level powerhouse from mysterious Moon Palace had killed numerous Grand Masters, to the point that there are still Grand Masters hiding in the deep mountains and forests, not daring to emerge. If Zhuge Zongguang were like that celestial-level powerhouse, would it be possible that the royal Grand Masters would be slaughtered again? The key issue was that he himself was now a Grand Master. If celestial-level powerhouses were to slay Grand Masters, then it was very likely that he, the Emperor, would die at the hands of a celestial-level powerhouse. At this moment, for the first time, some Emperor felt the fear of death, as those terrifying memories of his childhood once again enveloped his mind. Seeing some emperor so distraught, Satu Ce could no longer hold back and asked, "Your Majesty, may I know what has happened?" Without responding, some emperor simply threw the letter to Satu Ce. Satu Ce caught the letter and glanced at its contents. Upon seeing those words, Satu Ce was also taken aback. The heavenly human realm. That is the level many Grand Masters yearn for their entire lives, a threshold most Grand Masters cannot even reach until their deaths. Since his birth, the only person he knew who had broken through to the heavenly human realm was that one from mysterious Moon Palace. If Zhuge Zongguang were to be counted as another, that would make two people. But Has Zhuge Zongguang really broken through to the heavenly human realm? Just then, a soldier hurriedly approached some emperor and reported, Your Majesty, there is activity in North Country. Hearing this, both Sum Emperor and Satu Ce were taken aback. The Sum Emperor immediately asked, What's going on? The soldier responded, North Country has assembled an army of 100,000 at the border with Qi Country, claiming that if the court has difficulty dealing with the southern rebels, they can move south at any time to assist in quelling the rebellion. Upon hearing this, Sum Emperor's face turned dark on the spot. Now that the southern rebels were almost wiped out and were cowering within Sufeng City, North Country was talking about sending troops southward. What was the intention of North Country? One might easily guess. Sum Emperor couldn't help but wonder if Zhuge Zongguang had indeed broken through to the heavenly human realm. Otherwise, why would that brat be so eager to send troops southward? It was clear that the brat could hardly wait to claim his throne. The more Sum Emperor thought about it, the angrier he became, and the next moment, he suddenly began coughing violently. Cough cough cough. PFF'd. As he coughed, a mouthful of fresh blood suddenly sprayed out. Seeing this, Satu Ce hurried out of the pavilion and rushed to Sum Emperor's side, quickly placing his hand on the Emperor's back to help regulate his breathing. Your Majesty, please do not be enraged, take care of your dragon body. The Sum Emperor also realized that if he continued to be angry, he might indeed suffer from qi deviation, so he quickly stabilized his breath and calmed himself down. After a while, the Sum Emperor's heart had slightly settled. However, at this moment another shadow appeared in front of the Sum Emperor. He was about to report intelligence when Satu Ce furrowed his brows, fearing that the news from this shadow guard was another piece of bad news that would anger the Sum Emperor. He hurriedly said, Your Majesty is not feeling well at the moment, whatever it is, report it tomorrow. Upon hearing the state preceptor's words, the subsequent shadow guard swallowed back the words he was about to say. At that time, the Sum Emperor, having calmed down, spoke up, No need, speak. He did not believe that any news that followed could be worse than the news that Zhuge Zongguang had broken through to the heavenly human realm. In his view, there was no news that could be worse than that. Seeing that the Sum Emperor had allowed him to speak directly, the Shadow Guard did not hesitate and said, Your Majesty, the Valley Master of Peach Blossom Valley has sent a message that she is going into closed-door cultivation. She may not come out for 10 years, and if you have any matters, please seek her after 10 years. Hearing this, the Sum Emperor snorted coldly without saying a word. Obviously, the Valley Master of Peach Blossom Valley had also heard the news of Zhuge Zongguang's breakthrough and was scared into hiding. What nonsense closed-door cultivation, all but a bunch of cowardly old antiques afraid of death. The Sum Emperor then said, Issue a decree, have Zhao Quan speed up and quickly settle the rebel forces in the south, and capture Shuyun back. Although the Sum Emperor still found it somewhat unbelievable that Zhuge Zongguang had broken through to the heavenly human realm, he knew some preparations had to be made in advance. The North Country had already stationed 100,000 troops at their border with Qi Country, clearly showing that the little beast had set his sights on something. If he wanted to remain secure on the throne, he had to rapidly quell the turmoil in the south and then shift all his elite forces to the north. Some time later, a rumor spread in the streets and alleys of the Great Sum capital city. Some said that the royal family of Great Sum had obtained a sacred artifact from mysterious Moon Palace, claiming this artifact could temporarily raise a person's strength to the level of the heavenly human realm. Once the rumor spread, it immediately caused a stir, with many people doubting its credibility. After all, if such a thing truly existed, why would mysterious Moon Palace give it to the Great Sum royal family? The goddess of the mysterious Moon Palace may have married the Sum Emperor, but their ending was not a happy one. The palace had long fallen out with the Great Sum royal family, and they wouldn't give the emperor anything valuable, let alone their sacred artifacts. Meanwhile, North Country. Lu Chen had already embarked on his inspection journey to Great Yu City. This trip to the north was rather leisurely and without much danger, so Lu Chen took Xiao Wenyao with him. Xiao Wenyao had always wanted to gallop on a horse across the grasslands, right? During the journey to the north, the endless grasslands offered the perfect opportunity. During the day, Xiao Wenyao would ride freely on the prairie, And at night, it was Lu Chen's turn to relax on horseback. Although Lu Chen had traveled north, their convoy was not particularly fast, and any news from the Brocade Guard could still catch up with Lu Chen's convoy. In the evening, Lu Chen's convoy had already set up camp. Just as he was about to have someone call for Xiao Wenyao, a Jinyue guard approached him. "Prince, there is intelligence from the capital." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen immediately took the intelligence from the hands of the Jinyue guard and scanned it. Seeing the rumor from the Great Sum capital, Lu Chen's lips curled slightly. He had already learned of the Sum Emperor's possession of the mysterious Moon Palace sacred artifact from Chen Wanrong. However, the fact that this news had spread and was circulating throughout the Great Sum capital was quite thought-provoking. It was most likely not mysterious Moon Palace that released the news. They didn't want people to know that their sacred artifact was in the hands of the Sum Emperor. It would not sound good for such a powerful sect force as Mysterious Moon Palace to have lost their sacred artifact, only for it to end up in the hands of a secular royal family. Moreover, that sacred artifact must have some importance to Mysterious Moon Palace. If too many people knew it was in the hands of the Great Sum royal family, what would they do if more people covet the sacred artifact? Since the news did not come from Mysterious Moon Palace, who could have released it? To guess who released the news, one must consider that there surely aren't many who know that the Great Sum royal family possesses the Mysterious Moon Palace sacred artifact, so it definitely wasn't spread by a commoner. Secondly, whose interests would be served by releasing this news? Lu Chen's mind instantly pictured the Sum Emperor. The news of Zhuge Zongguang's breakthrough to the heavenly human realm had spread to all dynasties. Plus, to make the act more convincing, Lu Chen had ordered Wei Siwan's army of 100,000 to be stationed near the border with Qi country, portraying a posture ready to advance southward, causing unrest in Great Sum. Without a doubt, the Sum Emperor was also scared. The Sum Emperor truly feared that the North Country would rebel by leveraging the heavenly human realm. Thus, to prevent North Country from actually rebelling, he had no choice but to release information about possessing the sacred artifact from Mysterious Moon Palace, creating an impression that Great Sum's royal family had a secret weapon capable of fighting at the level of the heavenly human realm. With that, if the North Country contemplated rebelling or marching south to attack the capital, they would have to consider whether Great Sum's royal family really possessed a sacred artifact that could elevate someone to the heavenly human realm. Essentially, it was a deterrence against North Country. After reading the intelligence, Lu Chen said to the Jinyue guard in front of him, "Go tell Wei Siwan to have his troops also make a move, show their faces more near the Qi country border." "Yes, Prince." Lu Chen continued, "All right, you may leave." This subordinate takes his leave. The Jinyue guard had just left when Xiao Wenyao, who had been riding all day, returned. She was very relaxed, hardly having been so happy in a long time. At that moment, Lu Chen asked Xiao Wenyao with a smile, "Yao Yao, how do you feel?" Xiao Wenyao gratefully responded, "Thank you, Prince, for allowing this servant to accompany you to the north." Lu Chen then said, "You must be tired from riding all day. Come, join me in the tent, and I'll help you ease the fatigue." Hearing Lu Chen's words, a blush flashed across Xiao Wenyao's face. After all, she had indeed let Lu Chen ride enough for the day. Xiao Wenyao spoke softly, "This servant will join you shortly." Great Sha, Sufeng City. Outside the city, the imperial army of Great Sha had assembled, countless trebuchets set up in a row, while archers were poised and ready. Inside Sufeng City chaos reigned, as no one had anticipated that the imperial army would be able to defeat the combined forces of the great families so quickly and besiege Sufeng City. Now, their last opportunity was to have the Grand Masters of the great families take action together against the imperial army. Of course, they also anticipated the presence of the Imperial Grand Master within the army's ranks, so what would follow was a contest between the Grand Masters of the aristocratic families and the Grand Master of the court. If the Grand Masters of the aristocratic families could overcome the Imperial Grand Master, perhaps they of the South still had a glimmer of hope. But if their Grand Masters were defeated, then it wouldn't be long before the Imperial army could storm the city. At the forefront of the Imperial army, the great General Zhao Quan was mounted on his horse, surveying the gates of Sufeng City, before loudly commanding, "Attack." The next moment, the horn sounded overhead Sufeng City, followed closely by the advance of the imperial army. Countless trebuchets launched massive stones, which smashed into the city walls, pitting them everywhere. On their part, Sufeng City was also employing trebuchets, with just as many massive stones crashing into the midst of the imperial army. Of course, these stones were of little use against the elite troops of the court, as an average elite soldier could easily dodge both the large stones and arrows. Meanwhile, at the Wang family, the heads of the South's aristocratic families had once again gathered in the Wang family's reception hall. The crown prince, Lu Shuyun, sat at the head of the family, his expression dark and foreboding. He seemed to see his future, poisoned by wine, laid out before him. After hearing the horn echo over Sufeng City, everyone knew the imperial army had initiated their assault. Now, their only hope lay with the grandmasters of their own families. If their grandmasters were defeated, they would likely find themselves with no avenues for escape, only a path to death. The reception hall was deathly quiet, every face was grim, and not a single person spoke. It was at this moment that Chu Hongfei could hold back no longer. He outright said, "Your Highness, we should try to escape. As long as we keep our base, we need not fear running out of fuel. If we perish now, there will be nothing left." Chu Hongfei had no desire to die there, he was still so young, and he had many ambitions and ideas yet to fulfill. His mind was on Chu Yukon, that beauty who could topple empires. In his heart, Chu Hongfei thought, seeing as his father had already secured a foothold in the North Country, if only he could escape Sufeng City and slip quietly into the North Country, he would once again be a hero. Moreover, he was his father's only son. If he made it to the North Country, he would still be the young master of the Chu family there. Once he took his leave, he would eventually become the Chu family master. Of course, all this was secondary to the fact that being in the North Country would give him the chance to pursue Chu Yukon. Just the thought of Chu Yukon's voluptuous figure made Chu Hongfei's fear of death recede a little. Upon hearing Chu Hongfei's words, Chu Liang immediately scolded, "Hongfei, do not speak carelessly. The grandmasters of our families have not yet taken action. How could you know we are not a match for the imperial army?" Hearing Chu Liang's words made Chu Hongfei somewhat disgruntled. Although he had begun by standing with his two uncles, betraying his own father for more power within the Chu family and to shake off the shackles placed by his father. Now that the imperial army was at the gates, if they waited until the forces entered the city, the entire Chu family would be doomed. His father had already prepared such a good exit strategy in the North Country, and he had no intention of staying and dying with the rest in Sufeng City. Though Chu Hongfei was displeased, he held his tongue out of respect for Chu Liang being his uncle and considering the crown prince and so many heads of aristocratic families were present. He closed his mouth and ceased to speak, but in his heart, he was already planning his escape from Sufeng City. At that time, Lu Shuyun spoke, "As the crown prince, having chosen this path, I will surely stand with all of you till the end. How could I possibly flee at a time like this?" Lu Shuyun could see that what the heads of the aristocratic families feared the most was his potential flight. The imperial army was already besieging the city, and the people within were in a state of panic. If the pillar that was the crown prince ran, the morale of Sufeng City's populace would likely crumble in an instant. And indeed, Lu Shuyun was the one most easily able to escape because he had no estate in Sufeng City. He had come empty-handed and could just as easily leave unburdened. But the aristocratic families were different. Their family legacies spanned generations within Sufeng City, they had no path to retreat. If they fled, the work of dozens of generations would be lost. Of course, it wasn't just about their legacies. Lu Shuyun was a single man, perhaps with a few attendants, but these aristocratic families, wasn't each one comprised of thousands of clan members. How could they all possibly escape? If Lu Shuyun were to take a few attendants and slip away amidst the chaos, he might indeed go undetected, but it would not be the same for the aristocratic families. With so many people, such a large target, any attempt at escape would certainly be discovered. Therefore, by declaring his intention to stay, Lu Shuyun was also stabilizing the resolve of the heads of the great families, preventing them from harboring any further thoughts on the matter. But Lu Shuyun was clearly not really thinking that way. He was the crown prince. Why should he have to die alongside these aristocratic families? He already had a premonition that if he were captured, his father the emperor certainly wouldn't spare him just because he was a prince. Instead, he would surely be given poisoned wine or bestowed a white silk noose. So if he wanted to live, he could not allow himself to be captured by the imperial army outside the city. He must find a way to leave Sufeng City. Since this Chu Hongfei was also thinking of escaping, he might as well make use of him. Chu Hongfei was from the Chu family in the south, having grown up in Sufeng City, and having spent so many years there, he should be quite familiar with the city. Perhaps he could find a way to escape from it. Of course, this wasn't the sort of thing one could openly talk about. At that moment, Lu Shuyun continued, with the city in a state of panic, sitting here, none of the family heads can think of a good solution. It's best for everyone to return home now and calm your clanspeople. Only with people's hearts at ease can we hope to survive this crisis. Hearing this, the heads of the aristocratic families thought it over and admitted that indeed, they were merely sitting around, unable to come up with any good ideas. They could only wait for the outcome of the Grandmaster's War and then learn whether they could defeat the imperial army. At that time, the head of Qin clan stood up and said, "The crown prince is right. In this situation, even if we sit here, we can only fret needlessly. It would be better to return to our own families and soothe our clanspeople." Seeing the head of Qin clan speak so, the head of Wang clan sighed and said, "Very well, everyone should go back for today." The family heads thought that if Sufeng City was really breached by the imperial army, they would only be waiting for their deaths in the Wang family's place, and it would be better to lead their clanspeople in a last desperate struggle afterward. Moreover, once the imperial army entered the city, they were bound to split their forces. The noble families were scattered throughout Sufeng City, and once the imperial army divided their troops, it might be possible, amidst the chaos, for some family to take their clanspeople and break out of Sufeng City. Although everyone spoke of unity, in their hearts, they had all made the worst contingency plans. Most did not believe they could win. If there was any real chance of victory, they would not have been defeated so thoroughly up to this point. Afterward, the family heads left the Wang family and returned to their respective clans. Once they had all departed, Lu Shuyun went to a tavern in Sufeng City and had someone secretly bring Chu Hongfei to meet him. When Chu Hongfei heard that the crown prince wanted to see him alone, he was overjoyed. If he could meet with the crown prince in private, he would have a chance to persuade him to escape together. Chu Hongfei had also considered escaping from Sufeng City on his own, but realized that he had no real strength, nor did he have any powerful subordinates in the Chu family. If he attempted to escape alone, should he be discovered by the imperial army outside, he would likely be caught immediately. If he had masters by his side, it would be different, they could hold off the imperial soldiers while he made a getaway. Without a doubt, collaborating with Lu Shuyun was the most appropriate option. Lu Shuyun had master realm experts by his side. If they escaped together, even if they were accidentally discovered by the imperial soldiers, there would be powerful individuals to cover their retreat, greatly increasing their chances of leaving Sufeng City successfully. Before long, Chu Hongfei appeared in Lu Shuyun's room. Upon seeing Lu Shuyun, he immediately paid his respects. This humble one pays his respects to the crown prince. Lu Shuyun, smiling, replied, "Brother Chu, please get up. There's no need for such courtesy." Seeing Lu Shuyun being so polite, Chu Hongfei felt encouraged, and then he asked, "Crown Prince, may I know why you have summoned this humble one?" Lu Shuyun sighed and then said, "The great families are all harboring their own schemes, which ultimately led to this war and our defeat. Although the imperial army has not yet breached Sufeng City, the city's fall is inevitable. I recall receiving a letter from a family in Qi country not long ago, saying that as long as I go to Qi country, my uncle would surely find a way to keep me safe. When my father the emperor passes away, my uncle would spare no expense to support my accession to the throne." Upon hearing this, Chu Hongfei's heart surged with excitement. From what Lu Shuyun implied, Lu Shuyun also planned to discreetly escape from Sufeng City, and moreover, head north. Did this mean they were kindred spirits? Chu Hongfei immediately said, "Crown Prince, if there is anything you require, please tell this humble one." Should I be able to assist, I will not hesitate even if it costs me my life. Lu Shuyun, still smiling, replied, death is not necessary. I just want to know, having lived in Sufeng City for so many years, you must be very familiar with it and aware of some ways to leave the city. If I manage to safely reach Qi country, you will be the first to be credited. When I ascend to that position, I shall appoint you as a duke. Hearing the promise Lu Shuyun offered, Chu Hongfei's heartbeat accelerated. After pondering for a moment, he felt there was still hope for Lu Shuyun to turn things around. Qi country was not weak, and if the Qi prince supported Lu Shuyun, and Lu Shuyun kept a low profile in Qi country, when the Sum emperor passed away, the Qi prince might really be able to help Lu Shuyun ascend the throne. At that time, as the person who had saved Lu Shuyun's life, he would be sure to receive the title of a great contributor, and the position of a duke was definitely within reach. Thinking this, Chu Hongfei immediately said, Your Highness, rest assured, I will definitely find a way to ensure your safe exit. Hearing Chu Hongfei's response, Lu Shuyun said with a smile, Chu, do you know of a place where we can leave Sufeng City without anyone noticing? Chu Hongfei said with a smile, but of course, if your highness is ready, we could leave Sufeng City tonight. Lu Shuyun said, Very well, I will trouble you with this matter, Chu. We will leave Sufeng City under the cover of night. At this point, Lu Shuyun suddenly thought of something and continued, One more thing, Chu, please don't tell anyone else from the Chu family about this. If we have too many people, we will be a big target and easily reveal our whereabouts. Even if we escape Sufeng City, we could still be discovered by the imperial soldiers. Chu Hongfei laughed and said, Your Highness, don't worry, I will bring just 2 or 3 attendants. I will tell no one else from the Chu family. Lu Shuyun said, Good, then please make preparations promptly. Come find me at the tavern tonight. Yes, Your Highness. As his voice fell, Chu Hongfei left the tavern with a happy expression. Watching Chu Hongfei's retreating back, a murderous intent flashed in Lu Shuyun's eyes. He planned to dispose of Chu Hongfei, the fool, once they were out of Sufeng City. By the time the imperial army broke through Sufeng City, and the Chu family was destroyed, Chu Hongfei would naturally be of no use anymore. Lu Shuyun thought to himself, hoping tonight's action would go smoothly. If they were discovered, whether by the aristocratic families within the city or the imperial soldiers outside, it would be very difficult for them to escape. It was best to succeed at the first attempt. Meanwhile, outside Sufeng City, just as the imperial army was about to scale the city walls, suddenly the imperial soldiers on the walls were struck by an invisible force and flung away. Then, the siege ladders of the imperial forces were also destroyed. The next moment, 3 Grand Masters appeared atop the walls. Upon seeing this, the morale of Sufeng City's rebel soldiers soared. Their Grand Masters had finally taken action. With the help of Grand Masters, the Imperial Army, no matter how formidable, would not be able to breach the city. At that moment, the soldiers were still unaware that their leader, Lu Shuyun, was planning his escape. Seeing the 3 Grand Masters atop the city tower, the Imperial Great General Zhao Quan immediately said to his soldiers, Retreat. As his voice fell, the sound of horns filled the air, and the Imperial Army promptly withdrew. Seeing the Imperial Army retreat, the soldiers of Sufeng City immediately cheered, believing that they had won, and that the Imperial forces were scared off by their side's Grand Masters. Little did they know, a sneer appeared on Zhao Quan's face after ordering the Imperial soldiers to pull back. They were not truly retreating, instead, the second phase of warfare was commencing. It was a war between Grand Masters, and the conflict between Grand Masters inevitably affected those nearby, which was why he immediately ordered the Imperial soldiers to pull back. While the soldiers of Sufeng City were indulging in their fantasies, 3 elderly men riding horses emerged slowly from the retreating Imperial army. Upon seeing the 3 elders, the soldiers of Sufeng City immediately sensed that something was amiss. The Imperial army had clearly retreated, so why would they send out 3 elders at this time? Could it be? Were these 3 elders also Grand Masters? Before people could ponder further, the 3 elders rode their horses straight toward the city gates. Witnessing this scene, the 3 Grand Masters from the aristocratic family did not just stand by, they leapt down from the city wall. Following that, the Second Battle of Sufeng City began. It was evident that the three Grand Masters from the Imperial Army were stronger than those from the aristocratic family, who were beaten back step by step, a fact that the aristocratic family's Grand Masters could hardly believe. From where had the Sum Emperor found such powerful Grand Masters, capable of such strength? If they remembered correctly, when they themselves were family heads, the Grand Masters of the Great Sum royal family were once hunted by celestials from the heavenly human realm. By all accounts, the Great Sum royal family should no longer possess such strong Grand Masters. It was already quite an achievement for the state preceptor Satu Ce to have broken through to the Grand Master realm, yet the royal family now had three more Grand Masters, and their strength was formidable. Could it be that these three Grand Masters were the ones from the royal family who had survived by chance, avoiding the pursuit of that celestial? Despite their shock, such thoughts were useless now. Before long, one of the aristocratic family's Grand Masters was seriously injured, and the three had no choice but to retreat temporarily. After seeing the three Grand Masters of the South's aristocratic family withdraw, the Imperial Army's three Grand Masters also departed without joining the fray. The Imperial Army was not so desperate as to use Grand Masters against mere foot soldiers. Of course, another reason was that the three Grand Masters from the Imperial Army had also expended a great deal of their strength. If they used up all their power fighting the soldiers of Sufeng City, they would likely be no match for the three Grand Masters should they reappear. So typically, in wars between dynasties, it was Grand Master against Grand Master, and Grand Masters did not engage in battles beneath their level. This war was no exception. At that moment, General Luo Zhao Quan said, "Charge again." As his voice fell, the sound of the bugle rose once more, and the Imperial Army besieged the city again. However, by the end of the day, the Imperial Army had not managed to take Sufeng City. The defending rebels of Sufeng City were still very strong. After nightfall, in the inner courtyard of a tavern in Sufeng City, dozens of shadows gathered around a well. A man's voice asked, "Can we leave Sufeng City through this well?" Another man replied, "Yes, this well leads to the seaside. If we go through this well, we can reach the sea directly." The man said, "In that case, let's not waste any more time. Chu, please lead the way." Chu Hongfei replied with a smile, "Certainly. I will take the crown prince out of Sufeng City." With those words, Chu Hongfei grasped the rope and slowly descended into the well, followed by Lu Shuyun and the others at the rim. Chu Hongfei, with Lu Shuyun and several dozen followers, walked for over 2 hours before they finally reached the mouth of the cave. As they were about to reach the exit, they heard the whooshing sound of the sea at the entrance of the cave. Lu Shuyun's heart leapt with joy, as he hadn't expected Chu Hongfei to actually lead them to escape. It was great, as long as he could get to Qi country, he'd have a chance for a comeback. Before long, they had left the cave, and by the time they emerged from the underground, the sky was already beginning to lighten. Looking at the vast ocean before him, Lu Shuyun's ambition reignited in his heart. At that moment, Chu Hongfei spoke up, "Your Highness, the Crown Prince, we should hurry on our way. We are not far from Sufeng City, and if the Imperial Army realizes you have escaped, they might send someone to look for us here." After hearing Chu Hongfei's voice, Lu Shuyun snapped back to reality and immediately signaled to a master at his side with a glance. Now that they had escaped, Chu Hongfei was no longer of use. The master understood Lu Shuyun's intent instantly, drew his sword, and thrust it through Chu Hongfei's chest. Chu Hongfei suddenly felt a chill on his back, followed by waves of intense pain. He spat out a mouthful of blood, then looked down in disbelief at the sword blade sticking out of his chest. Soon after, he glared at Lu Shuyun with eyes full of unwillingness and said, "Your Highness, you." Before Chu Hongfei could finish his sentence, the Grand Master protecting Lu Shuyun kicked him off the cliff and into the sea. Having dealt with Chu Hongfei, Lu Shuyun was also preparing to leave when suddenly a man's voice came from behind him, "Your Highness, the Crown Prince, Chu Hongfei, after all, helped us escape. Is it really appropriate to kill him like this? Isn't this a bit too ungrateful? If your Highness treats your own subordinates like this, always biting the hand that feeds, who will dare to follow your Highness in the future?" Hearing this, Lu Shuyun was stunned for a moment. He hadn't expected anyone to speak to him this way. He immediately turned his head to see that his followers had surrounded someone. The person they had surrounded was none other than Liang Zong, who had always helped him amass wealth. Lu Shuyun thought that after he got to Qi country, he would definitely need to accumulate some money to bribe court officials and couldn't rely solely on his uncle, which is why he had brought Liang Zong along. But now, unexpectedly, Liang Zong, this slave, dared to speak to his master in such a manner. Lu Shuyun asked coldly, Liang Zong, do you know to whom you are speaking? Hearing this, Liang Zong simply smiled and then said, of course, I'm talking to a rebel leader now. Seeing Liang Zong actually referring to himself as a rebel leader, Lu Shuyun was instantly enraged and declared, since you're seeking death, then I shall grant it. With that, Lu Shuyun said to a master nearby, kill him. In Lu Shuyun's eyes, Liang Zong was nothing more than an ordinary person skilled at making money, no different from squashing an ant. Upon hearing Lu Shuyun's command, the Grand Master at his side immediately took action, swinging his sword at Liang Zong's head. Just when everyone thought Liang Zong's head was about to fall, all of a sudden, Liang Zong pulled out a soft sword strapped to his waist and swiftly beheaded the master who had attacked him. Seeing the bloody scene unfold before him, Lu Shuyun was dumbfounded. His protector, a Grand Master, was so easily killed. How could this be? Lu Shuyun looked incredulously at Liang Zong. You actually know martial arts. Lu Shuyun had always thought Liang Zong was an ordinary person, he hadn't expected that Liang Zong could easily kill a master. To be able to strike so swiftly, so fast that even a master couldn't react, Liang Zong's strength must be at least at the master level or above. Fear instantly filled Lu Shuyun's heart. A normal person by his side for so many years, now displaying master level strength. What did that imply? It suggested that this person had always been lurking by his side for some purpose, and now that his rebellion had failed, and he only had a few dozen followers left, Liang Zong's sudden revelation of his strength meant that he was about to make a move against him. At this time, Liang Zong said with a smile, Crown Prince, I never said I couldn't perform martial arts, it's you who always assumed I couldn't. Lu Shuyun involuntarily took a step back. Who exactly are you? Liang Zong smiled and said, someone to send off His Highness, the Crown Prince. Hearing this, Lu Shuyun hurriedly said to his followers, kill him. Kill him for me. As soon as Lu Shuyun's command fell, the crowd took action. With a flick of Liang Zong's soft sword and a series of clanging sounds, his attackers were swiftly dealt with. Seeing this, Lu Shuyun knew his followers were no match for Liang Zong. He turned and ran, hoping to have his remaining followers delay Liang Zong for a while. Unfortunately, his followers did not buy Lu Shuyun much time. Before Lu Shuyun had gone far, Liang Zong had already killed all of his followers. Seeing Lu Shuyun running away, Liang Zong smiled faintly, kicked a stone with force, and it flew straight towards Lu Shuyun, knocking him to the ground. After collapsing, Lu Shuyun turned around and retreated non-stop. While retreating, he said, whose person are you? If you come over to my side, once I go to Qi country, I will surely have my uncle grant you 10,000 taels of gold. If I ascend to the throne someday, I will make you a duke. Hearing Lu Shuyun's words, Liang Zong laughed and said, Crown Prince, I'm not Chu Hongfei. I won't be easily swayed by the grand promises you paint. At this, Liang Zong was about to take action when Lu Shuyun quickly said, I am the Crown Prince. You can't kill me. Even if I have rebelled, I am still the Crown Prince appointed by the Sum Emperor. If you kill me, you won't meet a good end. Liang Zong paid no attention to Lu Shuyun's words and brought his sword down in a swift arc. The flash of the sword passed, and Lu Shuyun's body slowly fell to the ground, though he still retained a sliver of consciousness. At that moment, Liang Zong said, allow me a final introduction. I am Liang Zong, commander of the Brocade Guard from North Country. Crown Prince, may you have a good journey ahead. Lu Shuyun spat out blood, his body slowly collapsing as he uttered a faint voice, you are Lu Chen's man. After his last words, Lu Shuyun lost consciousness completely, and Liang Zong wasted no more time and departed. With Lu Shuyun dead, his infiltration mission also came to an end. It was time to report back to the North Prince in North Country. Ever since the North Prince had started using the Brocade Guard, he hadn't reported in person to the North Prince even once, not a sign of commendable servitude. After Lu Shuyun fled, the major aristocratic families in Sufeng City quickly realized that Lu Shuyun had vanished, but no matter how they searched, they couldn't find him. 2 days later, the Imperial Army breached Sufeng City. The Grand Masters of the South clashed with the Imperial Grand Masters once again. In the end, the Grand Masters of the South were completely annihilated, and 3 of the Imperial Grand Masters were seriously injured. Some aristocratic family members took this opportunity to rush out of Sufeng City with their relatives. Although the Imperial Army attempted to block the city gates, the foundations of the aristocratic families were still strong, and they had a considerable number of capable people, including numerous Grand Masters, so many of them did manage to escape. Of course, Zhao Quan also sent imperial soldiers to chase down those fleeing aristocratic family members immediately. Though they killed quite a number who had fled, some still slipped through the net. However, that was no longer important. Most of the elite of the Sufeng City aristocratic families were beheaded, executed on the spot, and all their wealth was confiscated. Without land or money, those that fled could no longer stir up any waves in the future. Zhao Quan had wanted to capture Lu Shuyun and bring him back for the Sum Emperor's personal judgment. Upon hearing that Lu Shuyun had escaped 2 days before the capture of the city, he had to send people to search for Lu Shuyun again. They did find him, but it was only a corpse. With no other choice, he ordered the body to be properly laid out and transported back to the capital city. Thus, the disturbance in the south came to a close. Not long after, the Sum Emperor received news that Lu Shuyun had taken his own life by the seaside. He wasn't particularly pleased, not because he felt any guilt toward Lu Shuyun's death. Lu Shuyun was merely one of his children. To him, if one died, then they died. He could not be pleased because the movements in the north were becoming increasingly frequent. The soldiers from North Country were very aggressive, even provoking the Imperial Army stationed at the border of Qi Country. Clearly, North Country wished to provoke the Imperial Court into starting a war, then find an excuse to strike back. Fortunately, he had issued a strict order to the Imperial Army at the Qi Country border. No matter what, as long as the North Country soldiers didn't attack Qi Country, they were not to attack the soldiers from North Country. Recently, the Sum Emperor had also received a report from the Shadow Guard about whether Zhuge Zongguang had broken through to the Celestial Realm. While there was no direct evidence that Zhuge Zongguang had reached the Celestial Realm, as they had never seen him in action, the beam of golden light that shot straight into the sky from the North Prince Mansion and the swirling clouds that appeared overhead had been witnessed by every resident of Yan County. This phenomenon clearly wasn't something a Grand Master could produce, so it was very likely that Zhuge Zongguang had indeed broken through to the Celestial Realm. Coupled with the intentional provocations by North Country soldiers at the Qi Country border, it further confirmed the speculation. The Sum Emperor grew more and more worried. He soon transferred the elite soldiers of the Imperial Court from the south to the north, preparing for the event that North Country would indeed rebel. Meanwhile, in the North Land, in Great Yu City, after a long journey, Lu Chen and his group finally arrived at Great Yu City. The common folk of Great Yu City had been informed in advance of Lu Chen's arrival and had decorated their homes with lanterns and streamers as soon as they heard their king was coming. The citizens of Great Yu City, along with the city lord, personally came to the city gates to welcome Lu Chen's procession. When Lu Chen reached the gates of Great Yu City, he came out directly from the carriage. After all, to meet his subjects, he couldn't stay inside the carriage. Riding his horse, Lu Chen slowly made his way through the entrance road, with crowds of people lining both sides, all very excited. When Lu Chen reached the city gates, he saw an old man standing there, waiting respectfully. Lu Chen then dismounted from his horse, and at that moment, the old man knelt down. Your servant, Xuanyuan Cheaj, pays respects to the king. As Xuanyuan Cheaj knelt, the common folk lining the road also knelt down, saying, we pay respects to the king. May the king live for thousands of years. Hearing the name Xuanyuan Cheaj, Lu Chen paused for a moment, then used the system to identify him, and discovered that the city lord of Great Yu City was indeed called Xuanyuan Cheaj. Cheoj, this name. Lu Chen thought to himself that it must be a coincidence, and then he didn't dwell on it any longer. He glanced at Xuanyuan Yunqi, who was standing next to Xuanyuan Cheoj. Xuanyuan Yunqi was dressed, just as she had been the last time she went to Yan County, in black and gold armor, with her hair tied up in a high ponytail, revealing her pale forehead, both beautiful and imparting a sense of heroic spirit. However, it seemed that her favorability toward him had risen considerably. Name: Xuanyuan Yunqi. Identity: daughter of Xuanyuan Cheoj, the family head of the Xuanyuan family in Great Yu City, 23 years old this year, sister of Xuanyuan Chen, at the Master Realm. She heard you were coming to Great Yu City and went out to welcome you with her father. Rating: 98. Loyalty: 100. Favorability: 60. The favorability had increased, but why only by this much? Lu Chen thought to himself, if his memory served him right, when Xuanyuan Yunqi saw him last time in Yan County, her favorability was at 50, right? That's only a 10-point increase. Am I, the North Prince, really doing so poorly that even virtual characters summoned by the system have only this much favorability toward me? Without dwelling on it any further, Lu Chen promptly walked up to Xuanyuan Cheoj, then took hold of his arms to help him up, saying, Lord Xuanyuan, please rise. Continuing, Lu Chen also addressed the surrounding commoners, everyone, please stand. Upon hearing this, Xuanyuan Cheoj was the first to say, thank the great king. Then the commoners around them also followed, saying, thank the great king. Straight after, Xuanyuan Cheoj rose from the ground, and with a touch of excitement, he said, Great king, you have finally arrived. Lu Chen could tell that Xuanyuan Cheoj was truly excited about his arrival. Xuanyuan Cheoj's body trembled with excitement, and even his eyes brimmed with tears, as if he had waited for this day for countless years. Lu Chen saw the signs of age etched onto Xuanyuan Cheoj's face. Again, almost subconsciously, Lu Chen used the system to check Xuanyuan Cheoj's personal details. Name: Xuanyuan Cheoj. Identity: City Lord of Great Yu City, 300 years old this year. He is very happy about your arrival. Strength: Grandmaster. Loyalty: 100. Lu Chen was a bit stunned, a whole 300 years old. Wait a minute, if he's 300 years old, why is his daughter Xuanyuan Yunqi only in her 20s? And his son Xuanyuan Chen is just a few decades old. Children born in his old age. Isn't that way too old? Having children after over 200 years. That moment, Lu Chen, with a smile, said, Lord Xuanyuan, you just let this king stand here, won't you show me around your city? Snapping back to reality, Xuanyuan Cheoj hurriedly replied, Please mount your horse, great king, your servant will lead it for you. Lu Chen said, No need, I'd rather walk, it's good for the health to walk more. He then handed the horse's reins to a soldier at his side. Let's get going, Lu Chen said. Seeing Lu Chen's insistence on walking, Xuanyuan Cheoj didn't say anything further. He then led Lu Chen into Great Yu City. Upon entering Great Yu City, Lu Chen could immediately sense the city's opulence and order. The streets of Great Yu City were very clean, although this didn't discount the possibility that they had been swept again because of his planned visit. As Lu Chen walked through the city after entering, he noticed that the integrity of the buildings in Great Yu City was far superior to those in Yan County. Yan County still had earthen houses, with some of the commoners' homes pitted and uneven, but it was different in Great Yu City. The homes there were all built from stone and wood, and the houses along the streets were in neat rows, looking orderly, unlike the chaotic layout of old Yan County. Just by the architecture of Great Yu City, one could glean that the lives of the common people there were much better than those in old Yan County. Great Yu City was further to the north, with longer winters that were also colder, yet the days of its commoners seemed even better than those in Yan County, enough to show how strong the leadership of City Lord Xuanyuan Cheoj must be. At this time, Lu Chen asked with a smile, Lord Xuanyuan, may I ask your age this year? Xuanyuan Cheoj answered, in response to the great king, I am exactly 300 years old this year. Lu Chen exclaimed, 300 years old. You have worked hard these years. Xuanyuan Cheoj answered, for the great king, it is not hard work. Afterward, Xuanyuan Chaoj took Lu Chen around Great Yu City for inspections. Come evening, Xuanyuan Chaoj arranged for Lu Chen to stay in the city lord's mansion, even giving him the largest hall for his residence. Looking at the magnificent hall in front of him, Lu Chen thought to himself that the specifications of this hall were rather high. At that moment, Xiao Wenyao, after having bathed, came to Lu Chen's side wearing a cyan, semi-transparent cicada wing robe. She sat down next to Lu Chen, leaning into his embrace. Instead of immediately getting handsy with her or being affectionate, he glanced around the hall, then his gaze fell upon the maids of the hall. He directly asked, "Does anyone usually live in this hall?" Upon hearing Lu Chen's question, the maid of the city lord's mansion immediately replied, "In response to the great king, this hall has been specially prepared for you. Normally, no one resides here." Lu Chen was taken aback, prepared for him. Lu Chen then continued asking, "Your city lord is already 300 years old, how come his son and daughter are only a few decades old? Do you know the reason?" The maid answered, "In response to the great king, the city lord actually has many children. However, most of them have only average martial arts talent and thus a lifespan of only several decades at best, so the majority have already passed away. The city lord feared that he might not live to see your arrival. Therefore, he continuously tried to have more children and finally, in his 200s, Madame Mo bore him a son of an extremely high martial arts talent, the young Master Chen. Later, Madame Mo gave birth to Yunqi, and Miss Yunqi also possesses an exceptional martial arts talent." Hearing this, Lu Chen thought for a moment. He had not expected that the characters the system arranged for him were already waiting for his emergence long ago. The Dongfang family was like this, the Wei family was like this, the Qian family was also like this, and the Xuanyuan family was even more so. 300 years old. Xuanyuan Chaoj had been waiting since birth, no wonder he was so excited to see him today. Lu Chen hugged Xiao Wenyao and asked the maidservants of the city lord's mansion many questions about Xuanyuan Chaoj and Great Yu City. Seeing how much Lu Chen cared about the matters of Great Yu City and his exceptionally serious demeanor, Xiao Wenyao obediently sat in Lu Chen's embrace without moving a muscle, feeling the hard seat becoming somewhat uncomfortable. Through Lu Chen's inquiries, he had come to understand the situation in Great Yu City quite thoroughly. It had developed even better than he had anticipated. Initially, he had thought that Great Yu City was merely wealthier than Yan County, but as he came to understand, he found that the lives of the common people in Great Yu City far surpassed those in the Great Sha capital city, thus it was no wonder that these commoners had no desire to go to Yan County. However, on another note, Great Yu City really provided a suitable environment for industrial development. Firstly, craftsmen were abundant, and Xuanyuan Chaoj encouraged the common people to be hands-on, unlike other places in the Great Sha dynasty that still had divisions among scholars, farmers, artisans, and traders. Some of the officials in Great Yu City were of craftsman origin, so the status of craftsmen in Great Yu City was relatively high, without the strict divisions of scholars, farmers, artisans, and traders. Lu Chen now felt that sending Mo Xing back to Great Yu City to construct steam engines and trains had been an utterly correct decision. To develop industry in Great Yu City, one would benefit from a relatively stable environment, where numerous craftsmen were present, and importantly, these craftsmen's acceptance of new things far exceeded that of the common folk of Great Sha. While Lu Chen was lost in such thoughts, suddenly he felt the delicate beauty in his arms squirming. Lu Chen came back to his senses and asked at Xiao Wenyao's ear, "What's wrong?" Hearing Lu Chen's question, Xiao Wenyao's face flushed with heat as she whispered back, "Prince, your servant feels somewhat uncomfortable." Hearing this, Lu Chen immediately realized and said with a smile, "I apologize, I wasn't paying attention. I will make it up to you right now." With that said, Lu Chen directly hugged Xiao Wenyao's delicate body and placed her on the large bed before gently pressing down upon her. The next morning, bright and early. After getting up, Lu Chen enjoyed a sumptuous breakfast. The arrangements Xuanyuan Chaoj made for him were of the highest standard, whether it was the food, the amenities, or the accommodations. It must be said that the systems in place were truly loyal. After breakfast, Lu Chen planned to visit the northern cattle ranch of Great Yu City. A significant reason for the city's high standard of living was because Great U City had long engaged in large-scale ranching. Though the common people of Great U City couldn't have meat in every meal, they at least ate more meat annually than the commoners in average cities. At that moment, Lu Chen said to Xuanyuan Cheaj, Lord Xuanyuan, you have official duties to attend to, so there's no need to accompany this prince today. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Xuanyuan Cheaj immediately thought of the look Lu Chen gave Xuanyuan Yunqi the day before, and promptly said to Lu Chen, Your Majesty, since it's your first visit to Great U City and you are not yet familiar with it, how about I have my daughter show you around? At this, Xuanyuan Cheaj turned to a servant at his side and instructed, Go call Yunqi and have her show the way for the prince. Seeing how understanding Xuanyuan Cheaj was, Lu Chen smiled faintly and then said, Then I'll trouble Yunqi. Hearing Lu Chen call Xuanyuan Yunqi as Yunqi so intimately, Xuanyuan Cheaj knew there was a chance. He hadn't anticipated that his daughter, born when he was more than 200 years old, could potentially catch the eye of the future human emperor. It seemed destiny itself wished for the revival of the Xuanyuan family. A moment later. City Lord's mansion, Xuanyuan Yunqi's boudoir. As Xuanyuan Yunqi donned her black and gold armor and picked up her red tassel spear, preparing to head to the military camp outside the city, a maid hurried to her side. Miss, the master has instructed that you accompany the prince around today. Hearing this, Xuanyuan Yunqi was taken aback. Frankly, she did not have a particularly good impression of Lu Chen. Upon learning of the appearance of the human emperor, she had used various channels to inquire about Lu Chen, only to discover that their future human emperor was quite the philanderer, with a harem full of women. While it was normal for a man to have multiple wives and concubines, even her father had more than one wife. But her father's motivation to have children was not solely driven by lust. He was just worried about leaving no successor until the coming of the human emperor, which was why he desired a child with exceptional martial arts talent to take up the mantle. Moreover, her father didn't marry many women at once, he only took another wife after the passing of the previous one. This North Prince, on the other hand, was different. According to letters sent back by her brother, the North Prince's harem already contained many beautiful women, and he had fathered 6 children. In her view, this future human emperor was simply fond of beauty. Of course, even though she knew of the human emperor's proclivity for beauty, she didn't harbor too much contempt for him. After all, he was the future human emperor, the one her father and his predecessors had awaited for centuries. The Xuanyuan family's mission was to assist the human emperor in achieving great feats. Moreover, Xuanyuan Yunqi also saw that despite Lu Chen's fondness for the opposite sex, always having beautiful wives and concubines by his side and unable to live without women, he was still quite kind to the people of North Country. It was also indeed possible that the North Prince had managed to annihilate 2 powerful barbarian tribe clans in Northland and even defeat the Tianqi king, a Grand Master. She too admired the strong, and so her opinion of Lu Chen had improved slightly, though it was just that a slightly. Regarding the human emperor's lustfulness, she still felt this should be corrected. After all, the human emperor is the human emperor, who should prioritize the grand affair of ruling the world. How can he devote all his energies to women? How can a martial artist who does not abstain from sensual pleasures continue to practice martial arts? Even though she had sensed yesterday that Lu Chen was a Grand Master, she still held on to her view. In her eyes, the human emperor was a sacred leader, the lord of the world. A leader must behave like a leader and must pay attention to their conduct. She did not believe that Lu Chen must have only one wife, but she did think that there were simply too many women around Lu Chen. Xuanyuan Yunqi wasn't a fool. When she heard that her father wanted her to guide the North Prince, she vaguely sensed that her father was trying to sell her. She also had an elder brother, who logically should be the guide if one were needed. Yet, it was she, a daughter, who was tasked with guiding the North Prince. Her father's intentions did not need to be guessed. Xuanyuan Yunqi sighed softly, then said to the maid who came to call her, lead the way. Soon after, the maid brought Xuanyuan Yunqi to Lu Chen. Upon seeing Lu Chen, Xuanyuan Yunqi promptly paid her respects, saying, Your subordinate greets your majesty. Upon seeing Xuanyuan Yunqi dressed in black and gold armor, Xuanyuan Chaoj was startled, and then he quickly said, Yunqi, delegate your military duties to your elder brother for now. You don't need to be on duty today, go change your clothes first. Xuanyuan Yunqi glanced at Lu Chen and said with neither servility nor arrogance, Father, I am responsible for His Majesty's safety, given that I am guiding him. I must protect His Majesty, how could I possibly remove my armor? This. Xuanyuan Chaoj was somewhat frustrated, he didn't believe his daughter couldn't sense that Lu Chen had already become a grandmaster. Their monarch was already a grandmaster, there was no need for a martial artist of lesser rank to protect him. Moreover, the citizens of Great Yu City were His Majesty's subjects, who would harbor ill will against him. Besides, this place was so remote that ordinary enemies couldn't find it. Xuanyuan Yunqi's excuse was clearly just that, an excuse. Xuanyuan Chaoj was somewhat worried. Through Xuanyuan Yunqi's words, he could tell that his daughter seemed not to be very interested in their monarch. This wouldn't do at all. He was counting on Xuanyuan Yunqi being able to marry Lu Chen and bear him children. Xuanyuan Chaoj was about to continue speaking when Lu Chen, smiling, said, Lord Xuanyuan, Yunqi makes a good point. Let her wear the armor. Moreover, I find that this armor suits Yunqi extremely well. It makes her look valiant and impressive. Perhaps changing into another attire wouldn't give her the same presence. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Xuanyuan Yunqi was startled internally, but she quickly recovered and respectfully responded, Thank you for the compliment, Your Majesty. Lu Chen smiled lightly, all right, now that Yunqi is here as well, let us set off. Xuanyuan Yunqi replied, Yes, Your Majesty. Following that, Xuanyuan Yunqi led Lu Chen and the others towards the pastures of Great Yu City. Along the way, Xuanyuan Yunqi and Lu Chen did not interact much. Xuanyuan Yunqi's face was expressionless, and she appeared meticulous, seemingly alert to every sign of movement around her, as if she really was protecting Lu Chen. Lu Chen glanced at her a few times and then looked at her favorability towards Hema favorability 63, an increase of 3 points since yesterday. At that moment, while riding his horse, Lu Chen asked, General Xuanyuan, did your father teach you all your martial skills? Xuanyuan Yunqi was briefly taken aback when she heard Lu Chen call her General Xuanyuan. Her favorability towards him rose again. After recovering, she immediately answered, Yes, Your Majesty. Lu Chen, with a smile, asked, May I ask General Xuanyuan a rather personal question, if that is all right? Xuanyuan Yunqi responded, Please do, Your Majesty. Lu Chen then asked, Does General Xuanyuan wish to stay in Great Yu City for a lifetime, protect Great Yu City, and then find a good family to marry when the time comes, or does she want to take her red tassel spear, charge through the battlefield, accomplish great feats, and become a respected female general admired by thousands? Hearing Lu Chen's question, Xuanyuan Yunqi's mind went blank. She had not anticipated such a question from Lu Chen. At this moment, she involuntarily pictured a battlefield crowded with warriors, filled with the unceasing din of battle, where she rode a war horse, charging into the fray. Indeed, her dream was to become a great general revered by thousands. However, she also knew this was nearly impossible. She had inquired about the outside world. Not just in Great Sum, but in all the great dynasties, the society valued men over women, and the military was almost devoid of women. Forget the external situation, even Great Yu City was much the same. If her father were not the city lord of Great Yu, she might not even be able to join the city's army, let alone command one of its military units. Seeing that Xuanyuan Yunqi had not answered for a while, Lu Chen continued, General Xuanyuan, have you thought it through? Hearing Lu Chen's words, Xuanyuan Yunqi came back to her senses. She immediately said, To your question, Your Majesty, your subordinate wishes to become a great general. Hearing Xuanyuan Yunqi's answer, the corners of Lu Chen's mouth lifted slightly. He glanced again at Xuanyuan Yunqi's favorability. Her favorability had jumped to 75. Lu Chen then said, I can offer you a chance to become a great general, but you must accompany me to Yan County. Are you willing? This. Xuanyuan Yunqi suddenly felt something was amiss. Why did it feel like the North Prince was trying to lure her to Yan County to make her his woman? Despite her concerns, she also thought that without the North Prince's offer, there would be no possibility of her becoming a great general. If she didn't seize this opportunity, there might never be another chance. With this in mind, Xuanyuan Yunqi then said, Your Highness, I am willing to follow you. Lu Chen said, Good. Starting today, General Xuanyuan will stay by my side. Xuanyuan Yunqi was bewildered. Staying by his side was not the same as becoming a great general. How could she lead troops in battle if she was by the North Prince's side? The North Prince was the future human emperor, a leader. Although he had led troops into battle before, as more generals gathered around Lu Chen, it was certain he would not lead the troops himself in the future. If she stayed by his side, she feared she might not even step onto the battlefield. Xuanyuan Yunqi was startled, realizing she had been duped. It wasn't about becoming a great general at all. The North Prince clearly wanted to deceive her into going to Yan County. Xuanyuan Yunqi felt a bitterness in her heart, and she didn't dare to say more since Lu Chen was the future human emperor. Seeing Xuanyuan Yunqi's troubled expression, Lu Chen knew what she was thinking and continued, General Xuanyuan, not just anyone can lead troops on the battlefield. Maybe you could barely manage 10,000 soldiers, but what about 100,000, a million? Could you command an entire army then? To become a true great general, learning is indispensable. In Yan County, there are many military generals, and your brother is there too. We often discuss military matters together. If you stay by my side, you could learn many military strategies and knowledge that you don't yet know. This will greatly assist you in becoming a great general in the future. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Xuanyuan Yunqi's mind went blank for a moment. She had actually suspected that the North Prince was deceiving her. How could she doubt the future human emperor? Although the North Prince was indeed a bit lecherous, after all, he was the future human emperor, their sovereign, whose word was bond. Anything he promised to do would be done. How could he possibly deceive her? Xuanyuan Yunqi then said, Thank you, Your Highness, for giving me this opportunity. Lu Chen smiled and once again glanced at Xuanyuan Yunqi's favorability, which had risen to 80. There's hope. Someday he would make Xuanyuan Yunqi's favorability reach 100 without relying on the dragon and phoenix tea. Of course, he intended to keep the promises he had made. Since Xuanyuan Yunqi wanted to be a female general, he would give her that chance. In Lu Chen's eyes, Xuanyuan Yunqi was a woman who looked even more beautiful dressed in armor. Each woman had her own uniqueness, and Lu Chen had no intention of erasing their individual traits. If all women became the same, only beautiful without any distinctiveness, what would be the difference between them and inflatable dolls? Afterward, Xuanyuan Yunqi first took Lu Chen and his entourage to the livestock farm and then to Great Yu City's largest workshop, the Mohist Workshop. The rest of the day, Lu Chen spent at the Mohist Workshop, discussing the construction of steam engines and trains with the craftsmen, from the materials to the principles of the steam engine, and then on to which industries the steam engine could be applied. When the city's craftsmen heard that their sovereign had gone to the Mohist Workshop, they trickled in one after another to see what was happening, and soon the workshop was surrounded inside and out by curious onlookers. Lu Chen's discussions with the craftsmen at the Mohist Workshop opened the door to a new world for them and showed the citizens of Great Yu City the esteem he held for craftsmen, thereby laying the ideological foundation for the future industrial development. Seeing Lu Chen discuss a certain machine with the craftsmen, looking very approachable, Xuanyuan Yunqi suddenly felt incredibly ashamed. She suddenly thought, maybe it was fine for the future human emperor to be a bit lecherous, as he was very amiable towards the common people and took good care of his subjects. If the human emperor liked beauties and had more children with his concubines, and if the royal family flourished, perhaps it would have a positive effect on stabilizing the entire world. In the evening, when Lu Chen and the group returned to the city lord's mansion, he was surprised to find that Xuanyuan Yunqi's favorability had reached 90. He didn't expect that just by having Xuanyuan Yunqi accompany him for one day, her favorability nearly maxed out. However, it was a pity that there were still 10 points short of 100. Moreover, Xuanyuan Yunqi was a special case. Even if her favorability reached 100, he couldn't let her have children right away. He had promised to make her a general, and if he let her get pregnant too quickly, he would be going back on his word. On this matter, Lu Chen had no intention of breaking his promise. When Lu Chen and his group arrived at the city lord's mansion, Lord Xuanyuan was already waiting at the door. Upon seeing Lu Chen's return, Lord Xuanyuan immediately approached, saying, "Your Highness, I apologize for any trouble my daughter may have caused you." Lu Chen, with a smile, replied, "Lord Xuanyuan jests. General Xuanyuan has been diligent and responsible, she hasn't troubled me at all. By the way, Lord Xuanyuan, General Xuanyuan and I have agreed that from now on, she will follow me. When I return to Yan County, she will also accompany me." Upon hearing this, Lord Xuanyuan was first taken aback, then overjoyed inside, and immediately said, "Thank you, Your Highness, for valuing my daughter so highly." What Lord Xuanyuan had in mind was for Lu Chen to marry Xuanyuan Yunqi. He had been worried about Xuanyuan Yunqi's attitude towards Lu Chen, fearing she might resist. To his surprise, after just one outing, the matter seemed settled. Truly worthy of being the son of destiny, the human emperor, no woman could resist his charm. Seeing her father so excited, Xuanyuan Yunqi's lips twitched slightly, she instantly deciphered her father's thoughts. But she was accompanying the North Prince down south to become a great general, not to start a family with him. This was likely to disappoint her father. Great Wu Dynasty. Green Cloud Palace. Wu Junwan, dressed in a red palace attire, reclined on a couch, and as the years passed, her temperament became increasingly dignified and luxurious. At this moment, as Wu Junwan looked at the red phoenix robe she was wearing, the image of the Yu Emperor's phoenix robe appeared in her mind. Just the thought of draping that phoenix robe over herself made her feel utterly contented. Unfortunately, she couldn't wear such a phoenix robe yet. At least, she had no opportunity to wear one for 50 years. Just then, a maid entered the grand hall. "Princess Junwan, Mr. Chai requests an audience." Wu Junwan didn't rise from her couch. She said lazily, "Let him in." After a while, the maid brought Chai Jiliang into the Green Cloud Palace. Upon entering, Chai Jiliang instantly felt that the Green Cloud Palace had changed greatly from before. Red curtains had been added to the hall, allowing only faint glimpses of the figures within. The Green Cloud Palace used to be without curtains, and he could directly see Wu Junwan whenever he came. Chai Jiliang was somewhat puzzled. Why had Wu Junwan changed the Green Cloud Palace to look like this? What was the meaning of such a change? Naturally, Chai Jiliang didn't understand the reason behind Wu Junwan's doings, but if there was an official from the Dayu dynasty present in the Green Cloud Palace, they would surely realize that the current arrangement of the palace was modeled after the Yu Emperor's sleeping quarters. Then, Wu Junwan's languid voice came from behind the curtains, "Mr. Chai, we haven't seen each other for a long time. I am quite curious why Mr. Chai is in such a hurry for me to return to the capital. I don't believe Mr. Chai is unable to see that my imperial father intends to balance the court." Chai Jiliang said, "Princess Junwan, I naturally understand His Majesty's thoughts, but the North Country is key to dividing Great Sum. So even if this may trigger His Majesty's displeasure, I believe we cannot allow others to claim this achievement. His Majesty has always been focused on expansion. Once Great Sum falls into internal strife, it will present an opportunity for Great Wu to expand further. His Majesty will not let this chance slip by, and at that time, the territory of Great Wu will increase once more. The princess must be well aware that in Great Wu, princes who achieve great military success in expanding the territory eventually become strong contenders for the throne. You, being a woman, have to acknowledge that there has never been a precedent for a woman to ascend to the supreme position in Great Wu. If you desire that position, you must indeed accrue far more achievements than the average prince. If you allow others to take credit for such important accomplishments, do you believe you still have a hope of reaching that position? Furthermore, Zhuge Zongguang has already broken through to the heavenly human realm. Although the news is not yet confirmed, considering intelligence from various sources, it is very likely to be true. With the ambition of the North Prince, he probably doesn't want to remain in the impoverished corner of the North Country. The North Country might wage war against Great Sum at any time, meaning, whoever convinces the North Country to attack Great Sum and contributes to its division will have the credit fall onto their shoulders. This is an achievement that can be quickly realized. Don't you intend to seize this opportunity? Upon hearing Chai Jiliang's words, Wu Junwan was taken aback, her brows furrowed momentarily. She suddenly felt that Chai Jiliang made a lot of sense. Indeed, though it wasn't yet confirmed if Zhuge Zongguang truly had broken through to the heavenly human realm, the recent provocations by the North Country's army of 100,000 at the border of Qi Country suggested that the North Country was prepared for war with Great Sum. The confidence of the North Country indicated that they might truly have a celestial warrior, giving the North Prince the audacity to act in such a manner. The behavior of the North Prince also showed that he was probably no longer satisfied with his current position and coveted the throne of the Sum Emperor, hence his scheming to instigate war. If at this time an envoy from Great Wu was sent to the North Country, able to incite the Sum Emperor or persuade the North Country to directly attack Great Sum, then the division of Great Sum would be at hand. Once Great Sum divided, such tremendous credit would immediately fall upon the envoy of Great Wu sent to the North Country, a reward that could be reaped in the short term. Indeed, she shouldn't just cede it to her brothers. With this in mind, Wu Junwan said, Mr. Chai speaks of it lightly, but I don't believe my imperial father would assign me the task of an envoy to the North Country. Chai Jiliang spoke indifferently, please rest assured, princess. I will find a way to persuade His Majesty to let you take on the mission to the North Country. Wu Junwan had recently quelled the southeastern rebellion in Great Wu. It was clear to any discerning observer that though she was a woman, the martial emperor regarded her highly, therefore, Chai Jiliang could use this fact as leverage. To be an envoy to the North Country, one must show sincerity, naturally by sending someone of significant standing. Nowadays, the emperor's sons lacked luster and were of no use at all. They had failed to quell the southeastern rebellion even with the court's elite forces. Sending such people as envoys to the North Country would be an insult. Wu Junwan was different. She had easily resolved the southeastern rebellion with the army, and as the martial emperor's long-established Princess Junwan, her importance was evident. Since she received such attention and was such a significant figure in Great Wu, naturally, the responsibility of being an envoy to the North Country should be hers. Only in this way could they show the North Country that Great Wu was serious about establishing amicable relations.